The all-citizen train survival game now begins. The rules are as follows. Let every conductor commit them to memory. 1. You possess an exclusive train. It is your fortress and your life. While the train stands, you live. 2. Every morning at 10 o'clock, the train arrives at an unknown platform. This is your sole opportunity to gather resources. 3. Collect, upgrade, expand. For each level the train gains, one more car is added. 4. The first 3 platforms are a safe novice protection period. 5. Your starting supplies have been placed in your novice treasure chest. 6. Each conductor has one chance to draw a talent. 7. Platforms hold treasure chests of various kinds. Opening them yields rewards. 8. The chat channel and the trade channel are now unlocked. 9. Remember the core law. This is, first and foremost, a game of luck. May your journeys be long. Cold air, an empty train car. I stared at all this strangeness before me, silent for a few seconds. Damn it. I hadn't even finished assembling my character cards before getting dumped into a place like this. Train survival game, fine. After reading novels for over a decade, this much information I could still digest. I drew a deep breath and forced myself to calm down. At the very front of the car was a huge light screen, on which was written, Train Control Console. I walked over and at a glance saw my own information panel. Conductor, Luxing UN Level, 1 District, District 11 a number, 00110215. In the upper left corner, there was even a headshot of me, looking pretty sharp. Below were the chat channel and the trade channel. I opened the trade channel, and there was, of all things, a listing hanging there. 500 milliliters mineral water times 1 trade target. None. Snooze and lose. With the click speed honed over 20 years of being single, I tapped that trade in 0.01 seconds. The next instant a flash of light, and a hefty bottle of mineral water appeared in my hand. Good grief, they actually give it to you. I opened the chat channel again. At the top was marked the current district's online count, 100,000 people. A megagroup of 100,000, messages scrolling at a furious pace. Amid the chaos, people slowly began talking business. Have you all opened your novice chests? Mine had just one little bread roll. I opened a refined steel cleaver. Pretty cool. Why's mine empty? Is this game out to get me? They told you it's a game of luck. You'll never guess what I opened. I couldn't be bothered reading on, and turned to look at the novice chest beside me. A game of luck, huh? Truth be told, I had pretty good confidence in my own luck. The instant the chest opened, my eyelid twitched. Lying inside was a submachine gun. Black body, glinting with a cold light. Standard issue submachine gun level. 1 description. Provides basic, fully automatic firepower, sufficient to handle most threats at early platforms. Beyond 10 paces the gun is quick. Within 10 paces the gun is both quick and accurate. My mood soared. Compared to the folks who open melee weapons, my luck was who knows how much better. Only. Ammo, 0/30. A gun with no bullets. How's that any different from a fire poker? A new message popped up in the chat channel. Has anyone drawn a talent? What's the deal? I drew one called Strengthification. When triggered, a triple strength boost for a short time. I drew Fireball. I've become a mage. Word of advice, everyone, keep it low-key. Talents are your capital for staying alive. Don't go leaking them or you'll get marked. Sure enough, no one exposed their talents after that. I stopped reading too and put my attention back on that little line of text before me. Draw a talent. Yes, a flick of the thought, and a wheel spun madly, finally coming to a steady stop. Colored hex. What in the world? Colored hex description. For each level the train gains, you may draw 1 colored hex. Current draws. 1 draw now. Draw. This time it wasn't a choose one of 3. It was locked in for me outright. Congratulations on obtaining infinite firepower description. Designate 1 weapon to free it from the rule of consumption. Ammunition, durability, and energy lose all meaning for it. Its state is forever anchored as fully loaded. Huh. I froze all over. 1 second ago, I was fretting over a gun with no bullets, and the next they hand me infinite firepower? Cheat code. This is a real damn cheat code. I immediately conferred this hex on the submachine gun. The ammo line went from 0 to 30 straight to infinite firepower submachine gun level. 1 description. The concept of ammunition has been erased. Pull the trigger, and firepower comes. Unto eternity. I didn't dare test fire in the car. Reluctantly, I set the gun down and went to check the upgrade requirements. Required for level 1, level 2, wood times 500 metal times 500 glass times 100. Not a huge amount, didn't look hard. Chest opened, talent drawn. Now just to reach the station. I glanced at the time, 9:20 a.m., 40 minutes left until everyone reached the first platform. Whether the platform held danger, no one could say for sure. I always planned for the worst. Using this bit of time, I drilled with my weapon over and over and limbered up to warm fully, making sure I was in the best possible pre-battle state. In the chat channel, plenty were discussing the first stop too, feeling kind of nervous for no reason. We're still in the novice protection period. There shouldn't be danger, right? Don't get your hopes too high. The protection covers that layer of iron skin on the train, not you. 1 foot out the door, and your life's your own affair. At 9:30, the game gave a prompt. Station ahead, single-person platform, South City gas station. This station is a white platform, please prepared. A single-person platform meant the whole platform held only me. Platforms ranked white, green, blue, purple, gold, 5 tiers. The higher, the more resources. Mine was the lowest, white. A gas station should have some supplies. I unscrewed that bottle of mineral water for a sip and gripped the submachine gun tight in my hand. At exactly 10, the train stopped on schedule. I pressed against the window to look out. A standard small gas station, for fuel pumps standing forlornly. Behind them, a square service station walled entirely in glass curtain wall. Through the glass, I could make out the shadows of a checkout counter and shelves. The supplies were most likely there. I didn't rush to move. The stop lasted an hour, and the gas station was only so big, plenty of time to take it slow. But others lacked my caution. Someone spoke up in the chat channel. Brothers, whatever you do, don't get off recklessly. The platforms really are dangerous. My first stop was a courier post station. Looked utterly ordinary, but a zombie was hiding inside. I got bitten once and only made it back into the car because I ran fast, but now the wound itches and burns. Am I done for? Before long, that person's avatar went dark. The online count dropped by 1. Holy crap, dead that fast. I said it already, don't get off carelessly. We're surviving, not sightseeing. What's going on? The online count dropped by over 100 in a blink. The elimination rate's way too high. You couldn't beat me to death and make me get off. I pulled my gaze from the channel, no ripple in my heart. Right now my entire net worth is half a bottle of water. If I don't go scavenge supplies, that's the real dead end. I waited patiently a good while longer, not the slightest movement from the gas station. Drawing a deep breath, I slowly opened the car door and stepped down. At the faintest stir of trouble, I duck right back into the car. Within the protection period, the train is invincible. Good, still no movement. Finger resting on the trigger, I walked step by step toward the service station. Inside was a bit of a letdown. The shelves were all automotive products. Wipers, fuel additives, windshield washer fluid, none of the food I wanted. Luckily, there were tissues and laundry detergent, things I could use. Wait, what's that? On the service counter at the very back sat a chest glinting with silver light. A treasure chest. I got excited at once. Maybe it had open food. Leveling my gun, I edged cautiously forward. Right as I was about to reach it, a figure suddenly shot out from behind the service counter. Holy sh! My heart nearly stopped from fright, and I instinctively clamped the trigger dead. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. Tongues of flame gushed, bullets pouring out like they cost nothing. That figure was riddled into a sieve in an instant, slumping limply to the ground, deader than dead. What in the world? Looking at that puddle I'd shot into meat paste, I fell silent. I didn't know how many rounds I'd fired, only that I'd kept executing the thing for a full 3 minutes straight. Once I'd calmed down and looked carefully, I was basically certain of its identity, a zombie. By the looks of it, it had meant to hide behind the service counter and ambush me, never expecting this young man's firepower to be this fierce, bullets like they cost nothing. I leveled the gun and swept every corner, confirmed it was safe, and only then did my taut nerves ease. I gasped for breath, able to hear my own frantic heartbeat. Not daring to waste time, I hurried to open the chest. The train only stops an hour. If I don't make it back aboard before departure, I'll be stuck at this platform forever. Tier 1 treasure chest description. Reliably yields basic survival supplies and materials. a smaller chance of additionally yielding equipment, blueprints, or rare materials. Open. 5 items appeared before me. A 500-gram bag of raisin toast, a bottle of Pepsi, 50 units of wood, 10 units of metal, plus a silver coin branded with the image of a train. Train coin description. The universal currency of the train survival world, with wide-ranging uses. I had no time to study it. I immediately hauled the materials into the car. Wood and metal were heavy and dead weight. I ran back and forth several trips. Should have hauled the chest aboard before opening it. I'm such a fool. Seeing about 10 minutes left, I gritted my teeth and scoured the service station once more. Wipers and fuel additives I ignored, but toilet paper and laundry detergent were useful. I'm flat broke now. Take whatever's there. 3 minutes before departure I boarded, sprawling on the floor like a dead dog, gasping. After resting a bit, I drank a few sips of Pepsi, ate 2 slices of toast, recovered considerably, and began tallying the spoils. Besides the chest's contents, there were 10 packs of toilet paper, 10 buckets of laundry detergent, and 3 iron shelving racks. Those counted as metal too, usable for upgrading. Train in motion. Please be seated and hold on. The whistle sounded. The train started again and pressed on along the rails stretching beyond sight. The chat channel blew up at once. Finally moving. 2 zombies are wandering outside my window. Protection period or not, I'm still scared to death. Did anyone get off the platform to scavenge supplies? I did. Lucky enough not to hit danger, but ashamed the resources were lousy. Only found a few bottles of mineral water. This'll shock you. I found a treasure chest and opened a fair bit of good stuff. No ripple in me. Among 100,000 conductors, I'm definitely not the only one with a strong talent. Talents are the key to early game victory. If not for infinite firepower, I wouldn't have dared get off so rashly either. But as the opening prompt said, this is first and foremost a game of luck. However good your talent, it still comes down to whether the goddess of fortune favors you. The second stop was a 24-hour wait away, a bit of a slog for me with only the channel to pass the time. I thought to gaze at the scenery outside to relieve the boredom, but outside was an endless wasteland, unchanging as if frozen in place. Is this even Earth? The car windows were welded shut, wouldn't roll down. Even a breeze was a luxury, probably for fear someone might jump out to kill themselves. Amid my idle thoughts, drowsiness welled up, and I soon fell asleep on the cold floor. I don't know how long passed before I jolted upright. Glancing at the time, it was already past 7 in the evening. I'd slept a really long while. My arms were still a bit sore from firing the gun. This shut-in really did lack exercise. I ate 2 slices of toast, sipped some water, and tapped into the chat channel. The messages from a few hours back had been a jumble, some hollering to be let go, some searching the world over for parents and relatives, some vowing to rule as kings and overlords. But as time passed, everyone's demands gradually converged. Water. Does anyone have water? I haven't drunk for 7 or 8 hours. I'm dying of thirst. Some kind soul, spare a bit of food. I'm too hungry to walk. I want Haidaleo so bad. I want grilled skewers, boo-hoo. I started working out in the car too. I'd thought that with infinite firepower, I'd be invincible across the land. But the first stop's experience made me understand it wasn't that simple. The gun was invincible, but the person wasn't. My sore, aching arms were proof. My body was too feeble. It simply couldn't sustain continuous output. I decided to train. Let's start with 20 push-ups and see where my limit is. Lying on the cold floor, staring at that single forlorn little yellow lamp overhead, I consoled myself. Being able to do 2 push-ups in a row is pretty impressive too. I knocked myself out all night. How much stronger my body got, I didn't know, but I knew I couldn't keep this up. It gets you hungry too easily. The mineral water was gone, the toast down to 3 slices. I quickly knocked it off and lay stock still to cut consumption. Someone in the channel offered a reminder too. If you can't find food, don't thrash about. Conserve your strength and wait for tomorrow's platform. Before sleeping, I searched the channel with train coin as a keyword, not a scrap of useful intel. Either no one had gotten one, or those who weren't broadcasting it. I leaned toward the latter. So many sneaky old hands hiding things away. At 1 in the morning, I fell asleep again. At 9:30 the next morning, breakfast eaten, I stood ready in full battle array. Station ahead, Single-person platform, dump truck guard in this station is a white platform, please prepared. At 10, the train stopped steady beside a small garden. Through the window, I saw figures roaming in the distance. Eyes turbid, faces hideous, limbs contorted. Ordinary zombie level. One description. The most common of the infected, tenacious of life. Its claws and bite carry the virus and cause infection. There were more than I'd imagined. Over 8 in my field of view alone, not counting those hidden in the shadows. My gaze fell on the vending machine in the garden, where I could faintly make out a fair amount of goods. I licked my parched lips. The moment I got off, the zombies caught the scent of a human and swiveled their heads toward me in unison. That sight made my hair stand on end and my heart pound wildly. Who could withstand this? They lunged at me, faster than I'd imagined. I squeezed the trigger, the submachine gun strafing nonstop. My marksmanship was truly garbage, at 20 meters, for hits out of 10, but with infinite ammo, I didn't care in the least. I just kept firing. Rat-a-tat-tat. The first one toppled fast, but the second, third, and fourth had already charged up close. 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter. In the nick of time, I spun and ducked back into the car. Bang! The zombie that was about to reach me was knocked flying by an invisible light screen. Novice protection. For the first 3 stops, the train takes no harm of any kind, so I inside the car was naturally invincible too. That unseen light screen blocked the way between us. The zombies couldn't advance an inch and could only gnash and claw at me out of reach. My heartbeat had definitely broken 180. I leveled the muzzle and pulled the trigger on them right before me. This close, I could hit with my eyes shut. Soon all cleared. I counted, a full 12. Sure enough, there were ones hidden in the shadows. I probed cautiously once more, confirmed none were playing dead, and only then got off at ease, heading straight for the vending machine. Inside it was packed full: bread, jelly, ham sausage, cola, Sprite, mineral water, over 20 kinds. Jackpot. Crack. I grabbed a brick and smashed the glass door, scavenged like mad, missed nothing, flung it all into the car. Then I carefully explored the garden, and sure enough found a treasure chest in a flower bed in the corner. This time I'd wised up, hauled it back to the car before opening it. Then I started breaking down upgrade materials. Chairs dismantled into wood, exercise equipment smashed into metal, the vending machine counting as both metal and glass. A pity I had no handy tool. With an axe or hammer, efficiency would have been much higher. I made several back and forth trips and still didn't haul at all. With only 5 minutes to departure, I couldn't be bothered and sprawled on the floor drenched in sweat, gasping. Train in motion, please be seated and hold on. After resting 10 some minutes, I struggled up to tally the haul. Food: 3 chicken flavor ham sausages, 5 bags of potato chips, 2 packs of wafer biscuits, 2 bags of konjac snacks, a bag of sunflower seeds, a box of Dove chocolate. Drinks: 5 bottles of mineral water, 3 cans of Pepsi, 2 bottles of iced black tea, 1 can of Red Bull. These were enough to keep one person going a good while. The 12 zombies I killed weren't for nothing. I tore open a ham sausage and stuffed it in my mouth, gulped some iced black tea, soothed my belly, and turned my gaze to the chest. Still a tier, 1 chest, but this time what it opened was different. Basic gene enhancement serum level. 1 description. Employing the old world's cutting-edge biotech, it can safely break through the body's physiological limits, comprehensively boosting strength, reflexes, and stamina. A vial of deep blue serum appeared before me, thick, glinting with pinpoints of light. Usage was simple. Open the cap, jab the needle into your arm. Done. I hadn't expected my luck to be this good. This serum counted as a rare item even among Tier 1 chests. I finally understand what was off. Having crossed into a survival world, who still relies on toiling away at exercise to build up the body, those few push-ups last night were done for nothing. Without hesitation, I jabbed it into my arm. That was hasty. My vision went black, and the pain knocked me clean out. Nobody warned me it'd hurt this much. I don't know how long passed before I came slowly to. My first reaction was hungry, ravenously hungry. Every inch of flesh and blood in my body was crying out with hunger. I quickly ate a few pieces of chocolate to replenish the calories, and only then recovered, then checked my changes. Holy, these biceps, these abs, these thighs, am I even still me? Feeling the explosive power within my body, I understood I'd underestimated this serum. I'd thought it merely ordinary stock, never expecting it could bring such a drastic change to the body. Strength, reflexes, stamina, all broken through. Now, even without a gun, I could trade a few blows with a zombie. Getting bitten, of course, was another matter. Only after eating half the food did my belly settle a little. And I thought this could last me 3 to 5 days. Looks like there'd be no slacking off at the next stop either. At the train control console, I changed into clean clothes and looked through the chat log. The previous outfit was soaked through with sweat, sour and reeking, draped on a rack to air out. The car temperature was fairly comfortable, around 23 degrees. Out of habit, I scanned the online count. Only the second day, and over 2,000 had been eliminated, terrifying. Other conductors had noticed too, and were discussing it furiously. Over 2,000 gone on just the second day? The elimination rate's way too high. This game never meant to give us a way to live. Platforms dangerous, and supplies pitifully scarce. Many were eliminated, but those who'd found their footing and were living better were growing more numerous too, because the trade channel had clearly grown lively. From no one listing at the start, now it scrolled to 20 or 30 pages. 50 milliliters mineral water for 10 units, wood 1 Izuroji bread for 20 units, metal mineral water for food. Those who have it, PM me. These I'd grown used to. The one that truly made my eyelid twitch was another. 200 milliliters water or 100 G bread for 1 train coin. As many as you've got, I'll take. Standing offer. Looked like plenty of others had gotten train coins too, and realized their rarity, hence willing to trade precious water and food for them. This trade sparked a flurry of discussion. Train coins. This thing's that valuable. 1 coin for 200 milliliters of water. I'm floored. I want water so bad, my lips are cracked. If only I had a train coin. That's 200 milliliters, enough to save a life. Train coins must be extraordinarily valuable, or they wouldn't offer such a high price. Those holding some, trade with caution. Rubbish. Who doesn't know it's precious? But with your life nearly gone, can clutching it serve as a talisman? Can't even get past what's in front of you, and you talk about later. After heated discussion, a conductor named Liang said he had 2 coins in hand. I opened them from a tier, 1 chest at the second stop. That stop had no danger, just 1 chest. I'd thought I'd get living supplies or upgrade materials, but it was only 2 train coins. Now I'm out of ammo and food alike. If I don't drink water soon I'll die of thirst. Even knowing it's precious, I've got no choice but to bring it out to trade. 2 train coins. This kid's luck was good and bad both ways. A conductor named Wang Tianhua quickly jumped out, his avatar a youth of 26 or 27, sharp-eyed. He was the one who'd posted that standing coin buying offer. Give them all to me. I'll give you the water and food you want. 200 milliliters of water plus 100 grams of bread for your 2 train coins. I've already sent the request. Hurry and accept. I rubbed my chin, figuring I could get a hand in 200 milliliters of water, and he wants to trade away the man's train coins. What a loud abacus he's clacking. I'll offer 250 milliliters of water, or 150 grams of bread, for 1. I'll offer 300 milliliters of water. I've got no food, but water's far more important than food. Before I could even get a hand in, other conductors couldn't hold back and dove in to snap them up. Bid after bid climbed higher, enough to make one's eyes go red. This coin's just too valuable. If only I had won myself. I made my move too, ending the contest outright. My chip was 100 milliliters of cola plus 200 milliliters of mineral water. The channel blew up instantly. Cola. He's actually got cola. I can't even get water, and he's gotten his hands on cola? This guy's luck is too good. Could it be the 2 stops he hit had no danger at all? Liang. Trade. I'll trade with you. But I want it all in cola, no water. 2 coins for 1 unopened can of cola. How about it? If I can drink cola 1 more time before I die, I'll have no regrets. Cola wasn't the optimal choice, but he had a thing for that one taste. The trade window popped up, 2 train coins placed in. A flash of light, and a still cool can of cola dropped into his hand. Pissed. The pull tab popped. He chugged it in one go and let out an earth-shaking belch. Refreshing. The moment I got the 2 coins, I received a friend request. Wang Tianhua requests to add you as a friend. Accept. Decline. Toying with the 2 coins, I didn't hesitate in the least. I don't know what he's after, but it's surely nothing good. Facts proved it so. In the channel, broken defense, he started cursing. Lu Xingyuan, is it? You just wait, daring to snatch my stuff. I won't let you off easy. The others watched the show with excited faces, a dispute on only the second day. Thrilling. A pity I paid him no mind at all, which made him snap all the harder. On the third day, I woke past 8. A ham sausage plus a piece of chocolate for breakfast. So many days without brushing my teeth. As a clean-loving person, it really was unpleasant. Upgrade materials are even harder to scrape together than I thought. When supplies were hauled into the car, the game tallied the amounts automatically. Wood 8500ths, metal 5500ths, glass 10 100ths. This progress left me quite dissatisfied. I'm worked to the bone like a dog, and this is it? Surviving's not easy. 9:30. Station ahead. Multi-person platform, Jinshui Street. Maximum docking number 3. This station is a green platform, please prepared. Oh, a multi-person platform? And a green one? I perked up at once. At this stop, I could run into other conductors. Interesting. The channel blew up too. A multi-person platform means conductors can cooperate for mutual gain. The power of 1 plus 1 far exceeds 2. Why am I still on a single-person platform? I want to latch onto a big leg too. At 10, my train stopped steady at the platform's edge. Docked here as well were 2 others. Everyone's train was the same black, not a sliver of difference to pick out. I hid the submachine gun away and lurked by the window to observe. The monsters in the platform are frightening, but conductors, fellow humans, are perhaps more frightening still. Better to play the sneaky one. It's no shame. The other 2 cars soon had people get off, 1 man and 1 woman. The man was 30-ish, bald. The woman 26 or 27, with a head of big waves. I narrowed my eyes and sized them up. No weapons spotted for now. No weapons, and they dare get off so rashly? White platforms are this perilous. Wouldn't the higher-tier green be more dangerous still? I swept my eyes over the street again. 200 meters long, clean and tidy, storefronts one after another, the signs all in a uniform style. Yadia, Ima, Shout-out, Yo Mavericks. Damn, why is it all electric scooter shops? Wouldn't any old supermarket be nicer? Hey, the brother in the car still not coming down. The bald man leaned up against my train, craning his neck to peer inside. The protection period blocked not just monsters, but other conductors too. Even so, he still saw that floor full of water and food, and his eyes went wide. Holy crap, how's he got this much water and food? That remark drew over the big waves woman. Where, let me see. The car door suddenly opened, and I slowly walked down. Peering into someone else's train as you please. Don't you find that rather impolite? It's you. You're Lu Xingyuan. The bald man recognized me at a glance. The big waves woman caught on too. He's that Lu Xingyuan who traded with Cola. That trade had long made me famous in a single stroke, and with everyone's avatar being their own photo, getting recognized was no surprise. Brother Lu, the 3 of us gathering at the same stop. That's fate, you could say. How about we cooperate and scavenge supplies together? The bald man immediately extended an invitation. You can gather this many supplies. Your strength must be extraordinary. With you here, we'd feel more at ease. I shook my head. You're overthinking it. I'm just lucky. The first 2 stops had no danger, so I scavenged this easily. The bald man started, then laughed heartily. Didn't the rules say it? In this world, luck matters more than strength. You're too modest, Brother Lu. Maybe today the 2 of us can mooch off your good luck too. The big waves woman's eyes lit up, and she nodded furiously. Right. You're so lucky. Following you there'll surely be no danger. Latch onto a big shot's leg, and you're sure to reap some benefit. But my stance was firmer than she'd imagined. I said no. Are your ears deaf? The big waves woman's expression froze, and after a long while she gave a sheepish smile. Fie any. She could only turn to the bald man. Then we too cooperate. The bald man nodded. No problem. The big waves woman immediately struck a frail posture. I'm a weak woman. You'll have to look out for me later. Split me more supplies. The bald man made an okay sign. By this point, I'd already walked into a shop. It was packed full of electric scooters, no danger in sight. Strengthened by the gene serum, my perception was vastly heightened. If anything were truly off, I'd sense it. Could it be that I, jinxed twice over, had finally caught a break this once? Made sense. A platform's tier only signified richness of resources, not directly equating to danger. Then let's scavenge. These brand new electric scooters were the best resources. The frames all metal, plus plastic, rubber, electronic components. No use now, but maybe useful later. I dug a big bunch of keys out of a cabinet, tried them one by one, soon got one started, twisted the throttle, and shot toward the train. There was a height difference between the train and the platform. Luckily, I'm detail-minded and had brought a ramp pad beforehand to set before the car door, so the scooter drove straight into the car. One done, I made tracks back to dismantle the next. On the other side, the bald man and the big waves woman were searching the shop for water and food, and after a full round found nothing. A storefront this big and not even bottled water. The long-parched big waves woman grew more vexed. And this is fit to be called a green platform? What a ripoff. The bald man's mood was equally foul. Not everyone could be as lucky as me. He'd gone nearly 72 hours without water, couldn't squeeze out so much as a mouthful of spit. Just then, they saw me racing about on an electric scooter. The two exchanged a glance and reacted in an instant. The reason this stop was green was because there were enough upgrade materials. How about we haul electric scooters back too? Hard to come all this way and go home empty-handed. The two immediately copied me, hauling scooters onto their cars nonstop. I said nothing. There were plenty of scooters. An hour was nowhere near enough to haul them all. 20 minutes on, the cars in the first shop were all hauled away by me, and I switched targets to those few solid wood tables and chairs, the wooden counter, and the wooden boards of the suspended ceiling. Metal was about enough by my reckoning. I pushed 20-some scooters into the car, stuffing the already not large car packed full. Time to focus on wood and glass. A round of destruction smashed the tables and chairs apart, and I hauled them load by load on the scooter. The display window glass was even easier. One brick did it, and the shattered glass all went into the car. Good or bad didn't matter, just enough to make 100 units. This scooter. At the third shop, just as I was about to break the glass, I was drawn by a black electric scooter at the very front of the doorway. I found the key and turned it, only to find it had no battery. I frowned, suddenly thought of something, and flipped open the seat bucket. A treasure chest sat there, fresh and gleaming before my eyes. Hidden deep enough. I'd at one point thought this stop had no chest, or that those two had scavenged it. Misunderstanding cleared. 10:50, 10 minutes left until departure. The bald man and the big waves woman stood waiting before my train. Brother Lou, your haul this time. Holy crap, is that a treasure chest? The two's attention was instantly drawn by that glinting chest. You're just too lucky. Even a chest got found by you. The big waves woman was full of envy and jealousy. It was the third stop, and most conductors still hadn't seen a chest, she being one of them. She was very curious what could open out of it. Could you open it and let us widen our eyes? Nothing worth seeing. Ignoring her request, I tossed the chest backhand into the car. The big waves woman's expression froze in an instant. Brother Lou's right. Best not to open it. The bald man suddenly spoke. This chest is Brother Lou's. If it opens something good, wouldn't it just make us two drool with envy? Coming to this green platform today, meeting no danger and gathering this many upgrade materials. We're lucky enough already. We really ought to thank Brother Lou well for sharing his good luck with us. Wouldn't you say, right? The big waves woman, as if receiving some signal, instantly drew the dagger hidden in her hand and stabbed straight at me. If she'd had some hesitation a moment ago, now her gaze was resolute to the point of madness. Go die? Won't open the chest in front of me. Then I'll open it myself. Actually, before I'd arrived, the bald man had already proposed. Let's do this guy in. Kill someone? Are you mad? I couldn't do such a thing. The big waves woman had frozen at the time. Are you stupid? Kill him, and all the supplies on his car are ours. The bald man lowered his voice, tempting. Don't you want to drink and eat? This stop has nothing but upgrade materials, not a scrap of survival supplies. Keep on like this, and we'll both starve and die of thirst. Can you guarantee tomorrow's platform will definitely have water and food? You can't afford that gamble. The big waves woman's pupils quaked. In this world, there's no law or morality to speak of. You have to stop at nothing. This guy's so cold. There's no way he'd share water and food with us. The bald man gripped her shoulders. Listen to me. Take the gamble. A fruit knife was pressed into her palm. She swallowed. Had to admit, she was a bit tempted. And what truly drove her to act was that attitude of mine just now. Putting on airs. What's the harm in opening a chest to widen our eyes? I'm a beauty at least. What gives you the right to be so disdainful? Kill. The fruit knife glinting cold stabbed straight at my heart. The big waves woman had not the slightest panic, only excitement. Turns out killing isn't that hard after all. However, bang, my fist was faster than the knife. Her chest caved in, ribs like several snapped, the whole of her flying backward to slam hard onto the ground. The fruit knife knocked from her grip. The pain wrung tears from her in an instant. She looked at me trembling, her terror amplified beyond limit. How is this guy's strength this great? We're not even in the same class. But she hadn't conceded yet, and immediately looked to the bald man. The bald man was in a daze, sending a person flying with one fist. Is this even human? That woman, slim as she is, still weighs over 100 Gene. He didn't reckon he could do it. Still, he had a trump card left. His talent could give him a short burst of double strength, maybe enough to take me out. His daring to act was calculated, not a hot-headed impulse. But the next second, a black, gaping muzzle was leveled at him. He fell silent. He'd seen grenades hidden in the crotch, never a gun hidden in the crotch. And I thought you had some extraordinary talent. Turns out it's a prop. If you had a gun, you should have pulled it out sooner. I wouldn't have piled on so much inner monologue. He immediately threw up his hands in surrender. No need to test whether gun was faster or fist. A misunderstanding. All a misunderstanding. I'm not in league with her. I never imagined she'd be deranged enough to ambush you. The big waves woman was silent 2 seconds, then raised her middle finger. Screw your mother. The bald man had no time for her, and looked at me fawningly. Brother Lou, let's join hands and do her in. He made a throat-slitting gesture. Move all her supplies over here. Most important, her train can be broken down into upgrade materials. A top hand as formidable as you absolutely has to be the first conductor to hit level 2. The fact that a dead conductor's ownerless train could be broken down had long spread in the channel. No few worried this setting would only stoke slaughter among conductors. You've got nothing else to say? My muzzle didn't lower. The bald man started. WH, what do you mean? Up to now, you still haven't said a single thing that'd make me not pull the trigger. His back went soaked in an instant. Train coins, got any? No, I do. Don't kill me. You're lying. Rat-a-tat. Tongues of flame gushed, and the bald man was riddled into a sieve in an instant. My gene serum strengthened body made the recoil all but negligible to me. Every round hit dead on, not one going astray. That ought to be good and dead now. I dared not be careless, and put in another magazine. After all, this wasn't a normal world, but one with extraordinary powers. I couldn't be sure he had no means of saving his life. The big waves woman, witnessing all this behind me, swallowed madly. This guy's too ruthless. The man's already a sieve, and he still fires more. How's he any different from a devil? She trembled, frantically begging for mercy. Don't kill me, okay? I don't want to die. Give me a chance to live. I'll follow you, give you my train, even just be your helper. I'm useful. She flustered to bring out something else to move me. Becoming his vassal wasn't a bad thing. He's this strong. Following him, you'd surely eat and drink the good stuff. No more fretting over water and food. I'm a man who plays by the rules. I pulled the trigger and blew her head off outright. What do you take me for? I patted both of them down. No train coins, which didn't surprise me in the least. If they really had any, they'd have traded them for water and food long ago. I only did this to be safe. The instant the owner died, the train's novice protection vanished. 2 prompts popped out. Ownerless train detected. Transfer resources? Ownerless train detected. Breakdown. Transfer. Sorry, the current train is at maximum capacity. Transfer impossible. Damn it, isn't that just nonsense? Only the last minute left until departure. Quangchang, Quangchang. The train pressed on along the rails without cease. Psst. The cola pull tab popped, foam surging out. I tipped my head back and flashily downed half the can, letting out a satisfied belch. My nerves a bit settled, I got up to work, moving the electric scooters piled in the starting car into the second one car by car. That's right, I was now a level 2 conductor with one more new car. And precisely because of that, I'd been able to transfer all the supplies from the bald man's and big waves woman's cars over, not wasting a bit. How hard upgrade materials were to come by, I knew that all too well. The two's trains were smoothly broken down into a pile of materials too, heaped at the end of the second car. Even a mere level 1 train, broken down, gave more materials than imagined. Isn't this just covertly encouraging conductors to slaughter each other? Getting off the platform meant facing unknown monsters, but harming your own kind was both easy and high yield. At that thought, I hurried to do another 2 push-ups. Don't strive to raise your strength, and sooner or later you'll be someone's stepping stone. The second car was a fair bit bigger than the starting one, which was the only reason I could cram all the supplies in. This game's so stingy, doesn't even give you a backpack. I turned my attention to the upgrade prompt. Train upgrade refit. Each level up unlocks 3 selectable enhancements, implemented by spending train coins. 3 options. Delayed departure. 2 train coins. The platform's maximum docking time increases by 1 hour. You may still choose the 11 o'clock origin point departure. Comfortable sleep. 1 train coin. Obtain a 2-meter large bed. External armor plating. 2 train coins. Light armor fitted to key areas. Permanent plus 10 durability, plus a slowly regenerating temporary shield provided at each station arrival. I'd long opened that level 1 chest from Jinshui Street. Inside were just 2 coins. With the earlier ones, I had exactly 5 in hand, enough to do all 3. Delayed departure needs no elaboration. The thing train coins should most be invested in early is time. An extra hour to scavenge gets the resource snowball rolling sooner. Next was external armor plating. The novice period was past. The train no longer enjoyed protection, and both monsters and one's own kind could damage it. The instant of departure, a prompt had popped out. Novice protection terminated, followed by a durability note. A level 1 train has 100 durability, plus 100 for each level gained. Durability to 0, conductor eliminated. Those 10 durability didn't look like much, but the temporary shield refreshed free at each station arrival, amounting to another 20 points of buffer. I gave a grand wave of my hand and took these 2 first. Train coins were instantly docked by 4. Wait, that's wrong. What got docked also included the metal in the second car. So this armor plating burns my own materials? Coins and materials both. Just take my life outright. This round docked 200 units of metal directly. Lucky I'd gathered a lot, or even spending the coins it couldn't take effect at once. The refit's effect could be felt in the car, a measure of solid heft added to the ride. The inner walls now coated with a layer of coarse metal, looking far more reliable. Feeling a bit more at ease, I went ahead and did comfortable sleep too. Sleeping on the cold floor left my back aching. I woke listless every day, and a big bed should be far more bearable. I poured a bit of water and washed my face, then looked at the new prompt. Draw a new colored hex. Getting to today relied on sweat, and on the little bit of help from talents too. Couldn't bathe and burn incense, but washing my face clean might court a bit of luck. I pressed draw. Congratulations on obtaining prismatic conduit description. Each time you reach a new platform, you'll obtain a prismatic orb filled with spoils. The spoils improve as the train's level rises. I fell silent. Isn't this a bit too broken? With it, even without getting off, life would be plenty cushy. I was already looking forward to tomorrow's arrival orb. Tomorrow was solidly a good day. Walking to the console, I found that the friend request list had at some point turned to 99 plus. The messages a motley assortment. The last one laid bare the truth. Conductor Oman. Holy crap, big bro, how'd you do it? Level 2 by only the 3rd stop. Too awesome. Spare a friend slot. So that was it. From this message, I guessed the truth of the matter, ignored all the requests, and entered the chat channel. At first, everyone was still in an uproar over the novice protection vanishing. With protection gone, can monsters attack my train now? Strongly demand extending the protection period to 7 stops. 3 is too short. Looks like there's no more skulking. One way or another we've got to face the monsters. But soon someone noticed something off. What the heck? Am I seeing things? Why has a conductor hit level 2? Level 2? Upgrade materials are this hard to scavenge. How could it be this fast? Holy crap, it's actually real. Lu Xingyuan? That name's familiar. Isn't it the one who traded cola for coins yesterday? A real big shot. Hitting level 2 this fast, his strength is fierce. I bet he's got some super strong talent to upgrade this fast. That remark was plainly steering on purpose. Talents are your capital for staying alive. Never leaked unless absolutely necessary. This dog wanted to draw out my bottom card. Among the message heap was the old acquaintance Wang Tianhua too, cursing furiously. Is it because of train coins that you upgraded this fast? Screw your granduncle. I was the one who should have been the first to hit level 2. Faced with the crowd's curious probing, I didn't respond, and only quietly posted a trade. Anyone with train coins can come to me to trade for water and food. After this affair, those willing to trade coins dropped sharply, and even those who would priced higher than before. I didn't care. I straddled a silver electric scooter parked in the first car. The brand seemed to be called Neo. Electric scooters were important strategic supplies, able to boost travel efficiency and expand exploration range. The only pity was I had no means to recharge. Each battery used was one less. When the time comes, I'll ride with one hand and shoot with the other. The throttle grip was on the right, so I could only hold the gun left-handed. Luckily, I often practiced left-hand shooting and soon found the feel. Just as I was thinking it, a message came to the trade window. Conductor Gu Wanqing, 1 train coin for a bag of cucumber flavor potato chips, plus a chicken flavor ham sausage. Trade or not? I glanced at the avatar, a young girl, oval face, big eyes, long hair, fair skin, looking quite fresh and pretty. My heart stirred. They say every survival world has one such coy girl who can effortlessly get resources others can't, without doing a thing. Could this be her? Too pricey. Most I'll give you is 1 bag of cucumber flavor chips, plus 100 milliliters of mineral water. I'm a college student, and I'm a little beast. Then how about this? I give you 2 train coins for 1 bag of chips, 1 ham sausage, plus a can of cola. Now we're talking. Able to pull out 2 coins so casually, and you still say you're not the coy girl. You've got a fair few coins. What are you trying to do? Don't be tense, I'm not a bad guy. That sentence itself is very bad guy. Aren't college students all supposed to be easy to fool, naively foolish? How's this one's wariness so strong? Then how's this? I'll use 1 bag of chips, 1 ham sausage, plus 1 important piece of intel for your 2 train coins. How about it? Intel? Important intel. That tone. I frowned slightly. You first tell me what type of intel it is. About the correct use of train coins. Aren't you interested? In the whole district, probably only I know it. The other side fell silent, didn't reply at once. By the looks of it, tempted. Fine, trade as you say. The chips and ham sausage passed over. I smoothly got 2 coins, didn't break my word, and immediately told her the correct use of train coins. Gu Wanqing. Why do I feel like I've been had by you? Even if I didn't say it, you'd find out once you hit level 2. Isn't it good to know ahead of time? At least you've got a mental expectation. Still feel I got the short end. Then that's not my concern. The trade's already done. Luckily, she wasn't a hard case and didn't keep pestering. That night, I lay on that big bed refitted for 1 coin, the soft feel relaxing every muscle in my body. This coin was well spent. 9:30 the next day. Station ahead, single-person platform, Liangliang Fruit Wholesale Market. This station is a white platform, please prepared. A single-person platform, not bad luck. I'm not afraid of running into other conductors, but avoiding it is naturally best. At 10, the train stopped on schedule. At the same moment, a prismatic orb dropped into the car. Touch, open, obtain. Basic zombie serum ×2, level 1 description. Can neutralize the viral infection caused by an ordinary zombie's claws and bite. Ineffective against mutants, advanced zombies, and the zombie king pathogen. My eyes lit up. This was a fine life-saving thing. At present, the zombie virus had no cure. Once clawed or bitten, it was a dead end. Though I had infinite firepower, I couldn't 100% guarantee against taking a wound. And with this serum, there was 1 more layer of insurance. 1 vial left in the car, 1 carried on me just in case. I stepped off. It was an abandoned small fruit wholesale market. Rotting fruit crates piled into little mountains. Yellow-brown juice flowing all over the ground. The air thick with a cloyingly sweet stench of decay. Pinching my nose, I surveyed the surroundings, no danger for now, and walked slowly toward the depths to find the cold storage room. The fruit outside was all rotten, but what was in cold storage should still be edible. If I could find fresh fruit, that'd be a jackpot. I soon found the cold storage room, its exterior unit on the wall long since stopped. My heart chilled. There wouldn't be nothing in it, would there? Forcing the heavy door handle around, accompanied by a creak, the door opened. I readied to shoot. Thankfully, the zombie of my imagination didn't appear, only a faint whiff of rot. I rushed in. The power had long collapsed. No lights in the storeroom. But Jean's serum strengthened my eyesight was excellent. And even in the gloom, I could clearly see crate after crate of neatly stacked bananas and apples. The top few crates were molded and spoiled, giving off a sour smell, but the few below looked all right on the outside. I picked a fully ripe banana and peeled it. No bad spots. And took a big bite straight off. The texture was right, the flavor right too. My eyes lit up. Good. The scooter made 5 round trips, totaling 2 crates of bananas, 3 crates of apples. Eating slowly, that's a week's worth at least. Among the rest, there were a few crates of decent appearance, only slightly rotten, a pity to toss. I rubbed my chin, had an idea, sell them at a high price to the college student. I loaded another 5 crates of the slightly rotten ones. As for the ones rotted to dripping juice, forget it, couldn't be bothered to haul them, and they wouldn't fetch a price either. The little bit in a pauper's pocket didn't interest me. Whoever's got money, I earned theirs. 11:20, upgrade materials about scavenge 2, I departed. Kwangchang, Kwangchang. The jet black engine hauling 2 cars, driving lonely along rails stretching beyond sight. In the car, I picked out a big red apple, rubbed it on its skin, and bit down. Juice burst right out. Apples used to be the fruit I had the least interest in. Now it nearly moved me to tears. Gnawing the apple while scrolling the chat channel. Holy crap, my train got attacked by a monster. I thought ducking into the car would dodge it. Forgot the protection period was over. Durability dropped 20 points outright. A big hole cracked in the car's side. Wind howling in. It's too rough. Boo-hoo. I'm worse off. Durability's down to under 30. Who knows how to repair a train? Run into a monster at the next stop, and I'm done for, no? I want to say, right now you only get attacked at stations. But is it possible monsters could be encountered while the train's in motion too? Don't do this, okay? How's a person supposed to live? That guess made my eyelid twitch. Encountering monsters while in motion? It really wasn't impossible. Then I couldn't sleep too dead. I'd have to stay on guard at all times. At that thought, I tapped into Gu Wanqing's page. Not bad. The avatar wasn't great. The person was fine. Natural too. How would the fabled koi girl be eliminated so easily? I want your coins. What kind of thunderbolt declaration is that? Want fruit? Fruit? A big shot indeed. Even this you can get. Want it or not? Of course. I love fruit. Is there any kind of food you girls don't love? Quit the nonsense. Send it over quick. I snapped a photo and sent it. 1 crate of apples, 1 crate of bananas, just 4 coins from you. A good deal, right? That last stop hadn't turned up a chest. Not every stop spawns one. I plan to make it back from Guwanqing. Are you out of your mind? These apples and bananas are all rotten. The nerve you've got selling them. And this pricey too. Doesn't your conscience hurt? Not so. Pare them a bit, and they're still edible. Besides, you know perfectly well what straits we're in. Getting to eat fruit at all is fortune enough. What right have you to be picky? I'm only selling to you on account of your being capable, or I'd have sold to someone else long ago. 3 train coins in hand, my mood soared. This little gal's pretty capable. This was already the 5th coin I'd gotten from her, while my whole run of chest opening netted just 3. The koi girl, terrifying. Selling fruit. Slightly rotten, juicy and plentiful. Special price 1 coin for 2 crates. DM if you want. Gu Wanqing. Screw your granduncle. Me. I'll thank you on my granduncle's behalf in advance. In no time the fruit was about sold out. In the end, even dumped at 1 coin for 3 crates. No help for it. This stuff doesn't keep. Don't sell now and you won't get a single coin for it later. By now my total train coins in hand had reached 15. No small sum. Now to collect upgrade materials. Required for level 2, level 3, wood times 1,000 metal times 1,000 glass times 200 rubber times 100 simple circuit boards times 50 sets. The first 3 doubled, but I had stock. The trouble was rubber and circuit boards. I'd gathered none at all. Looked like hitting level 3 wasn't so simple. Just as I was about to lie down, a friend request popped out. Conductor Sun E requests to add you as a friend. I thought it was someone come to buy fruit, but the other party's designs were grand. Hello, I'm the Vice Chairman of the Mutual Aid Society. I sincerely invite you to join our organization and contribute a measure of strength to the continuation of human civilization. Mutual Aid Society? I started. An organization this fast? In fact, from the second day, Banding together for warmth had become the consensus of no few, but turning consensus into a real organization wasn't easy. This mutual aid society could pull together a team this fast. They did have means. Being invited was no surprise either. After all, I was the first to hit level 2. After accepting the request, Sun E immediately sent a new message. In the apocalypse, a strong one like you is the hope of all survivors. One person's strength has its limits. Only the power of the many can carry on civilization. Please join us. The organization absolutely won't treat you unfairly. That talk grated on the ear. How do you plan to go about it? Concentrate resources, forge a vanguard. Let a portion of conductors grow strong first, establish order, then systematically pull all survivors along. Who's that portion? The lucky ones who drew powerful talents, naturally. Meaning, joining requires first exposing your talent. We're one big family. Families shouldn't keep things from each other. Then what's your chairman's talent? Join and you'll be told, naturally. Sorry, then I don't feel like joining for now. Hold on. In another high-speed train, the gold-rimmed spectacled Sun didn't break off the conversation, but opened a window for one Panway. In that case, no harm in telling him. Panway replied quickly. He is, after all, the first conductor to hit level 2. Enough luck and strength. We ought to give full sincerity. All right. Sun E was a bit reluctant. In his view, Lu Xingyuan was merely lucky. The chairman was the one with real strength. But as he pushed his glasses straight and looked back, his face froze. The chat interface plainly displayed, "You have been blocked by the other party." This guy blocked me. Sun E clenched his fist, not expecting this outcome. Panway. Interesting. Sun E. Chairman, I propose making Lu Xingyuan the Mutual Aid Society's first target of judgment. Kill the chicken to warn the monkeys, lest anyone fail to take us seriously. I gave a yawn and was just about to lie down when Gu Wanqing's PM came in. After the last trade, we'd added each other as friends. The chat channel's so lively. All the factions are poaching people by any means. The conditions they're offering strong talent conductors are absolutely insane. Unlimited food and water, meat, eggs, and dairy all covered. Upgrade materials fully covered through level 5. Plus free train coins every month. Minimum 10. Ordinary conductors' jaws are about to hit the floor. Me. And you believe that? It's just promotional tactics. Is it? You're not just bitter because you didn't get an invitation. Are you talking sour? I screenshotted the invitations from a whole pile of factions. The Mutual Aid Society, the Iron Renaissance Society, the Pure Thought Brotherhood, and so on, and sent them over. Among them was even one from the Tianhua Society, whose founder was none other than Wang Tianhua, with whom I had a grudge. Even he was willing to set aside old enmity to invite me. Proof enough of how sought after I was. Listen to the hater talk. Who do you think you're looking down on? I bet you didn't get a single invitation start to finish. Says who? Some factions did invite me, all right. Oh, what blind faction would invite a little nobody like you? The Crimson Legion? Right? An organization led specifically by women. Don't you want to join him? I do not. I rolled my eyes. How desperate would I have to be to walk in there and ask for grief? What surprised me was that Gu Wanqing hadn't joined either. Feels like such a hassle. I still think being on my own is leisurely and free. Did they require you to report your talent? Yeah. And you didn't? How'd you know? Your talent must be amazing, right? If it were ordinary, you'd have gone and banded together long ago. I'm going to sleep first. The next morning at 9, I ate 3 bananas in a row and gave a belch. Bananas don't keep as well as apples. I had to digest them first. In the chat channel, after a night's fermentation, the factions had already taken initial shape, the strongest being the earliest founded Mutual Aid Society. Sun E. The Mutual Aid Society already has 8 members upgraded to level 2 conductors. Those wanting to join, hurry. One step slow and you're a step behind all the way. 8 level 2 conductors. It caused an instant stir. Too impressive. This is the benefit of banding together. I want to join this big family. I want to hit level 2 too. What I hadn't expected was that ranked second was, of all things, Wang Tianhua's Tianhua Society, with 6 level 2 conductors. This guy's got some strength after all. Third was the Iron Renaissance Society, 5 level 2s, said to have the strongest combat power because its chairman was about to hit level 3. Fourth, the Pure Thought Brotherhood, 4. Fifth, the Crimson Legion, also 4. The other scattered factions had only 1 or 2, relatively weak. Many hands do make light work, sure enough. With this many underlings scavenging resources, the levels just shoot up. Then why don't you start a faction of your own? Gu Wanqing asked. What? You want to be my first loyal lackey? Get lost. 9:30. Station ahead. Single-person platform Doggy Paradise. This station is a green platform. Please prepared. A green platform. Worth getting my hopes up. Arrived on schedule at 10, an orb dropped. Inside it the 10 sets of simple circuit boards needed for upgrading. Good. A big step closer to upgrading. Looking outside through the window, rusted mesh fencing toppled in great stretches like the bones of some giant beast. Dozens of low kennel concrete houses arrayed in dead silence. Their window holes pitch black. Withered grass sprawled from cracks in the ground. And more jarring still were the long blackened splatter stains soaked into the earth and some ghastly white bones that had been gnawed. The whole base was too quiet. No bird song, no insect cries. Only by gripping my gun tight did I find a sliver of safety. The next second, with no warning, a splat, and a crimson figure plastered itself against the window. It was a zombie dog. Pupils turbid as gray-white mist, the whole face a blurred, rotting mass of flesh and blood, only the crisscrossing thicket of fangs in its mouth unusually distinct. Zombie dog level 1 description. A canine infected by the zombie virus, extremely agile, its bite lethal. Danger rating higher than an ordinary zombie. It battered the window madly, the temporary shield thinning steadily. Keep this up and the train would lose durability, but I still hadn't found a way to restore it. No more hesitating. I pulled the trigger outright. Rat-a-tat-tat. The tongues of flame shattered the window glass, bullets hitting dead on. The zombie dog was extremely fast but feeble of life, punched through easily by me. But new ones kept pouring in, fast enough to drag crimson afterimages, non-human low growls rolling in their throats, pressing in from all sides. My finger didn't ease, bullets pouring like dense rain. Infinite firepower really was too overpowered. Under sustained suppression, in under 10 minutes the last one croaked too. The car door was piled with zombie dog corpses, densely packed like a little mountain, a horrifying sight. The temporary shield was long spent, the door somewhat twisted out of shape, but mercifully it didn't affect its opening and closing. I carefully moved the corpses aside, terrified the virus-laced blood would touch me. Once a path was cleared, I began exploring Doggy Paradise. A green platform. The hall should be rich, right? But after one circuit, I was dumbfounded. Rusted steel was, of all things, the only halfway decent resource here. Are you kidding me? No, something was definitely off. I kept searching. I had 2 hours anyway, no rush. Lucky I had the scooter, or turning over this 200 mu base would have been brutal. Finally found the off note. The concrete brick house in the middle had a secret underground passage. Standing at the passage mouth and pricking up my ears, I could hear waves of low whimpering. Confirming the sound came from this stone slab-sealed underground passage, I hesitated a moment, but still decided to go down. Hard to come by a single-person green platform, and outside it's just this pile of scrap metal. Who could stand it? If there's real danger below, this gun in hand should handle it. If I get hurt, there's the zombie serum to save my life. And if it's not a zombie type, even less to fear. My gene serum strengthened body had enormous strength. I moved the stone slab easily, and a rank stench surged up from underground. Only once the smell had mostly dispersed did I head down the stairs. The underground was a single level, dim and unlit, about 20 square meters, blanketed in dust, piled with all sorts of dog-keeping implements. I soon noticed a locked dog cage, a dog inside, not a zombie dog, but the most common big yellow dog. It had been caged who knows how long, aged and frail, gaunt to the bone, its gaze turbid. Seeing me, it struggled to rise but couldn't, and could only wag its tail with effort, expressing joy. So it's you. I walked over and stroked its head. It didn't bite back, and only then did I set down the gun. I knew it. Big yellow dogs are the most attuned to people. It whined in enjoyment, rolling over to bare its belly. But I could clearly feel its life ebbing, already near its end. What a pity. If I'd come a few years earlier, maybe I could have let you out. I sighed. It had been locked in this lightless place. Who knew how many years, its whole life spent in this cage. At that thought, I opened the cage. Big Yellow walked out tottering, followed me to the car door, yet with a real sense of boundaries didn't go in. I took out the last 2 ham sausages and a bottle of water I had. Want some? It wagged its tail. I tore open the wrapper and broke off pieces to feed it bit by bit. Probably from going so long without food, it ate with relish. After finishing just one, it wouldn't eat the second, turning instead to look at the water in my hand. I poured water into my palm for it to lap. After drinking about 200 milliliters, it stopped. I drank the rest and hurled the empty bottle far into the distance with force. Go, Big Yellow, fetch it back. Aged Big Yellow finally had a chance to run, kicked off its legs, and with all its might did it. Well done, Big Yellow. I stroked its head. The next second, I suddenly felt something. Big Yellow felt something too. Man and dog, for eyes meeting. 1 second more, and its form vanished, a patch of dogtail grass left in its place, swaying gently though there was no wind. I gazed blankly for a good while before picking a pendant up from the grass. A red cord hung with a canine tooth. Nimble canine tooth level. 1 a description. You found it in an underground cage, already in the twilight of its years. You opened the cage door, and it felt freedom for the first time. At parting, it gave you this shed milk tooth. When worn, movement speed slightly increases. It didn't run much in this life. Now, take it running. I hung it around my neck. My body felt markedly lighter, as if some unseen force were buoying me up. Hi, I knew it. I sighed all the same. From the first sight of Big Yellow in the cage, I knew this hidden quest was bound to end in tragedy. But I'd done all I could to see it off on its last journey, leaving no regrets. At 11, I departed. Cold wind kept pouring in through the broken window. The train lost 10 durability, leaving just 200. Decent luck this round. Got a fair bit of supplies. Gu Wanqing sent a message. Share some with me. I reached out to take. A pack of sanitary pads dropped into my hand. I slowly typed out a question mark. Didn't you say you wanted some? You think I'd have any use for this? But I don't have anything else either. So her stop had been a shop selling women's hygiene products. The things inside a rare treasure for a girl like her. If you can't use it, give it back. This stuff's precious. I thought about it and didn't have the face to keep it. I'd have no use for it. Better to let it serve its proper value. I'm so miserable. How so? I used the chat system's photo function to snap the shattered car window and sent it to her. 666. How are you so cold? Glass all covered in blood. Looks like you fought a vicious battle today. Vicious battle? It was a blood battle. Nearly lost my little life. Since you're this miserable, I'll show great kindness and grant you a sliver of comfort. Oh, call me Sister Ching and let me hear it. Sister Ching. 2 train coins dropped into my hand. Isn't this too lavish? Online, all those call me ex-bro and I'll Venmo you 50 types were mostly scammers. But call her Sister Ching and she actually pays up. Sister Ching, Sister Ching, Sister Ching, Sister Ching. Stop, 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 that's enough. I cleared my throat, used the voice function for the first time, and put on a pinched, vocal fry voice. Sister Ching. Soon I got a voice reply. Get the hell out of here, you dead pinch voice freak. Whoa, how's it this fierce yet cute voice? Too pricey. You want to trade my 2 coins for just this little material? Learning that Gu Wanqing was just a tiny bit short of materials to upgrade, I extended a helping hand, without hesitation. That's the going price outside. Precisely because it's the going price outside, that's why you're a robber. Aren't we friends? Shouldn't friends help each other? Charging this much, doesn't your conscience hurt? And just now seeing you hurt, I even gave you 2 coins for free. I thought about it, and figured it had some merit. Fine, I won't charge you. Who told me to be a good person? You really are a super-duper good person, gritting her teeth. JPG. I sent over the 30 units of metal and 20 units of glass she lacked, and she just made the upgrade materials. Can you upgrade while the train's in motion? The rules don't say you can't. Good. Upgrade quick and tell me what refits show up. In no time, she sent a screenshot. Early arrival. 2 train coins arrive at the platform half an hour early. Small refrigeration box. 2 train coins stores perishable supplies, extending freshness to 3 platforms. Signal decoy. 3 train coins release a one-time decoy signal, drawing platform monsters to a designated location. All 3 green. The coy girl indeed. Luck even better than mine. Early arrival was of little use at single-person platforms, but at multi-person ones it was downright invincible. A half-hour lead to scavenge resources clean first. Of course it was double-edged. If the platform held danger, arriving early made you a living target. The refrigeration box was great. No more fearing fruit going bad. The third, signal decoy. Both a life-saving marvel and a scheming against others marvel. Run into a conductor with ill intent and just fire the decoy onto his car. How do you choose? Take all three, of course. The little rich girl pulled out 7 coins in one go. Such strength. This refrigeration box is bigger than I thought. So if you've got fruit you can't finish that's about to rot, you can transfer it to me for safekeeping first. Why do I feel this gal's up to no good? Do you think your sister Ching looks like someone up to no good? You don't look like it. You completely are it. The next day, I did 30 push-ups plus 50 squats to wake up my body. The train had just given the running prompt. Station ahead, multi-person platform, Furong residential compound. Holds up to 10 trains. This station is a green platform. 10 trains pulling in at once. Won't the little platform faint? I picked up the arrival reward orb. Inside were just 2 coins. Bust. I shook my head and got off. The other conductors had all come down too, chattering and discussing. This stop's got 2 level 2 conductors. That's right. Besides my car pulling 2 cars, there was another also pulling 2, and flashily refitted pink at that. Someone really willing to spend money just to refit a car into a color they liked. Too extravagant. The pink train's conductor was a yellow-haired, punky young guy, white tank top, blue dragon on the left arm, white tiger on the right. He clapped his hands to draw attention. Brothers and sisters, let me introduce myself. I'm Liu Gang, group leader of the Tianhua Society's second action group. At those words, no few changed expression. The Tianhua Society was now second only to the Mutual Aid Society, with 6 level 2 conductors. So it's a Tianhua Society big shot. Pleased to meet you. Handsome, you're so capable. Look out for big sister a bit later, won't you? This flattery pleased Liu Gang greatly. He nodded and got to business. You've all seen it. The Furong compound has many floors. Who's to guarantee those dim stairwells don't hide monsters? So, I'll lead the team and explore with you all. A clever one immediately changed expression. Brother Gang, you mean? That gaudily dressed woman jumped up in excitement. That's wonderful. Brother Gang being able to make Tianhua Society group leader. His strength is beyond doubt. With you leading, we'll surely finish searching the compound smoothly. But not a single person echoed her. They all looked at her with complicated expressions. She caught on too and shrank her neck. Liu Gang chuckled. I lead you exploring and keep you safe. That's hard work. You ought to show a little something, no? The woman's expression froze in an instant, and she instinctively stepped back into the crowd. A pity, she'd already been marked. Who told her to be the bird that sticks its head out? Let's start with you. Unlock your train's permissions. I want to board and see if there's anything good. Normally, a conductor couldn't enter another's car, but with the person's permission, it was another matter. The woman forced a smile. Brother Gang, this isn't really appropriate, is it? Don't worry, I won't do anything reckless. Brother Gang. She still wanted to say something, but Liu Gang's palm was faster than her speech. Slap. Landing on her face, instantly swelling red. As she was about to cry, Liu Gang flashed a refined steel cleaver, its cold light glaring. The woman immediately went meek, clapping her hands tight over her mouth. Look what you've made necessary. Liu Gang shook his head helplessly. The woman had no choice but to board and open permissions. The invisible barrier vanished, and Liu Gang went in for a turn, coming out with 1 train coin, 2 bottles of water, and a bit of material. The woman ached with the loss, but cowed by the other's force, could only swallow it down. Next, Liu Gang said coldly, be sensible, all of you, don't waste time. The second, third, fourth, one by one, daring to rage but not to speak, watched helplessly as Liu Gang went in and out. When it came to the 5th, the bespectacled, slight-framed man instead reached out and pointed at me, last in line. Brother Gang, search him first. He's a level 2 conductor. His resources should be richer. The others immediately changed expression. This fellow's quick-witted. 1 stroke to divert disaster eastward. Would I, a level 2 conductor too, meekly let myself be searched? Not necessarily. Once two level 2 conductors clashed, who'd come out on top was hard to say. If both sides suffered, wouldn't Specs Man be spared a search? Liu Gang's gaze fell on me. I know him, of course. It's just that I've got a habit. I like saving the best for last. But since you've spoken up, then let's start with you. He raised his cleaver and pointed at me. Any objection? Yes. I nodded. Very much so. Liu Gang's eyes turned cold. He was just about to say something when a magazine's worth of bullets had already poured over. Pu. He was riddled into a sieve in an instant, getting his boxed lunch before his talent could even trigger. Blood spread across the ground, jolting everyone present. But they'd been through so many bloody scenes that their tolerance had long risen. They didn't holler or scream. Only this farce ended too fast. The Liu Gang arrogant to the extreme 1 second was flat on the ground the next. Within 5 paces, the gun is both accurate and quick. Specs Man reacted first, forcing a smile. Bro. Before the word landed, a bullet hit him between the brows. Pooh. Bro, your sister. Who's your bro? Don't try to latch on. Expressionless, I moved my gaze away. The remaining conductors woke as if from a dream and hurried into their own cars to take out everything valuable. Compared to Liu Gang, this me who said little but meant it was clearly more frightening. These are 2 train coins. Please accept them. Big shot. I've got a case of crispy noodles here, bro. Take a look. Anything else I might refuse, but these are Brazilian barbecue flavor. Can't refuse. I only have 10 braised eggs. How'd you know I have a thing for these? You don't have a secret crush on me, do you? Bro, I've got 3 bottles of Dongpeng energy drink here. Big bottles, plenty of kick. Oh, then I'll give it a taste. Last was a bald uncle, trembling as he took out an unopened box of women's underwear. I fell silent. His back sweated madly. He knew perfectly well this thing couldn't compare to coins and food, but it was the only halfway decent thing he had left. Maybe the prayer worked. I accepted it. This thing, I'm not too fond of it, but I understand your good intentions, you get it? The bald uncle let out a huge breath of relief. By this point, everyone had completed their tribute, and I'd gained. For train coins, 1 case of crispy noodles, 10 braised eggs, 3 bottles of Dongpeng energy drink, 1 box of women's underwear, plus a fair amount of upgrade materials. Just these few minutes, nearly matching a green platform. No wonder so many love being bandits. The money really does come fast. But I was helpless too. I'm bent on being a good person, yet not accepting these tributes only makes them more uneasy. Hi, you all gave these of your own free will, right? Right. Everyone nodded in unison. Then I'm at ease. I cast my gaze at the Furong compound. Shall we go together? The crowd hesitated a bit. The manner of executing 2 people without hesitation had spooked them. Relax, I'm not that kind of person. Supplies scavenged at the platform go to the individual. I won't take a single needle or thread of yours. The crowd's eyes lit up at once. That'd be great. A compound this big, the resources are surely rich. We might strike it rich in one go, and with him along it's safer if we really hit danger. Me? I'm willing to advance and retreat with the big shot. Count me in. A party of 7, under my lead, walked into this rundown compound. An old compound, early 2000 style, basically no greenery, tinsome floors, dozens of buildings, by the looks of it impossible to fully explore. The compound's power had long collapsed. No one dared ride the decrepit elevator, so they could only climb with me. The moment I stepped onto the first floor, a hideous-faced zombie hissed and lunged from a dark corner. Compared to the others losing all color, I was exceptionally calm. I pulled the trigger, bullets all hitting the skull, blasting it apart like a watermelon. Zombies woken by the commotion were drawn over one after another. I gave them no chance to close in, every round sinking dead-on into a skull. Sure enough, repeat even the most unfamiliar thing 10,000 times, and you become a master. I'd finally taken off the cap of human outline master. This floor's danger all cleared. Everyone looked at me, waiting. Only after I snapped my fingers did they scramble to rush the rooms they'd long scouted. The biggest one in the very middle naturally left for me. One kick and the door flew open. Confirming no danger, I began searching. Left of the door was the kitchen, a tub of dried noodles, half a tub of peanut oil, half a sack of wuchang rice, sundry seasonings. I searched the living room and bathroom too, and came out with bags big and small. The fellow travelers had long finished searching, some with bulging pant pockets, some empty-handed, all looking at me with envious faces. I rode the scooter to send the supplies back to the train. They could only haul on foot, panting with exhaustion, the envy in their eyes thicker still. However poor a man is, he's got to have a vehicle. The next few floors followed the same pattern. I slew the foes and ate the meat. They tagged along and drank the soup. I also honored my promise, not taking a single needle or thread of theirs. There was an important reason I'd kept these people tethered to my side: fear that someone would sabotage my train. My car had already lost several durability and I hadn't found a repair method. Another sabotage and I couldn't afford it. In the train survival world, the train is more important than your life. It's your foothold. Everyone's talent was bizarre and varied. I had to guard against it. What if there were a sneaky one? With so many supplies in my car, who wouldn't be tempted at the sight? Keeping them always under my eye was safest. Besides, they had other uses. For instance, right now, is that a treasure chest? About half an hour later, we climbed to the roof of the first building. There weren't many resources here, but the view was open, and at a glance I saw on the roof of the building too, over something blazing with silver light, plainly a chest. The crowd's spirits surged. Most had never seen a chest, and abruptly spotting one, they were wildly excited. But once calm, they all turned to look at me in unison, finding it had nothing to do with them. I wouldn't possibly share. As for snatching from me, buddy, you want to try too, whether within 5 paces the gun's faster or the fist? I made no sound, gave no promise. Having opened several tier 1 chests, I recognized at a glance that the rooftop chest style was more ornate than tier 1. A tier 2 chest? I hadn't yet tasted a tier 2 chest. Had to give it a try. The party followed me silently to the target building and began climbing. First floor, no danger. Second floor, no danger. Third floor, no danger. Everyone found it astonishing. Too smooth. The previous building had zombies on nearly every floor. 1 at least, 3 or 4 at most. They'd assumed there'd surely be monsters guarding treasure, and they'd have to fight at least a few vicious battles. The whole 13 floors, and Gene's serum strengthened me, only panted slightly, while the others were gasping for breath. But the instant they saw that silver glowing chest, the fatigue vanished without a trace. This is a tier 2 chest. The ones who traded train coins reacted. Far more ornate than the tier 1 I saw before. A tier 2 chest. Their gazes turned more fevered. How much good stuff would opening it yield? Maybe they could get firearms too, hold absolute suppression at platforms, and then would they still need to suffer my fleecing? In their view, my strength lay not in myself, but in the gun in my hand. Without the submachine gun, I was nothing. Gamble or not. Several minds grew active, beginning to calculate how to use their talents to make this tier 2 chest their own. Talents were their biggest trump card, unexposed start to finish. Maybe now was the best moment. But just then, they discovered to their horror that I'd at some point furrowed my brow, stepped back, and shielded everyone in front of me. Something was off. Though we hadn't spent long together, they all knew I was a crafty fellow, by no means a hot-blooded puny youth. A chest before me and I retreat instead of advance. There had to be a big problem. Sure enough. Roar. A deafening roar. A rank wind blasting the face. A zombie of enormous build appeared at the end of the passage. It stood a good 3 meters tall, like a silent mountain of flesh, casting down a suffocating pressure, its color deeper and darker than ordinary zombies, as if congealed blood and ink. Strength type, zombie level. 2 description. A mutated form after an ordinary zombie devours a large amount of flesh and blood. Height can reach 3 meters. Build bloated like a mountain of flesh. Skin dark brown. Parts hardened like keratin. Able to resist light weapon fire. Strength immense. Can tear apart car doors and flip over vehicles barehanded. But movement is relatively sluggish. Holy crap. A level 2 zombie. Cries of alarm rose. Several were scared witless. A level 1 zombie was this hard to handle, let alone a level 2. No wonder I'd run so fast. Was this the big shot's keen sense of smell? Wait for me. They swiveled their heads in unison, only to find I'd long since run far off, hadn't stopped at all. And I'd even taken the initiative to fire, attacking that strength-type zombie. Bullets struck its mountainous body, failing to cause the lethal damage they did to ordinary zombies. Good. I'd sized up its defense. Muzzle raised slightly to aim at the head, BRRT, a magazine. The strength-type zombie sensed it, raised an arm to guard its head, and blocked all the bullets. Good, it's not without weakness. I nodded with satisfaction, no longer looking back, focusing on fleeing. That thing had been successfully enraged. Roar! It roared earth-shakingly, the rank wind filling the long, narrow passage, its heavy body advancing like a tank grinding the ground. The strength-type zombie's shortcoming was movement speed, but even so it was nothing an ordinary person could match. In a blink it caught a woman. Don't kill me," she shrieked in terror, her frail body smashed apart all the same by one swat. Her broken remains were sent into its mouth and chewed madly, but it didn't halt its steps, soon locking onto the next target and giving chase. Shrieks and the sounds of flight moved down from the roof. 12th floor, 11th, 10th, at the life-and-death crisis. Everyone unleashed potential beyond imagining. And the once clamorous roof returned to calm. Only that tier, two chests glinting silver under the skylight. Just then, space rippled, and an honest-faced man appeared soundlessly on the roof. He cautiously surveyed the surroundings, and confirming no danger, approached the tier, two chest, restraining himself with all his might, yet his eyes still flashing with excitement. Right then, of all times, a voice came inopportunely from behind him. He froze in an instant, whipped around, and saw a familiar face, the other party leveling a submachine gun, muzzle pointed right at him, in a posture ready to fire at any moment. Is this a talent, or some kind of extraordinary prop? The man probed with a stiff face. The stuff in the chest, we split it half and half. Don't go too far. Mutual destruction does no one any good. When did I become a kneeling beggar? I felt insulted. If you fire, the man hurriedly reminded, then said half and lowered his voice. The gunshot will draw that level 2 zombie over, and then neither of us will come out of it well. Get it? Look at what this is. I raised my fist. The man started, and before he could react, I lunged a step forward, fist slamming hard into his face. Bang! Gene's serum strengthened. My strength was extraordinarily great. This one punch knocked him seeing stars outright. Bro, I was wrong. You say, aren't you pathetic? Have to take a beating before you'll be honest? Then hurry up and spill. I gave him another 2 punches. Bang bang. Talent. It's a talent. The man guarded his head with both hands. It's called shifting shadow. Lets me shuttle short distances. I just came through from the 12th floor. My face darkened. Then can you shuttle into someone else's train? The man shrank his neck and stole a glance at me. I gave another punch. Speak. Can. I can. You son of a this sneaky. I was nearly spooked. Good thing I'd hedged, keeping him under my eye. Otherwise, letting him roam free. Wouldn't my train have been crept into and emptied out? Once in the train, he could fully open and close the door via the console. Bro, you're overthinking. How would I dare have that idea? Wouldn't you gun me down on the spot if you found out? The man hurried to pledge loyalty. Besides, everyone can only depart at 11. Could I really flee ahead of time? I thought about it. Seemed to be the case. The man let out a breath. Then, can you let me go? I don't want this tier 2 chest anymore. Bro, you'd best hurry. If that level 2 zombie comes back, it'll be hard to deal with. Makes sense. I nodded. The glee on the man's face hadn't fully faded when, the next second, a bullet sank into his chest. Deep breaths. Dizziness is normal. Only once he'd utterly lost his breath did I search him. HM. A metal card? Immediate departure one-time consumable. Level 1 description. When activated, the train may ignore the platform stay rules and depart immediately. Shifting shadow plus this card. He could fully empty my train and then withdraw unscathed. The honest man wasn't honest. Not killed for nothing. Confirming there were no other valuables, I hurried to scoop up the tier 2 chest and dash for another passage. I'd smelled that rank wind. The level 2 zombie was back. Roar. A hiss laden with boundless fury came from behind, the floorboards shuddering madly, as if to collapse. I wished I could just hit the nitrous. Useless legs run. The old compound actually had 2 emergency passages. I was moved to tears. It really comes down to old compounds having a conscience. Otherwise, I'd have had truly nowhere to flee. Relying on the nimble canine tooth's boost, I had absolute superiority in speed over the strength-type zombie, the distance gradually widening. By my rough estimate, it did 100 meters in 12 or 13 seconds, while I could run 108, and with a bit of effort, even break 7. Sure enough, movement speed matters in every game. That being so, I whipped around and fired like mad, strafing the relentlessly pursuing zombie. There was still a stretch of time until departure now. Even if I boarded the train, I'd have to face its threat head-on. Immediate departure could let me leave outright and dodge the risk, but using such a crucial life-saving item like this would be too much of a waste. I decided to push myself. Bullets were only lethal to the head, but that thick, heavy body couldn't entirely ignore attacks either. With sustained fire, its arms, chest, and thighs all developed obvious wounds. Even if I have to grind you down, I'll grind you to death. I panted lightly. Sustained high-speed movement while also juggling combat was hugely draining. My speed dropped noticeably. Luckily that thing's legs had taken no small injury too, and it likewise slowed. The advantage is mine. The corners of my mouth lifted. But the next second, whish, a sharp air-splitting sound came from behind. A length of rebar shrieked past, nearly grazing my shoulder, and thunk, plunged into the wall, cracking out a spiderweb of fissures. Holy crap, this thing even knows to play to its strengths and cover its weaknesses? That IQ definitely beat a lot of college students. Having tasted the benefit, it again made use of everything usable for continuous throwing. Rebar, rocks, bricks, wooden doors. The tables had turned on offense and defense. I could only flee in disarray. Never mind being hit. Even a graze would cost half my life. Luckily, with the nimble canine tooth, my movements were nimble. I dodged successfully every time and gradually adapted to its rhythm. The only rough part was that my stamina drained too fast, sustained purely by willpower. Mercifully, zombies aren't impregnable. After taking who knows how many rounds, riddled with holes, it could hold on no longer and crashed thunderously to the ground, utterly motionless. Dead? It's dead, right? If it doesn't die soon, I'm going to die. After waiting a few seconds to confirm it didn't move, I plopped down on the ground, gasping coarsely with zero dignity. Not easy, truly not easy. I had an urge to cry. It was only because I had infinite ammo that I could take it down. Any other conductor would likely have met their end here. A level 2 zombie, terrifying. I pulled out a piece of chocolate to replenish some energy and hurried up to return to the platform. My train still stood steady. The other few were long gone. I glanced at the time, 11:23, well past the departure point. Those vanished trains. Either the system detected the conductor was dead and auto-recovered them on timeout, or living conductors broke down the ownerless trains. This bunch was crafty as devils. Who knew if they'd left some backhand trick? Forget it, as long as my car wasn't damaged. I checked. Durability still 200. Though there was over half an hour of stay time left, I had no strength to scavenge more and decisively departed. I wolfed down 6 bananas, shut my eyes, and lay on the bed to sleep. Too tired, every muscle ached. Lifting even a finger was a strain. I soon entered dreamland. In the dream, that dog was no longer aged, but in its prime, awe-inspiring and majestic. Tissue. Carrot? Good dog. Well done. I hurled a meaty bone with force. The dog dashed off and bit it precisely. But the next second the scene shifted abruptly, and I was, of all things, running on all fours across a meadow. Not far off, a woman in a white dress sat faintly visible on a lounge chair, her legs swaying gently. Is this right? I was all bewildered. The woman spoke. Lu Xingyuan, what are you spacing out for? Aren't you going to fetch the bone back? Do you still want Big Sister's coins or not? That familiar voice jolted me. Holy Gu Wanqing. I woke with a start from the nightmare, jerked upright, my back all cold sweat. Walking to the console, the friend list was flashing nonstop. Gu Wanqing sent you a message ×3. Damn it all. I rubbed my face to gather my spirits and tapped the interface. Sister had dog crap luck this time. Actually found 2 tier, 1 chests at 1 platform. Hello? Why aren't you talking? 2 tier, 1 chests aren't even worth a Sister Ching, you're awesome? Talk. Why are you ignoring me? Your avatar isn't great either. What are you playing dead for? Are you ignoring me on purpose? Talk. Ugh. Sister's mad. I was even planning to share some of the good stuff from the chests. If you don't want it, then forget it. I rubbed my face again. So it wasn't a nightmare. It was a sweet dream. I'm here, Sister Ching. After sending the text, I sent another voice message, That voice so pinched, even I didn't have the courage to listen a second time. Holy crap, you dare send that weird voice again and see if I don't find someone to get you. Scary. Sister Ching, does what you said just now still stand? What did I say? The good stuff opened from the chests. Share me half. I was teasing you. You took it seriously? Screw your granduncle. You little Ching. You'd best not let me run into you. What? You want to do something to me? Run into you, and I'll just keep going mama 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 right in your ear nonstop. Are you really still human? Hi. Truth be told, it's not that I didn't want to reply you first thing. I really had it rough. I feigned anguish. Spill the details. I ran into a level 2 zombie. It chased me, so I ran. It chased me, so I ran. And then, I ran, so it chased. I ran, so it chased. And in the end it died. That's simple. More than that, I nearly never got to see you again, Sister Ching. Precisely because I thought I might never see you again, I burst forth from despair with the power of hope, gritted my teeth, stamped my foot, and took it down backhand. Though I dealt all the damage, the credit's absolutely half yours. For realsies or just fullies? I'm an honest man, and honest men never lie. Put that way, you're not replying me first thing is rather forgivable. It absolutely must be forgivable. Before the words were out, the other side set up a trade window, and a tier, one chest was sent straight over. Holy crap, Sister Ching's awesome. I really hadn't expected her to be this generous. Casually fobbing me off with 1 or 2 train coins would have been plenty. Doing all this makes me so embarrassed. No more talk, Sister Ching. From now on I'm your lackey. You tell me to hack someone, and I'll hack them. You said you ran into a level 2 zombie. Got any haul? Sure did, a tier 2 chest. Screw your granduncle. Give me back my chest, quick. In a daze, I seemed to hear the sound of some girl's heart breaking. I was going to open that tier 2 chest directly, so I'll use your tier 1 chest as a warm-up first. The chest opened, popping out 3 train coins plus 50 general-purpose bullets. Nice. 3 coins, and I'm in the black. Never mind the 50 bullets too, though I've no use for them. I can take them to the trade channel for supplies. Bullets are in hot demand. Next was the tier 2 chest. Anticipated, don't let me down. 3 things popped out. For train coins, 20 units of rubber, and 2 vials of pale blue serum. This serum looked familiar. Sure enough, the basic gene enhancement serum I'd taken before. Can this stuff be taken repeatedly? My heart drummed with uncertainty. Down the hatch. I uncorked it and tipped it back. The familiar bitterness spread through my mouth, followed at once by a burning in my stomach, savage power spreading throughout my body, madly stimulating every cell. It hurts. Even mentally prepared, I twitched with pain, arched on the floor like a cooked prawn. 5 minutes later the agony receded, and a surging sense of power welled up. I felt I could blow Gu Wanxing apart with 1 punch. Would putting it that way hurt my Sister Ching too much? I crawled up from the floor and limbered up. 1 punch thrown could audibly split the air. Wrong. I wouldn't even need 1 punch to blow her apart. So this serum can be used repeatedly, and the boost is no worse than the first time. This discovery thrilled me because I had another vial in hand. If I drank it, to what degree would my physique be strengthened? At least facing a strength-type zombie again, I'd never be as wretched as before. Only, why on earth did you have to give me this tier 1 chest? Hi, you make things really hard for me this way. Forget it. I'll keep her around. If she were gone, the days ahead would be so dull. Gene enhancement serum? For me? Gu Wanxing was first shocked, then immediately pressed. Did you find out I just opened 3 train coins and set your sights on my coins? Holy crap. In your eyes, I'm this kind of money-grubbing person. In a fit of anger, I was angry for a moment. Really giving it to me for free? You sure you won't regret it? Quit the nonsense and accept it quick. Holy crap, Brother Yuan's awesome. Good that you know. 5 minutes later. Holy crap, why didn't you tell me drinking it would hurt this much? Hiding behind the light screen, I covered my mouth and snickered. Telling you would have been no use. Would telling you make it not hurt? At least give me a mental heads up. It hurt so much I dropped little pearls. Tough luck, little buddy. But credit where due. This serum really is awesome. I feel 1 punch from me and you'd cry at least 2 hours. Screw you. After taking the medicine, the body enters a weakened state, urgently needing nutrition. I gnawed through 5 packs of instant noodles, 5 bananas, 5 ham sausages, and 5 braised eggs before my churning stomach settled. Although my standard of living was already light years ahead of the vast majority of conductors, I still wasn't too satisfied. When will I ever get to eat something hot? The chat channel was still ablaze. For conductors who couldn't find other entertainment, chatting was the best way to kill time. Another 100+ conductors eliminated. The survival pressures so heavy. Pressure heavy? Come to my mutual aid society. Guaranteed rapid leveling. My train's down to the last 10 durability. While in motion, the wind howls in, blowing me shivering. I don't even have 4 walls, just a floor with several holes broken in it. I've not the slightest doubt I'll get flung out while sleeping. The poster above's too tragic. It pains my conscience to see. How about you transfer all your remaining supplies to me? You can't keep playing anyway, so better to sacrifice yourself to fulfill another. Screw your beta. Train coins to buy bullets. Interested? PM me. What? 50 general-purpose bullets are only worth 2 coins. Learning the trade's content, Gu Wanqing instantly blew up. He absolutely takes you for a sucker. But it's natural too. Who told you to be our district's first conductor to hit level 2? In their eyes, you're a big fat sheep. High prices are perfectly normal. I nodded. Actually, I felt it was a bad deal too, which is why I hadn't agreed for a while. But just because I'm the first to hit level 2, I get to be fleeced as a matter of course. Isn't that too much? It's perfectly normal. Gu Wanqing didn't think anything of it. Let me ask you, the same item, sold to me versus sold to Papa Ma, could it be the same price? It couldn't. I shook my head decisively. Sold to Papa Ma, it's 10 times the price. Sold to you, it's 20 times. If you trust me, leave it to me. Gu Wanqing said she'd front the trade. After all, she was an obscure little nobody. Unlike my big famous self, no need to worry about being fleeced. Then I absolutely trust you. I traded the 50 bullets over. In no time, she sent a message. 3 train coins plus 10 sets of simple circuit boards. Okay or not okay? That's absolutely okay. Simple circuit boards were a required material for level 2 to 3. I'd gathered under 15 sets the whole way, far from 50. Wait. Before long, the trade window was set up. 3 coins plus 12 sets of circuit boards. I hurried to agree, then asked curiously, wasn't it 10 sets agreed? Ground him down a little, and he gave 2 extra sets. Sister Qing's awesome. I thought, is it possible it was 15 sets and Gu Wanqing secretly skimmed 3? But I quickly slapped myself. How could I think this of my sister Qing? Truly deserve to die? But then again, that fellow was black-hearted enough. The same trade. For me, he'd only offer 2 coins. For Gu Wanqing, it was 3 coins plus 12 sets of circuit boards. Good people deserve to have a gun pointed at them? Wait, general-purpose bullets are this precious. How could you bear to trade them away? Not keep them yourself? Gu Wanqing realized belatedly. I had infinite firepower, so naturally I'd no need for general-purpose bullets. Don't pry into society's affairs. 666. What a fine case of slaughtering the donkey once the milling's done. I stowed the things and prepared to start today's training. Though I had a shortcut like the gene serum, I couldn't neglect personal effort. I'm a man bent on becoming the train king. 1 minute later, I lay lazily on the big bed. Am I some kind of masochistic thing, bent on making trouble for myself? A PM alert popped up. I sat right up. Wang Tianhua. What the hell do you mean? Why did you act against my people? Are you dead set on making an enemy of me? Only then did I recall. The first one I'd taken out at the Furong compound seemed to be a Tianhua society member. I'd hoped that when a PM lit up, it'd be a pretty girl contacting me, not a derp like you. Blocked him backhand, lay back on the bed, and slept. On the other side, Wang Tianhua stared at the block alert, his face grim. The Tianhua Society's development wasn't going great now, mainly because the Mutual Aid Society's momentum was too fierce, poaching people everywhere. On top of that, I'd taken out one of his backbone members, a level 2 conductor he'd poured his heart into cultivating, damaging his strength. What worried him more was my attitude. It was a critical growth period. He didn't want to make too many enemies, and had to focus his energy on dealing with the Mutual Aid Society. This grudge I'll note down for now. I'll settle you when I've got time later. A streak of sinister viciousness flashed in Wang Tianhua's eyes. Another vigor-filled day. I ate a few packs of crispy noodles, choked something fierce, took out the scant remaining mineral water for a small gulp, and called that breakfast. So many days without brushing my teeth. My breath grew worse and worse. Conditions limited, no water, no toothbrush, can't brush. But thinking that Gu Wanqing was in much the same straits as me, I was reassured. Even a girl is making do like this. What's a big man like me agonizing over? 9:30. Station ahead. Single-person platform, Palaci's Magic Castle. This station is a blue platform. Please prepared. Blue platform? My eyes trembled slightly. This should be the highest tier platform I'd hit so far. The hall should be no small thing, right? And it's a single-person platform. I can scavenge with peace of mind, no fear of sabotage. Forcing down my restlessness, I tapped open the chat channel, and one message drew me. Holy crap. My next stop is Doggy Paradise, and a white platform at that. What supplies could a place like this have? Doggy Paradise? My heart stirred. Looks like platforms recur. Thinking of that dog, whose only free time in its whole life hadn't even been half an hour. I at D the person. I've been to that stop. Find the dog kennel in the very middle. There's a secret passage to a basement, with a dog locked inside. It doesn't hurt people. Open the cage and let it out, and it'll give you a special reward. If possible, I'd of course wish for it to regain freedom once more. Holy crap, it's a big shot. Then I've got no choice but to believe. Gu Wanqing PM just then. What's your next stop? Maybe I've been there and can give you a heads up. Palaci's Magic Castle. Holy crap, I really have been to this stop. It's a single-person blue platform, right? Such a coincidence. I was a bit surprised, never expecting to actually hit a platform Gu Wanqing had been to. How is it? Any danger? Yes. Gu Wanqing related it quickly. It's a platform with magical power. You'll arrive at a forest with a castle at its end. Only by clearing all the mushroom monsters ringing the castle's exterior do you earn the right to be invited into the castle. Inside the castle is a group of dwarves with differently colored noses. They're friendly and won't hurt you. At that point, you'll get swept into a murder case. Just help find the culprit, and you'll get a tier 3 chest as a reward. A tier 3 chest. My eyes lit up at once. A tier 2 chest opened so much good stuff. A tier 3, I dared not imagine. Got it. So did you get that tier 3 chest? No, I didn't even clear the mushroom monsters. Never earned the right to enter the castle. I rubbed my chin. Since she never even got into the castle, how would she know there'd be a murder case and a tier 3 chest? Whoa, Sister Ching, you seem to have exposed yourself. Arrived on schedule at 10, an orb dropped. Picked up 20 sets of simple circuit boards plus 20 units of rubber. Nice. Now I can hit level 3 right away and unlock a new hex. After getting off, it was indeed as she'd said. This stop was in a forest. Looking up, I could see the castle's spire hidden at the forest's end. Submachine gun in hand, I walked into the forest's depths. The environment here was good, lush with foliage, fresh air, birdsong now and then. Unlike those earlier ruined, dead silent, zombie-filled platforms. The forest paths were hard to walk, no riding the scooter. I walked about 20 minutes before seeing that magic castle. A gray-green castle, hardly imposing, its mottled walls overgrown with vines, some windows half hidden by branches, more like an abandoned old residence. An owl perched on a windowsill preening its feathers. Sensing me, it didn't fly off, only cocked its head and eyed me curiously. Hidden this deep. I wiped the sweat off my brow. The whole walk really wasn't easy, but luckily I found it. Next should be clearing the mushroom monsters. I sized up the area and soon found them. Gray cap tops, white as can be stalks, propping up little bodies under a foot tall, 2 black, gleaming round eyes set beneath the caps rolling about. Thin arms and thin legs hung with gear, rusty daggers, crooked wooden swords, toothpick spears longer than their own bodies. Seeing me approach, they brandished their weapons, struggling to put on ferocious, fiendish faces. That's it. I nearly laughed out loud. Just how bad is Gu Wanqing, that she couldn't even handle this kind of little garbage? The next second my face changed. The soil split open without warning. Mushroom monster after mushroom monster boring out, densely packed in their hundreds and thousands, the view turning to a gray ocean in an instant. More frightening still, they were well drilled. Form ranks. Charge. Kill. Fine. I swallowed and decided to take back what I just said. Rat-a-tat-tat. The battle erupted, the submachine gun spitting tongues of flame, dense bullets strafing like raindrops at the charging mushroom monsters. Their bodies were too fragile, possibly even worse than level 1 zombies, but they couldn't withstand the sheer numbers. Clearing them was a bit thorny too. Luckily, my ammo was infinite, and after a round of struggle, I racked up the glorious record of 0 for 1,000. Can these mushroom monsters be eaten? Looking at the ground full of shredded corpses, I fell into thought. Maybe sell them to Sister Ching at a high price? Forget it. Best not eat mushrooms recklessly. The owl on the sill, having witnessed it all, flapped its wings and flew off. Before long, the castle gate opened, and a short figure walked out, truly like a dwarf from a fairy tale, under half a person's height, draped in coarse cloth, a jingling string of brass keys at its waist, its beard longer than its face. My gaze made a circuit over his face and finally landed on his white nose. White, huh? Welcome, conductor come from afar. Thank you for clearing the mushroom monsters around the castle. It's brought great convenience to our comings and goings. You're welcome. I waved a hand. Now I sincerely invite you to be a guest at Palaci's magic castle. I wonder if you're willing. Of course. Hurry up. I'm rather pressed for time. Get the tier 3 chest and be off. Walking into the castle, inside was another world entirely, not as run down as the surface. An ornate crystal chandelier hung down, the red carpet exceptionally soft underfoot. In the center, a round wooden table, goblets brimming with red liquid. I also saw the other dwarves as wished. Pink nose, green nose, black nose, gray nose. Their looks not greatly different, distinguishable only by nose color. At this moment they were all crowded before a small room, not noticing me. Good fellows, look who I've brought. This is the legendary Great Conductor. The white-nosed dwarf's voice was high-pitched, yet no one turned around. He clenched his fists and forced a smile. Great Conductor, forgive the spectacle. They're not usually this rude. That said, he hurried over. What are you all doing? Don't you know an honored guest has come? What answered him, though, were faces of terror. The white nose realized something was off too, and instinctively looked into the room. A dwarf lay motionless in a pool of blood, nose bright red, wide-open eyes radiating deep terror. Ah! The scream echoed through the castle. Behind, knowing the plot in advance, my expression didn't change. Into the plot this fast? That's good then. Who killed Little Red? The white nose was clearly their head. He'd already done a simple investigation and found an obvious knife mark at the red-nosed neck. This is murder, not an accident. The culprit's 9 and 10 hidden among us. He pointed at the green nose and demanded, Did you do it? The green nose flatly denied it. Not me. Though this fellow owed me money for years and never repaid it. I'd no reason at all to kill him. Makes sense. The white nose rubbed his chin. Then could it be you, Little Blue? The blue nose argued, neck thickening. I admit I had a quarrel with him before, but do you think I've the guts to kill someone? I can't even bring myself to act against the mushroom monsters outside. What you say has merit too. The white nose rubbed his chin again. It's even less possible for me. I've got a perfect alibi. A perfect alibi. Suspicion cleared outright. Don't look at me. Little Red and I were always closest. I could never lay a hand on a friend. You really don't seem the type to act against a friend. I couldn't listen any longer. You find everyone you hear makes sense. At this rate, it'll take till the year of the monkey to find the real culprit. I know who the culprit is. I know it's abrupt, but I've got to hurry. My tier 3 chest waits for no one. All gazes fell on me in unison. He's the Great Conductor. His words are worth hearing. The white nose hurried to signal me to continue. The culprit is him, the yellow-nosed dwarf. I didn't even act it out, locking onto the culprit directly. Everyone looked along my pointing finger. A flash of panic plainly crossed the yellow-nose's face. On what grounds do you say it's me? Have you got evidence? The white nose frowned. Great Conductor, you may not be aware. Little Yellow and Little Red never had any dealings. There couldn't be any grudge. I cut in directly. I have evidence. I know where the murder weapon is. The murder weapon was the key to locking the culprit. Once found, you could basically determine the killer. Where? The weapon is in. I hesitated, and in a tone even I doubted, said, in his, but crack. Holy crap, did I misremember? Did Gu Wanqing really say that? Or did she set me up on purpose? Whose decent person hides a murder weapon in there but crack? Unexpectedly, the white nose gave me this much face. Strip off his pants. No. How can you just strip someone's pants off? Have I no dignity? The yellow nose struggled madly. I even felt a bit of qualm. It must be a mistake, right? The pants were soon yanked down. That butt, I'll say, was actually pretty round. Let me pry it apart myself. The white nose rolled up his sleeves and stepped forward. The result, a bloodstained sharp dagger really was pried out of the butt crack. A full 5 inches long, 3 centimeters thick, absolutely a big thing, actually hidden there snug and tight, and he could still move freely, truly seeing ghosts. I watched dumbstruck. Looks like I shouldn't gauge them by common reasoning. The white nose trembling grabbed the dagger. It really was you. The other dwarves cried out in alarm too, utterly unable to believe the culprit was the yellow nose. The murder weapon found. Even without other evidence, it was enough to lock the culprit. The yellow nose gave up struggling and covered his face, crying hard. That's right, I killed him. I admit I'm the culprit. His gaze at me was full of terror. The legendary conductor really is frightening. Saw through me in one go. The other dwarves looked at me with awe too, especially the white nose, all but ready to kneel to me. Great conductor. Thanks to you. Otherwise we'd never have found the culprit. Then hurry up and bring out the tier 3 chest for me. Though I jeered inwardly, my face showed nothing. Glad to be of help. Little Blue, go to the back and bring that tier 3 chest. This conductor should have use for it. Now we're talking. Who likes verbal thanks? The tier 3 chest style was much like the tier 2's. Only the top lid was set with a thumb-sized ruby, a bit more ornate. Tier 3 treasure chest description. Reliably yields professional-grade supplies and advanced materials. A higher chance of additionally yielding enhanced equipment, advanced blueprints, or precious materials. I drew a deep breath to suppress my restlessness. So can I slip off now? I glanced at the time, 10 past 11. 50 minutes to departure, minus 20 minutes road back, 30 minutes left, no rush. Just then the yellow nose decided to confess the grudge between him and the red nose, and I grew a few parts interested too. Just what feud drove him to murder. I had an improper relationship with his wife. While everyone was none the wiser, the yellow nose had secretly hooked up with the red nose wife. An honest-looking sort. Who'd have thought he did this kind of thing behind the scenes? Meaning the red nose met his doom because he discovered this relationship? No, he never discovered it. The yellow nose shook his head, his expression complicated. Background laid out clear, time to get to the point. It all has to start with that transfer game a while back. A transfer game? My expression instantly couldn't stay composed. What transfer game? And one where you have to bring your own female companion. The yellow nose related it slowly. It was a game I'd long looked forward to. I specially prepared with great care, dressed Little Red's wife up beautifully, thinking she'd surely be the focus of the whole event. Bastard, wipe that pride off your face. Taking someone's wife to that sort of place, you're an absolute beast. But the game ended before it began. The yellow-nosed expression turned from fervor to dejection. Oh, so he got caught by Little Red at that kind of occasion? No, that's not right either. Didn't he say Little Red never found out till his death? At the entrance, I spotted Little Red at a glance. Huh, my mouth gaped wide enough to fit an egg. Wasn't Little Red supposed to be an honest sort? Whose decent fellow shows up at this kind of place? Wait, that's not right. Didn't they say participants had to bring a female companion? Could it be? I swallowed hard, having already guessed the answer. That's right. The woman at his side was my wife. The wife I married for 388,000. The yellow nose grew agitated in an instant. You tell me, didn't he deserve to die? Didn't I have to kill him? I clutched my head, swaying. I'm a bit dizzy. I've got to leave, quick. Bastard. I'm a devout pure love believer. I hate this sort of spousal betrayal most of all, and mutual betrayal I can accept even less. I'm terribly sorry. The excessive bizarreness has made you uncomfortable. I'll arrange to send you off right away. The white nose looked awkward too. Too jaw-dropping. Who could ever look at their dwarf race with normal eyes again? By the way, great conductor, I've got a small personal gift here. I hope you'll accept it. It's just some worthless trifles inside. You know it's worthless and you still give it. Couldn't you give something valuable? I took a gray cloth sack. Inside were some seeds. Delicious mushroom seeds level 1 description. With just moist soil and a bit of water, you can grow super delicious mushrooms in an endless supply. The most core effect is, eating them rapidly restores stamina. Hey, It's actually an extraordinary creation. Then I won't be polite. Thanks for the gift. I like this present a lot. But the world dotes on the shameless. Through a round of maneuvering, I successfully wheedled a ceramic basin, fertile soil, and quite abundant water resources off him. Great conductor. This one really won't do. That's my mother's keepsake. The white nose was already drenched in sweat. Fine then. I shook my head regretfully. A whistle sounded, and the owl flew over. Send this conductor back to the platform at once. The white nose, while issuing the order, explained, Don't misunderstand. I've no intention of driving you off. It's just that the train's about to depart, and I hope you'll hurry. The owl instantly grew over a dozen times larger, its broad back able to seat a person. Amid the dwarves waving, it flapped its wings and flew off in the direction I'd come. I gripped the reins tight, watching the castle steadily shrink. At first I was a bit afraid, but soon began to enjoy the feeling of wind threading through my fingers. Gazing far from on high, the view opened before me. I saw the black train parked at the platform's edge and those endless rails. The 20-minute road from before took under 3 minutes by owl. It landed steadily on the platform, not the slightest jolt. I came down with bags big and small, and not rushing to board, grabbed a fistful of its feathers. Don't go yet. Want to consider running with me? I know you're a reliable companion, with real potential. Don't you find idling away your time in that castle too much of a waste? Just join my team, and I'll ditch the Neo scooter right now and make you the starter. Absolutely no pressure on you. Hey, don't go. Come try 2 platforms with me first. Life is a track from the very start, not an open field, and a bird's life's the same. A pity the owl had long flown off and didn't look back. I wasn't discouraged either, waved farewell, walked into the train, and pressed the departure key. Train in motion. Please be seated and hold on. Kwang Chang. At the console, the PM alert flashed nonstop. Gu Wanqing, back yet? Get that tier 3 chest. Got it. I figured no need to hide it. See, my intel was useful after all. Without me, could you have gotten it this smoothly? So shouldn't the resources from the chest be split half to me? Sister Qing's this capable. Do you still need to snatch my little odds and ends? Where am I capable? Fleeced by you all round. I've barely a coin left on me. I thought about it. Let me open the chest first and we'll see. If there's truly a surplus, I absolutely won't be stingy. Totally owe the K. Open. Resplendent white light flashed. The first to drop out were train coins, one after another, counting them up, a full 10. A big harvest. Stowing the coins, my gaze fell on the second item, a short blade glinting with a black, ghostly light. Shadow breath dagger level. 2 description. Shadow magic has erased the sound of its passage through the air. Stabs make no sound. Armor piercing leaves no trace. Only an instant of ghostly cold sinking into the bone. The dagger was 24 centimeters overall, blade 15 centimeters, narrower and thinner than standard, forged of matte dark steel. The blade's base carved with a ring of hair-fine dark silver ghostly patterns. The ebony grip wound with wax-soaked deerskin cord, with a matching hard leather sheath that drew and sheathed almost soundlessly, minimalist and low-key. Another extraordinary creation, and a level 2 one at that. My heart pounded twice in spite of itself. This round I really lucked out hard. Extraordinary creations were hard to come by to begin with, never mind a level 2. I drew the dagger and felt it carefully, then found an iron plate to test its power. The iron plate was sliced open with ease. Sure enough, more powerful than the submachine gun. The level makes it plain. Back when I faced that strength-type zombie, had I this weapon, I'd have settled it in a few strokes. Of course, melee had its limits. The risk of injury at close range was greater. In most cases, I'd still rely on the submachine gun's long-range strafing, giving monsters no chance to close in. The dagger was a last resort. The tier 3 chest had just these 2 things, which left me quite torn. After all, as Gu Wanqing said, without her intel, I'd absolutely never have gotten this chest. Forget it. Gritting my teeth, I finally put 5 train coins into the trade window. Don't let me down. Gu Wanqing accepted it outright, no ceremony. Ugh, at least show a little reserve. This generous? Looks like what the tier 3 chest opened is no simple stuff. After thinking it over, I went ahead and screenshotted the dagger's attributes to her. Who told us to be allies who can entrust our backs to each other? Ugh, it really is a good thing. I knew you dog wouldn't be this generous for no reason. Gu Wanqing cursed and griped, then asked, you wouldn't have developed any improper ideas about it, would you? Do you think your sister Qing, I am someone with so little sense of propriety? I automatically pictured the girl rolling her eyes. Then I'm at ease. But then again, did she have a handy weapon? Without a weapon, it's hard to survive in this dangerous world. Mainly that talent of hers, if I'm not mistaken, it's amazing, so she absolutely can't have any mishap. Besides, all the conductors are banding together like mad right now, and she's one of my few allies. You caring so much about Sister Qing. Sister Qing's very touched. But you looking down on Sister Qing this much. Sister Qing's very displeased. The other side sent a screenshot outright. Lily of the Valley light crossbow level 2 description. Fires accurately and steadily without needing forceful handling, and carries a weak vine-binding power to control the field and pin down foes. Me? Holy crap, Sister Qing's awesome. Gu Wanqing. Feels good. Right after, the trade window lit up again. She sent over a brand new tube of toothpaste and a toothbrush. So her stop today was an inn, with no danger at all, and she even had a nice, refreshing shower. Sister's all smooth and slippery now. You've no idea how comfy it is. Several days without a shower. You can imagine how unbearable it is for a clean-loving girl. The only pity is I've no clean change of clothes. My heart stirred. Thinking of something, I rummaged hard and finally dug out that box of size S women's underwear. Holy crap, this wouldn't be collected off some other girl, would it? Are you blind? Can't you tell it's unopened brand new underwear? Besides, am I that kind of person? Aren't you, though? A while later, Gu Wanqing sent a message, a bit snug. Me. Spill the details. The ceramic basin was round, about 50 centimeters in diameter, 20 centimeters deep. The soil loose and moist, dark brown, clumping at a light squeeze and crumbling on dropping. Clearly top-grade good earth at a glance. I'd soaked the mushroom seeds in water, bubbling away. According to the white nose, they need 8 hours soaking before planting. Won't be long before I get to eat delicious mushrooms. I'll give Sister Qing a portion too then. But before that I had to solve cookware first. Fire could be made by drilling wood. If all else failed, trade for a lighter on the channel. For vessels I haggled with people, trading part of my food for a heap of brand new pots and pans. The other party wanted train coins more, which I refused. Train coins are this precious, save what you can. Okay, all is ready but the east wind. Just then someone had DM'd me in the chat channel. Big shot, you've gotten me good. You said Doggy Paradise had a secret passage. I went, and there was no dog locked up at all, just an empty cage, for which he'd nearly been bitten to bits by zombie dogs. None. My heart stirred. You say that Doggy Paradise was a white platform. Yeah, but when I went it was a green platform. Meaning, platforms change rather than reset after I leave like in a normal game. After I rescued that dog and got the canine tooth, the platform's tier dropped accordingly. Another reason was that I'd killed off most of the zombie dogs there, or this fellow would have died at that stop. By that logic, the Palaci's magic castle I just went to would also downgrade because I took the tier 3 chest. Though the responsibility wasn't entirely mine, I still compensated the other party a loaf of bread. He took it gladly, thanking me over and over, and the matter was turned over. After that, a blockbuster message exploded in the chat channel. Son, hey, congratulations to Lord Chairman. Just now, our Mutual Aid Society's chairman, Lord Panway, smoothly completed his upgrade, becoming our district's first conductor to reach level 3. The chairman's strength is matchless. He will surely lead the Mutual Aid Society to scale ever greater heights, and every one of our members will benefit accordingly. Right after, a string of Mutual Aid Society members replied like mad. Chairman's awesome. Mutual Aid Society's awesome. Chairman's awesome. Mutual Aid Society's awesome. Such uniform, orderly formation was rather imposing. Never mind other conductors. Even I was a bit dazed looking at it. The Mutual Aid Society chairman actually hit level 3, so fast. Concentrate strength and things do get done. Only whether Panway would honor the promise of sharing the fortune was another matter. But regardless, this dealt no small impact to the broad mass of conductors. This fast. I've not even a clue about hitting level 2 and someone's already at level 3. Should have joined the Mutual Aid Society back then. Is it too late now? The other factions immediately couldn't sit still. Come to my Tianhua Society. Absolutely no fees charged. Join the Iron Renaissance Society, and you'll all get a lavish welcome package. Sisters, come to the Crimson Legion. Why submit beneath some stinking man? Once again, I received olive branches from all the major factions, the terms one richer than the next, even one from the Tianhua Society among them. Our chairman says you, kid, are a talent. We'll let bygones be bygones. Hurry and join. We're willing to use the whole society's strength to help you hit level 3 first. You could tell Pan Wei's hitting level 3 had put no ordinary pressure on them. The Mutual Aid Society came too, though I'd blocked Sunny. Other members PM'd. Our vice chairman had me relay his exact words. Listen well. This is the Mutual Aid Society's strength. Back then you didn't get it. We don't blame you. But now you've seen it too, and you should understand what you ought to do, right? This I really didn't understand. I cleared all these PMs and tapped open Gu Wanqing's page. This gal had chattered out a whole heap. Did you see? Someone in the chat channels already hit level 3. I haven't even gathered half my materials, and they're way out in front. How do you feel? Are you very sad, very wronged, very much wanting to cry? Cry then. Cry then. A man crying is no crime. I understand you. After all, you're our district's first to hit level 2, and now someone snatched the title of first to level 3. How could your heart feel good? There are still plenty in the channel saying you've shown your true colors and faded into the crowd. But take a word from Sister Qing. No need at all to take it to heart. In Sister Qing's eyes, you're the best. Keep it up. I was a bit caught between laughing and crying. In your eyes, I'm this fragile a person? After thinking it over, I deleted those words and typed anew. Sister Qing. Baby's heart aches. Baby's heart is bitter. They're all mocking me like mad, saying I've busted. Boo-hoo. I need comfort now. Need Sister Qing to soothe my wounded little heart. Soon Gu Wanqing sent a photo. A pair of exquisitely formed little feet, skin fair and fine, 10 toes round and full, like white shells polished by a stream. I froze, slowly typing out a question mark. There, comfort for you. I nearly couldn't catch my breath. Are you sick in the head? Isn't this the greatest comfort a girl can give a boy? Oh, holy crap. Child, you really are unbeatable. I composed my emotions, trying my best not to cry out loud. How much material are you still short of for your upgrade now? Want me to spare you some? Gu Wanqing sent another message. I took stock. Wood, metal, glass were all gathered. Only rubber and circuit boards left. Still short 13 units of rubber and 9 sets of circuit boards. She had rubber and transferred 13 units over directly. Circuit boards, she only had 3 sets of. This way I'm still 6 sets short. Gu Wanqing went to the trade channel to search. Unfortunately, many had hit level 2 now, and circuit boards, an essential level 3 resource, got snapped up the instant they appeared, prices absurdly high. Trading train coins for them was a bad deal any way you looked at it. Then wait for the next stop. Hope tomorrow spawns a resource-rich platform. My mindset was very level, not anxious over Pan Wei hitting level 3. Everyone has their own pace. Just go at your own, and it's fine. Of course, saying I didn't want to hit level 3 would be a lie. Once at level 3, I could unlock a new colored hex. The earlier Infinite Firepower and Prismatic Conduit were both insanely awesome, so the third would surely be just as awesome. That night, I had a dream. Dreamed my luck was bursting, all sorts of red envelopes and orbs dropping from the sky. Train coins too many to use up. Beside me, a girl in a white dress knelt before me, exclaiming, "Brother Yuan's awesome. Awesome. Little brother worships you." That little look in her eyes, fervent and devout. Ha ha ha. I laughed uncontrollably. Waking up nicely the next day, I wiped my drool and committed my sleeping posture to memory. Sleep like this next time too. 9:30. Station ahead. Multi-person platform, Shanshui Farm Stay. Holds up to 5 trains. This station is a green platform, please prepared. I immediately sent the next stop's name to Gu Wanqing. Been there? No. Oh, a pity. Otherwise I could get some intel from her to prepare in advance. But it's natural too. How could it be such a coincidence that every platform's one she's been to? Holds up to 5, meaning besides me there were 4 other conductors. I frowned slightly. I still had no good way to protect the train. If a sneaky one acted against my car while exploring, that'd be trouble, like that shifting shadow fellow last time, impossible to guard against. Arrived at 10, an orb dropped. Titanium alloy steel times 3, level 2 description. One of the advanced materials essential for train upgrading. This should be for hitting level 4 or 5. The titanium alloy steel's surface glinted with a deep luster, slightly heavy and cool in hand. Its hardness by no means comparable to ordinary metal. I stowed it carefully and got off. The other 4 conductors had long been waiting before the platform. The moment I got off, all gazes cast over, and one of them let out a startled, doubtful sound. Lu, Xingyuan. I looked toward the voice and saw a face both familiar and strange, Sun Yi. That's right, the very one I'd blocked backhand after that PM. Everyone used their own photo as an avatar. Recognizing each other was natural. I felt no awkwardness whatsoever. Blocking him was his asking for it. Served him right. Given another go, I'd still block him. Sunny nodded, his face sinister. What a coincidence indeed. The remaining 3 conductors were 2 men and a woman, all in their 20s. Learning Sun Yi was the Mutual Aid Society vice-chairman. The 2 men immediately fawned up to him, expressing their yearning for the Mutual Aid Society and their adoration for Chairman Pan Wei. Sun Yi pushed his gold-rimmed glasses straight, a streak of self-satisfaction showing. The exploration of this stop is led by me. Listen to my orders, understand? Wonderful. With Chairman Sun leading, we'll surely finish searching smoothly. The remaining girl was a bit dim-witted, sporting black-framed glasses thicker than the bottom of a liquor bottle, 2 braids, clothes plain as stall goods, everything on her totaling under 100 kwai. She wanted to say a few flattering words too, and stepped on a mine the moment she opened her mouth. Sun. Vice Chairman Sun's awesome. Sun Yi's face went black at once. The 2 men glared. Call him Lord Chairman. Sun Yi lost the mood, raising a hand to stop it. Enough. Quit the nonsense. Hurry and scavenge supplies. A green platform's resources should be rich. Time's limited. Don't waste it on meaningless people like this. The bespectacled girl lowered her head in shame. Sun Yi looked at me. Together? He was full of displeasure toward me inside, yet didn't dare act rashly in the slightest. He had no grasp of what perils this unknown platform held, and my hitting level 2 this early was itself proof enough of strength. The most crucial thing now was to steadily develop. Walking ahead along the country road, a farmstay spreading several hundred mu unfolded. Stretches of vegetable and fruit greenhouses laid out along the gentle slope. To the side, a poultry-rearing area for chickens, ducks, and geese. Several fish ponds set amid the green field. White-walled, black-tiled goose houses scattered in the depths, the wind wrapped in the fresh scent of produce. A male conductor said excitedly, "Lucky. This stop has no danger. We can scavenge to our heart's content." Another was thrilled too. Net a couple of fish, grab a few chickens and ducks, pick some melons and fruit. Wonderful. But the bespectacled girl said, "The more peaceful the place, the more dangerous." The next second, feeling the crowd's gazes, she shrank her neck and walked it back. Of course, what I said could be wrong too. You can't generalize about everything. Even I could barely hold it together. If you can't talk, you can perfectly well shut up. When the crowd drew near, only then did they realize this should-be lively park had long lost its life spirit. The produce area overgrown with weeds, the rearing pens left with only smashed fencing and grime all over the ground, the fish pond surfaces dead still with a gray, turbid froth, the goose houses with doors and windows yawning open, curtains fluttering, the whole park frighteningly quiet. Only the moan of wind through empty courtyards. Not a single insect cry or fowl call to be heard. The bespectacled girl shrank her neck. This can't be blamed on me. Everyone's mood sank to the bottom. Even Sun Yi's face was grim, looking at the gate, hesitating to enter. Was there even any point in exploring? Just then, a head suddenly poked out from behind the ramshackle wooden door, startling everyone, the bespectacled girl letting out a cry. "Welcome, great conductors. I'm the farmstay's last employee. Before you arrived, a catastrophe struck here. The zombie virus spread, infecting everyone. Cough, cough. The peace of bygone days is long gone." It was a gaunt old man, skin swarthy, not an ounce of flesh on his face, only a layer of skin clinging to bone, especially ghastly. He spoke weakly, coughing violently. I know conductors are mighty and capable. I hope you'll help me clear out all the zombies here. Finish within the set time, and I'll give each of you a lavish reward. A prompt popped up before everyone. Quest issued. Clear the farmstay zombies time. 30 minutes reward. Given according to individual performance zombie count. 200. There are quests too. I was a bit surprised, encountering one for the first time, finding it novel. Kill 200 zombies in half an hour. Isn't the difficulty too high? The two male conductors were plainly reluctant. But Sun E gave a grand wave. We'll take this quest. We. The two men exchanged a glance. Sun E said coldly. However weak you are, you surely can't fail to handle even a single zombie. 200 was some pressure for him. He absolutely couldn't go it alone and had to use every force available. Anyway, rewards were by performance, no fear of eating from a common pot. Besides, there was me. He looked at me. This fellow could be first to hit level 2. He surely got something. I nodded. No problem. The instant the countdown began, the dead silent farmstay suddenly came alive. Hideous zombie after hideous zombie emerged from every corner as if activated. Service staff and cooks in work uniforms, tourists young and old, male and female, surrounding us, following the scent of the living. Sun E drew a deep breath, his gaze sinister. Come right on time. But before he could perform, gunfire sounded beside him. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bullets poured like raindrops, hitting zombies dead on. Heads burst open one after another like watermelons. In a blink 5 or 6 were slain. All the most ordinary level 1 zombies. I killed them effortlessly. Since rewards were by individual performance, naturally, I had to perform well and strive for the best quality reward. This sight delighted the two male conductors. What fierce firepower. Now we've really got a shot. Seeing hope, they immediately turned proactive. But Sun Yi's face darkened. He swiftly drew a silver pistol and fired as if in a fit of pique, wanting to steal my thunder. Bang! A bullet sank precisely into a zombie's skull, instantly blasting its body apart. This pistol's power was actually above my submachine guns, clearly no ordinary stock. Sun E felt much better, pulling the trigger repeatedly, excitement flashing on his face. Die for me. In moments the zombies at the gate were cleared. Quest panel, 143 remaining. We've got to take the initiative. Sun E said coldly. Wait passively, and the quest will fail sooner or later. But I'd already pushed into the depths before he even spoke. Sun E drew a deep breath to control his emotions. Keep up. Gunfire came in an unbroken string, more and more zombies falling. Our firepower was too fierce, achieving absolute suppression. Even the powerless bespectacled girl pulled off a sneaky kill on one, exclaiming heartfelt, running with a big shot is just the best. Only when the zombies dropped to 100 did level 2 zombies appear. Speed type zombie level 2 description mutated from chasing living things. Build lean, limbs elongated, joints able to bend backward. Burst speed can reach 60 kilometers per hour, can run on vertical walls, nails hardened like hook claws. It appeared before me first, height 1 meter 80, limbs elongated, skin gray-white and taut, bone spurs ridging its spine. Facing me, its head twitched frequently, its eyeballs trembling violently. So exciting. Sun E could inexplicably understand its mood. Fire. My reaction was even timelier than he'd imagined. The instant that zombie appeared, I pulled the trigger without hesitation, bullets blasting over like they cost nothing. This weapon's no ordinary article. Sun Yi's heart stirred. He'd observed carefully. From the fight until now, I'd never once reloaded that gun as if needing no bullets. By contrast, he'd already swapped several magazines. Lavish as a vice chairman's resources were, they couldn't withstand consumption like this, every round fired making him wince. Purely on lethality, my gun's perhaps a cut above, but his, on infinite ammo, has a comprehensive value far beyond what I can match. So nice. My reaction was fast, but the speed-type zombie was faster. The bullets fired fell empty in an instant, kicking up dust on the ground. Like a phantom, it appeared behind me in a blink, sharp claws stabbing out fiercely with an air-splitting sound. This was the prime moment for Sun E to strike. The zombie's forward lunge left it rigid, nowhere to dodge. But he hesitated, didn't swiftly draw his gun. It was this hesitation that lost him the chance. The other three all cried out in alarm, breaking into a cold sweat for me. But I'd long been prepared. I never entrust my life and fortune to outsiders. A streak of ghostly light flashed, not carrying the slightest sound, and the speed-type zombie's head shot skyward, its tall, lean body shuddering twice before toppling stiff and straight. What the hell? One slash and it's dead? Sun Yi's eyelid twitched madly. This fellow actually has an extraordinary creation too, better than that infinite ammo gun. Otherwise, there's no way to one slash a tier 2 zombie. Just how good is his luck? Sun Yi had no time for more thought. Another level 2 zombie appeared, strength type. Its aggro entirely converged on him. His face darkened, parrying with difficulty. I swept a glance over, with no intention of helping whatsoever, and continued clearing the level 1 zombies surrounding us. The two men and the bespectacled girl all fell silent. Sun Yi's behavior just now they'd all seen. Clearly had a chance to help yet didn't act. Then don't blame me for standing by. Sun Yi gritted his teeth and toughed it out. Pride kept him from calling me for help. After a bitter fight, he finally took down that strength-type zombie, the whole of him filthy and disheveled. I'm no worse than you either. But when he saw the 3 level 2 zombies slain at my feet, his joy vanished without a trace. 2 strength type, 1 speed type. Then he looked at me, hem of my clothes, slightly dirty. Only 1 zombie left. The bespectacled girl stared at the quest panel, reporting excitedly. 15 minutes of time remained. Big shot, you're too amazing. She knew perfectly well whose credit this was. If not for the lack of a damage panel, I'd absolutely be way out ahead. The other 2 men's lips moved, but in the end, wary of Sun Yi's background, they swallowed the words. The whole farmstay was hushed, only the rustle of wind through leaves. Just take down the last one, and it's done. Where's that last one? Hurry and look. Seeing Sun Yi's poor face, the 2 men hurried to change the subject. But after a search, they found no trace. Back at the original spot, they found a figure crouched not far off. Looks like that old man who issued the quest. The bespectacled girl recognized him. Those glasses thicker than a liquor bottle bottom weren't worn for nothing. You old thing, are you playing us? Where'd that last zombie go? Are you deliberately making things difficult, not wanting to give us rewards? Sun Yi's temper was high. Having his thunder stolen by me was one thing, but the best reward was most likely mine too. He'd truly become a foil. The more he thought, the angrier he got. He strode up behind the old man and seized his shoulder. The old man whipped his head around, his mouth full of black blood. Sun Yi's pupils shrank sharply. Only then did he see what the other was doing, crouched on the ground, madly devouring a level 2 zombie. Holy mother of! Fear and fury surged up at once. He was glad fury had the upper hand, swiftly drawing his gun and firing. Bang! A precise hit. Dead, is it dead? Sun Yi's eyelid twitched madly. Just as he was about to fire a finishing shot, the old man suddenly let out a hoarse, ear-splitting low roar, his form swelling at a visible-to-the-eye speed, transforming into a hideous monster. Fusion-type zombie level 3 description. A mutant formed when a strength type and a speed type devour and fuse with each other in extreme conditions. Possesses both their advantages. Burst speed up to 50 kilometers per hour. Strength able to tear apart an armored vehicle's door barehanded. Can run on vertical walls. Its charge able to flip over small vehicles. It stood 3 meters tall, build between strength type and speed type, muscles gnarled but not bloated, limbs elongated with a strong sense of power, body surface covered in a dark brown keratin layer, parts exposing crimson muscle fibers, the spinal bone spurs extending to the tailbone. Sun Yi's eyelid twitched madly. A level 3 zombie? You've got to be kidding. This quest is too perverse. Bang bang bang. The magazine emptied, and it only inflicted some superficial flesh wounds, by no means lethal. Run! Run quick! Sun Yi burst out at full speed. The fusion-type zombie's sharp claws had already raked in from behind. Chop! A big chunk of flesh and blood was gouged from his back in an instant, the whole of him flying up uncontrollably. But heedless of the wound, he hurried into the guest house before him. The zombie behind still gave chase, leaving wreckage everywhere it went. The guest house had many small rooms, every door tightly shut. In one room in the middle, several figures held their breath for dear life. Every destruction sound outside set their hearts pounding hard. Sun Yi, with zero regard for appearances, sat on the ground and reached to feel the wound on his back, fingertips covered in black, sticky blood. The two male conductors looked at him, and finally let their gazes land on me in unison, saying tremblingly in low voices, "We've got to do something, or we'll be found sooner or later, and once found we're done for. The fusion-type zombie is absolutely not something we can handle." I said nothing, thinking, so the last zombie was that gone old man. Take it down, and the quest counts as complete, right? Then could you preemptively take it down at the quest's very start? Should be possible. A pity Gu Wanqing hadn't been to this stop, or I could have known this intel ahead of time. He's got no plan. I do. A streak of viciousness showed on Sun Yi's pained face. That strike just now only grazed his back and was already nearly lethal. Veins bulged at his temples, yet he forced back any groan. Something of a figure, too. "Chairman's son, if you've got a plan, say it quick." The two male conductors hurriedly spoke up. Sun Yi gritted his teeth. "The only road to life is back to the train. Just hold out in the car until departure, and we live. Stay here, and it's a dead end." The two male conductors wore odd expressions. "And this counts as a plan? Who doesn't know going back to the train is the only road to life? It's not long until the 11 o'clock departure, and once it departs, however fierce that fusion-type zombie is, it can't do anything to them. But the crux is how to dodge its pursuit and return smoothly. Would it so amiably watch them flee? The bespectacled girl didn't even act it out. This simply won't work. So at a time like this, someone's got to make a small sacrifice." Sun Yi's eyes carried resolve. "Our mutual aid society's ideal is mutual help. Sacrifice the lesser self to achieve the greater self. Some people are born destined to be sacrifices, but their sacrifice is for the continuation of human civilization." I nodded thoughtfully. "You mean have someone be a decoy to lure that zombie away and buy us time?" Sun Yi glanced at me and nodded. "Right. Then who goes as the decoy?" "Naturally it's." Sun Yi's gaze lingered on me. He wished beyond measure for me to sacrifice myself, but he knew it was impossible. My condition was this good, no forcing it. His gaze soon shifted to the bespectacled girl. "Me?" The bespectacled girl's face changed instantly. She pointed back at herself. "Really me? Could it be you're unwilling to make a small sacrifice for the continuation of human civilization?" Listening to the ever-nearer destruction sounds, Sun Yi's expression turned frenzied. "Of all of us, you're the most useless. I've already caught the aura of a weakling on you. Stop pretending. You're a combat power of 5 trash. If you don't accept it, you can tell us your talent." The bespectacled girl flushed crimson in an instant. "My talent is, the food I cook becomes very fragrant, very delicious." "Me?" This time, even I fell silent. What kind of crap talent is that? Could it serve the slightest use in this dangerous train world? "See, with a talent like yours, who do we sacrifice if not you?" Sun Yi said with menace. "Now rush out at once. Run the opposite direction. Buy us time. Understand?" "I can't do it," the bespectacled girl cried. "Please don't sacrifice me. The ancestors said heaven made my talents for a purpose. Maybe my talent will come in handy big later." Sun Yi roared furiously. "Bullshit. Heaven made my talents for a purpose is a lie to fool people. Trash is trash, useless for a lifetime." He raised his hand. "Vote by show of hands. Those in favor of her being the decoy, raise your hands." The two male conductors hesitated a moment, but in the end raised their hands. The one being a decoy wasn't them, and they were beneficiaries besides. Sun Yi looked at me. "And you?" The bespectacled girl looked at me imploringly, her voice carrying a plea. Don't. I didn't raise my hand." Sun Yi didn't care and jeered. "Of 5 votes, there's already 3. Whether you raise your hand or not is the same. Come, hurry and throw her out." But before he could act, an intense chill came from behind. Looking back, a pair of whitish pupils at the window were staring fixedly at them. How is this thing like a homeroom teacher, always refreshing at the window to stare at you without a sound? Crack. The window was broken open, and the fusion-type zombie charged in with unstoppable momentum, lunging straight at Sun Yi. "Holy crap. Why is it me?" Sun Yi's defense burst hard. His body was again flung heavily out, slamming to the ground, spewing fresh blood wildly. Just as the zombie was about to go one step further, its form suddenly stiffened, clutching its head in agonized struggle. Its head abruptly split in two, manifesting the shadows of the strength-type and speed-type zombies. hissing and wailing nonstop. What's this situation? The two male conductors had long been scared dumb. My gaze turned cold. I caught the scent of opportunity. I immediately lunged a step forward, swinging the shadow breath dagger. Stab, 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 stab. Who knew how many times I stabbed? That fusion-type zombie's body suddenly stiffened, toppling stiff and straight, never to make a sound again. At the same moment, a quest prompt surfaced before everyone. Quest completed within the set time. Everyone looked on in astonishment, unable to believe the quest was actually done. A male conductor reacted in an instant. I get it. That fusion-type zombie was extremely unstable. It collapsed because it couldn't balance the two forces. This quest deliberately gives the challenger a sliver of life, all down to whether you can seize that fleeting moment. Mercifully, I seized it. Wonderful. We not only survived, but got the reward. The bespectacled girl broke into a smile through her tears. Only just then, gunfire erupted abruptly. The bespectacled girl and the two male conductors were still steeped in joy. No time to react at all, when they heard two gunshots sound at once. Sun E and I drew and fired at each other. I flash-stepped into a room, the bullet hitting the doorframe and bursting splinters. Sun E, badly wounded, couldn't dodge, but at the critical instant his form abruptly turned to an afterimage and vanished from the spot, leaving only a shattered gem. Holy crap! The three were startled, and amid their shock and dread carried a sliver of bewilderment. The formidable foe just eliminated, and the two went for each other again? No telling who acted first, but it was certain both were swift, decisive, ruthless. After waiting a while, I came out of the room. The two male conductors hurried to crowd around with words of concern. I shook my head and walked to where Sun E had vanished. The shattered gem weathered away and vanished at a touch. This should be some extraordinary creation. This fellow was hiding things after all. As for who'd acted first just now, I couldn't say. Seemed it was at the very same time, both drawing and firing in unison as if by telepathy. Why do this? I looked down at the chest at my feet. It was an ornate chest set with a gold rim. Not Tier 1, Tier 2, or Tier 3, but Tier 4. This was the reward I'd gotten by exception for outstanding performance in the quest. Precisely because of this, Sun E acted without hesitation. Of course, it couldn't be ruled out that he'd planned all along to eliminate me and swallow everything the moment the quest finished. Big shot. He seems to have left his chest behind. It's here. It was a Tier 3 chest. This dog. He nearly got away with it. The quest was dangerous, but the yield was truly high. A streak of greed flashed in the two male conductors' eyes, soon controlled. Obediently, they hauled the chest before me, then began denouncing Sun E and the Mutual Aid Society. Never imagined the vice-chairman was such a despicable wretch. Mouth full of benevolence and morality, bones full of filth. I've decided not to join the Mutual Aid Society from now on. They said to the bespectacled girl too. We were forced by him just now too. Had no choice but to bow our heads. The bespectacled girl sniffled, wanted to say something, but held back. I swept a glance over them. Hurry off. Any later, and it'll be departure time. They each cradled a chest and dashed for the platform. Their performance was mediocre, so they only got Tier 1 chests, but even so they were extremely satisfied. Sun Yi's train still stood on the tracks. Through the window, he saw the two chests I cradled, one of which should have been his. I drew my gun and fired wildly at the window, but 11 o'clock had arrived, and Sun E decisively departed and pulled away from the platform. The other three also rushed into their trains in the last second. I didn't want to linger either, and chose to leave this stop. This trip was again fighting zombies and matching wits with Sun E, more exhausting than a dog. But at the thought of the chests, I forced myself up again. A Tier 4 chest. I dared not imagine what good stuff it could open. Sniff, sniff, Sister Ching's lucky aura. Gu Wan Ching. Are you nuts? Sniffing my foot odors more like it. The chest opened. Resplendent gold light flashed, and a black metal bracelet appeared before me. The design was extremely plain, a single smooth-lined ring, no extra ornamentation. Up close you could see the fine frosted texture on the metal grain. Space bracelet level. 3 description. An independent space is open within. Total weight capacity limit 20 kilograms. Exceed it, and you can't continue storing. Here it comes, here it comes. How could a survival world lack a space item? Though a bit cliched, undeniably absolutely awesome. From now on, weapons, items, train coins could all be stuffed in and carried on me. Keeping them in the car always worried me about theft. On my person was more reassuring. I'd thought before of stuffing the coins in my underwear, but they rattled with every step and only drew more attention. And with it, gathering supplies was far more convenient too. 20 kilos of capacity was actually no small amount. Is that all? I flipped the chest over and shook it hard, wanting to shake out 2 train coins. But a pity, nothing. Gu Wanqing's wholly to blame, no question. Tossing the empty chest aside, I looked at that tier 3 chest, originally Sun Yi's, now mine. Open. Hey, this is... A card glinting with strange blue light appeared before me. Blue refit card level. 1 description. After use, forcibly designate a certain refit result to randomly change into a new blue refit. This thing's great. My eyes lit up at once. My luck wasn't great. I couldn't roll a string of green refits like Gu Wanqing, but with this card, even rolling a useless refit, I could forcibly replace it. A good thing like this nearly got into that punk Sun Yi's hands. My decisive draw was the right call. Besides the refit card, the chest had a few odds and ends of upgrade materials, including 3 sets of simple circuit boards. Hi, a pity still 3 short. Maybe spend train coins to buy them on the trade channel? Can't drag it out any longer. Upgrade sooner to unlock the new hex. Right as I was thinking it, Gu Wanqing sent a message. I just opened a chest with a few circuit boards inside. Want them? Aren't you trying to hit level 3? My eyes nearly peed out. Those few Sister Qing weren't shouted for nothing. Sister Qing, your great kindness I've no way to repay, but to offer myself to you. Can you take a steel wool ball? If not, I'll pass. Yeesh, don't play this perverse, okay. Getting the few circuit boards I lacked, I immediately pressed the upgrade button. The materials piled in the second car turned to a light stream flowing into the engine, completing the upgrade in under 5 seconds. Upgrade complete. Current train level 3. You have a new train refit available. You have a new hex to draw. The string of prompts nearly overloaded my pig brain. No rush, one at a time. First, the train refit. The first option, car refit, warehouse. 5 train coins refit 1 car into a dedicated warehouse. Supply storage limit plus 50%. This is great. As the level rose, upgrade materials grew more and more, and 1 car for materials was a bit stretched. A dedicated warehouse car would be perfect. Just 5 coins, paid in full. I chose to refit the third car. The originally empty car was instantly filled with rows of alloy shelving running floor to ceiling, the crossbeams set with shock-absorbing rubber. Even the far corners crammed with rotating storage cells, utilizing the space to the extreme. The second refit, door reinforcement. 4 train coins reinforce all doors against bullets and impact, able to resist the impact of ordinary zombies, beasts, cold weapons, and pistol bullets. This is good too. Though the train had the external armor plating, the doors were still a weak point, easily sabotaged by someone with intent. 1 more line of defense was safer. For coins, without even blinking. The doors soon changed. A ring of matte metal edging added to the frames. The handle swapped for a sturdier forged piece. I had to use 2 extra parts of strength to press it down. Click, into the thick, terse sound of gears meshing, at least 3 bolts springing simultaneously. Looking out the lookout window, outside seemed separated by a more solid barrier. Even the wind sound turned muffled and distant. The third refit was, as expected, a bit lame. Simple cookware. 1 train coin obtain a set of fixed smokeless simple cookware in the car for heating and cooking, no open flame risked. Chicken rib. I'd long traded for a set of pots on the channel. Luckily, I had the blue refit card. Forcibly replace it directly. Blue light flashed, and the refit became auto repair. 8 train coins install an auto repair module on the train, granting it autonomous repair capability. My eyes bulged like brass bells. Auto repair? Isn't this exactly the refit I'd been bitterly waiting for? My damaged car window still wasn't fixed to now. Durability not full either. Now it's good. Durability can finally fill. And for OCD me, that's wonderful. 8 coins deducted. A repair program added at the dashboard. Rip-off. Repair costing coins is one thing, but I've got to supply the materials too? In my understanding, auto repair should be all-inclusive, labor and materials. Mercifully, it was just a simple job like fixing the car window. No extra train coins needed, only glass. 10 units of glass deducted, the window patched, the cold wind immediately shut outside. Finally, I could sleep at ease. Only is this 10 units of glass for real? A tiny car window. 5 units would be more than enough. Why do I feel someone skimming a kickback? But no big deal. Looking at the filled-up durability, my mood soared. Hitting level 3 added a car. Durability auto-updating to 310, tougher. The 3 refits cost 17 train coins. Tallying it up, still a bit of a heartache. Coins, you only resent how few when you need them. But it's fine, I still had Sister Ching. If I really ran out of coins, worst case I'd go con a batch offer. Closing the refit page, I focused my attention on the new hex. Please draw your colored hex. Draw must draw the heck out of it. I washed my face and shook off the dust and messaged Gu Wanqing. Once again sniffing a hard hit of my Sister Ching's lucky aura. Gu Wanqing. Settling my mood to be unrippled as a lake surface, I began drawing with a resolute gaze. The wheel spun rapidly, the pointer finally locking on a certain option. Congratulations on successfully drawing the colored hex. Transform Recombiner. Huh. Since when can the Transform Recombiner be colored too? Truly, a tree relocated dies, but a person relocated lives. Change the stage, and even a lump of crap can achieve great things? No longer dwelling, I calmly accepted the fact that it was a colored hex and hurried to check the function. Transform Recombiner. One item can be placed in at a time. Each time the train arrives at a station, it gains 1 level. After upgrading, the level may not exceed the train's current cap, and the item's original type does not change. My pupils shrank. This is actually not one-time use. It can be used repeatedly and infinitely. Recombine and transform at every arrival. This is too domineering, an outright bug-level existence. The first thing I thought of was the infinite firepower submachine gun. This extraordinary creation, awesome as it was, able to ignore consumption and achieve infinite ammo, was too low-level, only level 1. Against low-level monsters it was great, but once facing high-level ones it fell short. For instance, level 2 zombies, bullets dealt mediocre damage and needed sustained fire to be effective, far less direct than the Shadow Breath dagger. But the dagger's flaw was needing close combat, and once the distance closed the injury risk rose sharply. In this world of limited healing, getting hurt was extremely lethal, so never melee unless absolutely necessary. But the submachine gun's output was limited. Sometimes I simply had no choice. I'd searched the channel for a way to upgrade extraordinary creations, but a pity, at this stage it simply didn't exist. The submachine gun's already a bit underpowered now. The further on, the more dangerous the monsters. It'll truly become a useless ornament. At that thought, I felt suffocated. This gun carried my first hex. The infinite firepower trait was just too great. Luckily, the problem was now readily solved. With the Transform Recombiner, I just had to wait for the next stop to upgrade it. But then again, would it, after Transform Recombination, still be it? The detailed description read, the placed item will permanently transform into a random item of the same type 1 level higher than itself. It's random, exactly like in games. But with the qualifier, same type. Even if it became another thing, it should still be a weapon. Only would the infinite firepower trait be erased? I couldn't help worrying. Have to think it over carefully. No rush now. I can place it in any time before arriving tomorrow. Gu Wanqing's PMs were already a big heap. You sniffed this much of my lucky aura. What good stuff did you actually open? Talk. Got the nerve to sniff me, then talk. You scoundrel, you're not planning to quietly strike it rich, are you? I adjusted my mood and replied. How could I, Sister Ching? I believe even if I opened good stuff, you wouldn't have any improper ideas. After all, you're absolutely not that kind of despicable, greedy wretch. Gu Wanqing. You've said it all. What's left for me to say? Just say what you opened. Let Sister Ching be happy too. Apart from my own talent, I hid nothing else and sent it all to her to see. After all, without Gu Wanqing's help I'd absolutely never have hit level 3 this smoothly. She's so gracious and frank. What kind of man would I be to be coy? Gu Wanqing, holy crap. You little punks got dog luck. Actually opened such a fine treasure. This space bracelet I really crave. With it, hauling supplies would be so convenient. I hurried to say. This was got by risking my whole life. Gu Wanqing. Eyes closed face. Me, of course. If Sister Qing likes it, take it as you please. Gu Wanqing. People like you are so disgusting. You'd best not appear before me, or I'll flick your forehead 100 times. Scary. This auto repair's pretty great, worthy of a blue tier refit. With it, no need to worry too much about train damage. There were still plenty in the channel wailing over train damage that couldn't be restored. The train was the very foundation every conductor relied on to survive. Once destroyed, it meant the game's end. The refit rolled at each upgrade was random, all down to luck. Something like auto repair, some might never roll in a lifetime. I lucked out hard this round, rolling the most important refit. Then I've got to thank Sister Qing. If you hadn't lent me your good luck, I couldn't have rolled it. I'm not one to know a kindness and not repay it. Having made up my mind, I resolved to help Gu Wanqing gather upgrade materials over the next few stops as much as possible, striving to get her to level 3 soon too. A new PM in the backend, from Sun E. Didn't I block this fellow? How's he PMing me? I was all bewildered. Sun E was in great pain at the moment. Because I'd blocked him, he had to use a special item to force a conversation, the cost being train coins consumed every time he sent a message, 1 coin for only 3 messages. He didn't want to do this either, but some matters were too private. He didn't want them relayed through a middleman, lest they be exposed. Give back the chest that was originally mine, right now, immediately, or the consequences will be very serious. Sun E was full of menace. No wonder he was this crazed. It was a tier 3 chest. He hadn't run into one the whole way, and the one he finally did was snatched by me. That was won by his hard work killing zombies. Normally, I couldn't be bothered, but now it was very necessary to gross him out. Terribly sorry, your chest has already been used by me. If it had been just an ordinary item inside, I'd have returned it, but the item was too powerful. I couldn't hold back and used it right away. Boom. Sun Yi's brain roared in an instant. A very powerful item? Couldn't hold back and used it? You son of a bitch, that's mine. His emotions spun further out of control, hammering the car door non-stop to vent. A streak of eerie crimson even surfaced in the depths of his eyes. Who knew how long before he noticed another PM, sent by Chairman Panway? How's the effect of the basic zombie serum? That fusion-type zombie's claws carried a terrifying zombie virus. The instant he was wounded, Sun E had sensed something off, and once the train started, immediately contacted Panway for a serum. This basic zombie serum was extremely precious. The Mutual Aid Society had gone through untold hardship to get just 2 vials, and Panway had flown into a rage and chewed him out over it. The cursing was real, but the serum was really given too. Chairman, I, Sun E, swear to serve you to the death. Cut the crap and drink it, quick. The serum tasted terrible, the body's reaction violent too, the wound as if doused with chilly water, the pain twitching him on the floor. Mercifully, it came fast and went fast. His condition really was much better. So when Panway asked about the effect, he replied without hesitation. Good. Very good. Excellent. Panway. As for that Lu Xingyuan, since he insists on opposing the Mutual Aid Society, then don't blame us for being rude. I now order him regarded as an enemy of the Mutual Aid Society. Whoever can eliminate him may come collect a lavish reward. Sun E shed tears a second time. A chairman like this truly leaves nothing to be said. But the pressing matter was to cover the back wound well. Meeting the chairman in this state would surely frighten him. Through the glass's reflection, Sun E saw the back wound showing an eerie dark red. Lu Xingyuan, I'm gonna eat you. Kai Kai is my real name. Specs Girl matches the look, but I always feel it's off. Though I didn't know why Sun E had stopped messaging me, my attention had long been drawn by another familiar avatar, the very Specs Girl from the last stop. Because my dad's surname is Kai, and my mom's surname is Kai too, they're both cooks, very good at cooking, so naturally I'm called Kai Kai. That's nice. I gave a light cough. No wonder your talent is that the food you cook is very fragrant and delicious. So everything had its traces. But it was precisely this talent that reduced her to a sacrifice, nearly costing her life. Thank you for saving me. I was a bit awkward. Did I save her? Seems not. I just didn't approve of Sun Yi's method and didn't raise my hand. But that's already more than enough. Never mind that afterward you took down that fusion-type zombie. indirectly saving us all. Kai transferred over 3 train coins. These are what I opened from that tier. 1 chest. To repay your life-saving grace. Please do accept them. Besides, keeping these 3 is no use to me. 3 coins should be the whole of that tier. 1 chest. After all, a tier, 1 chest opens at most 3. Though her mouth said heaven made her talents for a purpose, in her heart she'd still accepted the reality Sun E had stated. A talent like hers was useless in the survival world. Stop the futile struggle, destined not to go far. My heart jolted. Holy crap, how's Sun E this vile? Driving a perfectly good little girl to seek her own end. Out of conscience, I patiently offered a few words of comfort. Since she could speak of heaven making her talents for a purpose, it showed she did accept this notion deep down. So I took that as my entry point, and through a good deal of cajoling, finally rekindled that extinguished spark. Then I'll try again. You absolutely must try again. Hi. I let out a long sigh, not knowing whether persuading her was right or wrong. Frail herself was one thing, but the talent she'd awakened was so hard to assess too. But live one more day if you can. I only symbolically accepted 1 coin, mainly to give the other party a chance to express thanks. The friend request I didn't refuse either. The list had no upper limit anyway, and she wasn't one without a sense of boundaries. Toying with that coin, I thought of the other 2 male conductors from the last stop. At parting they'd kept saying there'd surely be a handsome thanks, and to now not the slightest movement. So the so-called handsome thanks was just talk. But I wasn't too disappointed. Human nature is just like this. Coming again to the chat channel, I found the online count had dropped to just over 90,000. Just the last stop alone had over 1,000 conductors meet cruel elimination. Damn, what's even the point anymore? Last station, I ran straight into a vicious tier 2 zombie and just about left my life there. Last station I holed up in my train and didn't get out, but the monster still caught my scent and tracked me all the way here, hammering away at my train. Now I've got 3 durability left. It's basically a sheet of scrap metal. If I don't switch things up, I'm seriously not making it through the next station. Any kind soul want to buy my resources? Price is negotiable. Maybe the last station had been too brutal. Plenty of conductors started hawking their treasures instead of clutching them like family heirlooms. No matter how good a thing is, you've got to be alive to use it. If you can't survive the crisis right in front of you, what's the point of talking about later? I saw a lot of good stuff. Basic rapid growth compound fertilizer tier. 1 description. Mix a small ratio into ordinary soil and water as usual to dramatically shorten the growth cycle of most crops, ensuring a stable, bumper harvest. Speeds up crop growth. My first thought went to my own delicious mushroom. I'd planted it first thing that morning, and when I got back it was still inching along, having pushed out a single tiny sprout. No telling how long until it matured. I was honestly curious about this mushroom. I wanted to taste just how delicious it really was. Hit it with a little better living through chemistry. Will a whole batch pop up on the spot? It wasn't expensive anyway, so why not give it a shot? After some haggling, I traded a bottle of mineral water and a banana for 1 unit of fertilizer. Shame the guy only had the 1. At that price I'd have happily bought a stockpile. Following the directions, I worked a small measured dose into the soil. The dark brown earth lit up with little points of starlight, and the once docile seed shot up with savage energy, swelling to the size of an adult's palm in the blink of an eye. It looked much like an ordinary fresh mushroom, a plump, rounded half-dome of a cap over a short, stout stem, the whole thing a soft, warm yellow, the cap's edge haloed with the faintest creamy white. Clean, unblemished, giving off a fine soft glow in the light, looking tender enough to drip. Now that's just unreal. So this was the power of better living through chemistry? The super delicious mushroom was ready to harvest and eat. I grabbed a thick iron plate and laid it on the floor so I wouldn't scorch the boards and drop my durability, then lit a chair leg with my lighter, and the simple cookware I'd traded for finally earned its keep. Premium ingredients usually only call for the simplest cooking. Mushroom and mineral water, nothing else, no seasoning, and a rich aroma spread through the car. Smells amazing, I swallowed. The little dwarf hadn't lied. This mushroom really was something. 1 small bite, and the umami burst across my tongue, sending a shiver through my whole body. Incredible. I quickly ladled the mushroom soup into a stainless steel basin, and instead of digging in right away, I messaged Guwanqing first. Qingjie, Qingji, I want some mushrooms. Yours? Obviously. Lonely nights drive people to do crazy things, and I get it. But please don't be that kind of degenerate. Don't ruin the image I have of you, even though you stopped having one a long time ago. I just sent over a portion of the soup I'd packed up. It took a while before Gu Wanqing replied, with a long string of ellipses. This is the mushroom you were talking about. What else? It's actually pretty good. Of course it is. This is a super delicious mushroom, not your everyday fungus. I wasn't idle either. I dug right in. Afterward, my whole body felt warm. My exhaustion eased enormously, no aches in my back or legs. I even felt like I had the strength to arm wrestle that fusion-type zombie. This was exactly one of the delicious mushroom's traits, rapid stamina recovery. It was precisely this that let it qualify as an extraordinary creation. Gu Wanqing had finished hers too. Delicious. After all these days, finally a proper dinner. Even though their conditions were far better than most conductors, food, drink, the works. Up to now, they'd only barely been getting by. It took this one hot meal to give them that solid, down-to-earth feeling of actually being alive. At midnight, I woke up groggy. I'd been sleeping well. Normally, I'd have gone straight through till morning. But hadn't I just heard some kind of notification? I went to the control console. Sure enough, there was a system message, not a dream. Approaching, Plum Rain Season. The train world had seasons too? I snapped a little more awake. I opened the chat channel. The other conductors had all been jolted awake too, buzzing nonstop. Did you guys get the notice too? Plum Rain Season. What the hell is that? Hard to figure out? It means it's going to rain every single day for a good while. Southerners are having flashbacks to being ruled by the rainy season. Underwear hung up for a week. Wring it, and you can still squeeze out water. Help. My train's already been wrecked by monsters, drafty on all sides. I'm about to freeze into an idiot. And now you tell me it's going to rain nonstop? How is anyone supposed to live? It's already raining here. Same on my end. I went to the window. A few drops of rain fell from the sky, clinging to the glass and wandering down. Listening to the soft hiss of rain outside, I drifted back to sleep and slept clean through till 8 the next morning. Yeah, rainy days really are the best for sleeping. At the window, the sky hung heavy, the world wrapped in dark cloud, a fine rain falling. Never urgent, but endless. Eating breakfast, I checked the chat channel. Plenty of people were griping about the rain. It's never going to stop, is it? Temperatures dropped a lot since the plum rain season started. I couldn't feel it much, probably because of the gene serum. Scrolling up, I caught the distress calls from yesterday's unlucky conductor, the one who'd said he didn't even have anywhere to shelter from the rain. 12:21. Rain's getting heavier. I'm soaked to the bone. 1:03. So cold. I'm going to freeze to death. Can anyone help me? 2:11. I can't take it. So cold. So hungry. The rain's so heavy. Please, somebody help me. Don't just leave me to die. 4:01. Help me. After that, nothing more from him. Someone searched his name and found he'd already been removed from the chat channel. He hadn't made it through the night. The plum rain season was nothing to take lightly either. At 9:30, the travel notice popped up. Approaching station, multi-conductor platform, back cave, max 3 trains. This station is green platform. Another multi-conductor platform. Felt like ages since I'd hit a single conductor one. If I could avoid it, I'd rather not run into other people. The world's a cruel place. Still, now that I had reinforced doors, my safety margin was way up, and anything valuable had long since been tucked into my spatial bracelet. You been to this one? Out of habit, I sent the info to Gu Wanqing. This is exactly where I went last station. What are the odds? She forwarded me a full briefing. There are bat monsters in the cave, Tier 1. No problem for someone at your level. At the far end there are several Tier 1 treasure chests. Hold on, I cut in. Did you take those chests last time? Of course I did. You think anyone can keep it together with a chest right in front of them? I never went to rehab. Then there's no damn chest left in the cave. Not necessarily. When I went, it showed as a green platform. I got it instantly. The system notice just now clearly marked the bat cave as still green. Platform tier unchanged, which meant the chests had very likely respawned. If the chests were gone, the station should have dropped to white. But that's not what matters. What matters most is, at the far end of the cave, there's a kobold. It's a neutral creature. As long as you don't attack it, it won't hurt you. Whatever you do, Do not start a fight. It's at least tier 5. At least tier 5? My heart jumped. A tier 3 monster had nearly ended me. A tier 5 could probably wipe me out with a single fart. Now listen carefully to what I'm about to say. Gu Wanqing fired off a voice message, her tone dead serious. This kobold is actually an Easter egg. If you prep some good food in advance and feed it, and it eats happily, it'll open up its den and let you pick one treasure to take. Everything it stashes away is an extraordinary creation, every last piece. The happier you make it, the higher the tier of treasure you get to choose. That hit me like a jolt. This intel was huge. Ordinary people who ran into a creature like that would only ever bolt the other direction. Never dare approach it, let alone feed it. Qingjie, you're basically my actual big sister. Half an hour left to the station. What food should I prep? My mind raced. Mushrooms. The delicious mushrooms. After a night's growth, a fresh batch had long since matured. I picked them all. Make mushroom soup? Wait, I thought of someone. Kai Kai. Hadn't she said her talent could make food smell better and taste better? If I had her cook these delicious mushrooms, would it work wonders? Gu Wanqing had been clear. The happier the kobold, the higher the tier of treasure. My cooking was definitely no match for Kai Kai, who came from a family of chefs. I messaged her right away. Once she heard what I needed, she said at once, "No problem. Easy. 10 minutes." I sent the mushrooms over. This girl, she wouldn't waste my ingredients, right? I couldn't help muttering. Turned out I was worrying over nothing. 10 minutes later, a dish of stir-fried mushrooms, still carrying the heat of the wok, landed in my hands. Bright in color, fragrant, with that umami unique to fungi, plus the toasty bite of scallion and garlic. Gulp. I swallowed before I could stop myself. Looks like I'd underestimated Kai Kai's talent. Maybe she wasn't so useless after all. I tucked the stir-fried mushrooms into my spatial bracelet just as the clock hit 10 and the train pulled in. A mana orb dropped. Obtained. Hot spring corn seeds times 10 tier. 1 description. Matures 7 days after planting. The corn it bears is warm on its own. Peel and eat. Bite into a kernel and warm, lightly salty broth bursts out. One ear replenishes water, salt, and heat all at once. A decent haul. I nodded, satisfied, then turned to the hex interface only I could see. The transmuter. What I chose to drop in was none other than the infinite ammo SMG. I'd gone back and forth, but in the end I settled on the SMG. My gut told me from the start it had to be the one. Roll the dice. Your bike might just turn into a motorcycle. Time to find out the answer. A flash of light, and a revolver radiating searing heat appeared in my palm. A dark red matte body, its surface threaded with black veins like cooled lava, the barrel short and thick, a faint blazing red glow visible inside the cylinder as it turned, the grip wrapped in charred bone. The whole gun gave off the lingering warmth of having just been fired. Blazing revolver tier. 2 description. The cylinder holds only ever a single round, but every time you pull the trigger, that one round is always already chambered. What erupts at the moment of fire is no ordinary bullet, but a blazing round, compressed to its critical point and then unleashed. The infinite ammo trait had been preserved. The reforged weapon still needed no reloading. My heart slammed. I'd bet right. As a tier 2 extraordinary creation, the blazing revolver's power was obviously beyond what a tier 1 SMG could touch. If I ran into that fusion-type zombie again, this gun could take it out with ease. No need to even close the distance. Of course it had a downside. Huge power, but a fire rate far below the SMG's. Still, both were trade-offs I could live with. At the platform, 2 other trains had already pulled in and stopped. The doors opened, and out stepped a man and a woman. The man was 27 or 28, around 6 feet, solidly built, his black short-sleeve shirt stretched taut over the muscle of his arms. The woman was a few years younger, with long jet-black hair. Her pink dress, long unwashed, had yellowed and creased, but couldn't hide her fresh good looks. I opened my door, and a wave of cold air hit me. Outside the car it was 6 or 7 degrees colder than inside. No wonder that conductor hadn't made it through the night. The rain hadn't stopped, and the ground was covered in standing water. I ducked under the awning to observe the 2 of them. They were sizing me up too. The young man spoke first. "I know you. You're Lu Xingyuan, right? The first conductor to reach tier 2. Didn't expect to be remembered for that long. Let me introduce myself. I'm Bai Xiao, leader of the Pure Mind Brotherhood. The Pure Mind Brotherhood? A flicker of surprise crossed my eyes. That was one of District 11's top 5 powers, with over 300 conductors in its ranks. By that logic, this 3-car train had to be his. To command more than 300 people, his personal strength was beyond question, and reaching Tier 3 made sense. The female conductor, though, she'd reached Tier 2 as well. Days into the game, those who'd leveled up were still a minority, under 3%, and women fewer still. I hear Brother Liu hasn't joined any faction yet, still going it alone? Bai Xiao cared about his organization's growth, and growth needs talent. As the first to hit Tier 2, I was unquestionably the cream of the crop. Calm as he looked on the surface, his mind was already churning. This was a prime chance to bring me into the fold. Online invitations had gone ignored, but in-person conversation was a different beast entirely. He'd noticed my train had 3 cars, meaning I'd also reached Tier 3. His own Tier 3 was natural enough, with 300-plus brothers pushing together. But me, alone, reaching Tier 3 in such a short time, that was proof of real strength. The reality, though, fell short of the dream. Even with extremely generous terms on the table, I didn't budge. Not looking to join any faction for now. He saw my resolve, fell silent a moment, then shook his head, resigned. All right, since Brother Liu's not willing, I won't push. But the Pure Mind Brotherhood's door is always open to you. He could understand me. Going solo means freedom. The catch was that in this dangerous world, going it alone absolutely doesn't work, unless you have overwhelming strength. Looks like I had a lot of faith in myself. Was it a talent? Bai Xiao didn't pry. That was personal. Even if he couldn't make me one of his own, he wasn't about to offend me. Since you won't join the Pure Mind Brotherhood, are you interested in our Crimson Legion? The woman in the dress spoke up now, arching an eyebrow. We only take women, but for certain high-quality men we can make an exception. She looked me up and down, her gaze settling on my clean, handsome face. You're strong, and you're good-looking. You meet the bar for an exception. I'd been mildly surprised that a women-led Crimson Legion would recruit me at all, but after that little speech, I was rendered utterly speechless. Bai Xiao said nothing. At first he'd worried I might get poached, but hearing that arrogant tone, his heart settled right back down. Newly acquainted as we were, he already knew I was a man with my own pride. You're a Tier 2 conductor. What gives you the right to look down your nose at a Tier 3 conductor? Just as he predicted, I ignored her completely and turned to him. It's getting late. Let's get moving. The corner of Bai Xiao's mouth lifted. He was in high spirits. Sure. My thinking exactly. The two of us headed off through the rain toward the cave. The woman, who'd called herself Zhao Rui, captain of the Crimson Legion's 9th Squad, was left standing there, ignored. She watched our receding backs, her face cycling between flushed and pale. Bastards. Plenty of stinking men would kill to join the Crimson Legion and can't. Some simps even trade train coins for the privilege. I show you mercy, hand you a chance to serve at our beck and call, and you don't know what's good for you. Lu Xingyuan, this isn't over. The icy rain soaked through my clothes in an instant, and even reinforced by the Gene serum, I couldn't help a shiver. Luckily, the cave mouth wasn't far from the platform, and Bai Xiao and I reached it quickly, slogging through the mud. My upper half was mostly drenched, my shoes caked with dirt, clinging to me like a nasty, peeling plaster. The cave was pitch black, sloping steadily downward, the air thick with the smell of damp rot. I'd prepped a flashlight in advance, traded for with food on the trade channel. Adding it all up, I'd done a fair bit of trading with food, and what I'd kept for myself was running close to empty. Thank God for the delicious mushrooms holding the line. The flashlight lit the cave, no danger for now. The two of us pressed forward, with Zhao Rui trailing behind, step for step. About 5 minutes in, walking point, I stopped short, movement overhead. I swung the flashlight up, and the scene made my scalp crawl. Dense masses of bats hung upside down across the rock wall. A black, seething blanket of them, some squirming, some flapping their wings, giving off thin squeaks, thousands upon thousands tangled together like water churning to a boil. Poison dung bat tier. One description, a colony creature dwelling deep in caves. Both eyes are blind. It navigates by echolocation. When startled, the whole colony swarms out. Its droppings are highly toxic. Contact with skin causes festering ulcers. The poison dung bats were palm-sized, hairless, their wrinkled skin glistening wet, heads pulled down into their shoulders, snouts, and ears sharp. The most unnerving part was that eyeless face, just two sunken pits. Trailing behind, Zhao Rui was the first to let out a piercing scream that rang through the whole cave. The poison dung bats, hypersensitive to sound, reacted at once, surging toward us like a black storm cloud. My expression didn't change. I drew the blazing revolver, leveled it at the incoming swarm, and pulled the trigger. Bang! A thunderous crack, the violent recoil jolting my arm hard. Far meatier than the SMG, the power staggering. In the black cave, a ball of dark red firelight erupted in a spray, and the frenzied bats that had been so fearless a second before were swallowed by the blaze the next, reduced to charred slag. A single round wiped out dozens of them. Behind me, Zhao Rui clapped a hand over her mouth. The sight was too much. What tier of weapon was this? The power was absurd. Was this why he'd been brazen enough to dismiss the Crimson Legion to its face? Beside me, surprise flickered in by Zhao's eyes, but he quickly suppressed it. That I had such a terrifying weapon didn't shock him. On the contrary, a weapon like this made sense. It explained how I'd come this far safe and sound. He didn't stay idle either. He triggered his talent on the spot, a white diamond-shaped mark surfacing between his brows, lending his whole face a touch of the divine. Be purified. Purify your soul. Purify yourself. A gentle, holy radiance poured from his palms, and the poison dung bats instantly dissolved into black smoke. Not even slag left behind. So this is where the Pure Mind Brotherhood gets its name. Even while firing, I kept an eye on him, taking it all in out of the corner of my vision, and nodded thoughtfully. Compared to the two of us laying down steady fire, Zhao Rui was loafing. In her hand was a silver chain with a dart at its tip. She snapped it out, and with a whistle of cleaved air it easily killed a single poison dung bat. Clearly not her full strength, she was deliberately conserving energy with her own little scheme. A green platform very likely meant chests would spawn, and both Bai Xiao and I were no slouches. When the chests appeared there'd surely be a dispute, and she'd be at a disadvantage. Only by hoarding her strength now and wearing the two of us down did she stand a better chance of seizing a chest. But she'd pay a brutal price for it soon enough. One poison dung bat broke through and dropped a wad of sticky droppings right over her head. She couldn't dodge in time. It landed on her scalp and immediately let out a corrosive sizzle. She shrieked in agony and frantically shook it off, but too late. Her head was scraped bald, and worse, the toxin kept spreading down through her scalp toward the depths of her brain, leaving her mind in chaos. Everything that happened to Zhao Rui, Bai Xiao and I saw clearly, and by silent mutual agreement, we ignored it and stayed focused on the fight in front of us. No choice. The poison dung bats were simply too many, and fragile as they were, you still had to be careful. After another dozen-odd minutes of fighting, the poison dung bats inside the cave were finally wiped out clean. Brother Liu, your strength isn't a class of its own. You killed the bulk of these monsters. Without you, this station would have been a nightmare to clear. Bai Xiao cupped his fists again and again in respect. Just then Zhao Rui staggered up to the two of us. If before she'd been fresh-faced and rather pretty, now the only words for her were hideous and grotesque. Head bald but for a few strands hanging at the sides, an ugly, deep scar across her crown, her whole face contorted with pain, drained of color, lips a terrible white. Give me a healing antidote serum. Her voice was a rasp. She looked to Bai Xiao first. Bai Xiao was silent a moment, then shook his head. I'm sorry. I don't have anything that valuable on me. She quickly turned to me. I looked at her coldly. Did I do this to you? Zhao Rui froze. Her lips moved, about to say something, when my tone turned even colder. Since I'm not the one who did it, what gives you the right to come to me? With that, I turned and walked off. Beside me, Bai Xiao opened his mouth, then gave a wry smile. Maybe this is the gap between him and me. And he fell in behind my steps. Trembling all over, Zhao Rui clenched her fists. With no other option, she pulled a vial of green serum from inside her clothes, the single most valuable thing she owned. She'd been too reluctant to use it, which was why she tried to wring one out of me and Bai Xiao, never imagining we'd be this selfish. Swallowing the pain, she gulped it down, and the agony eased at once, though her lost hair didn't grow back and she still looked something out of a nightmare. Watching our two retreating figures, she thought, could it be they did this on purpose? Loosed the poison dung bats to do me in? Their firepower was so overwhelming. By rights, the bats never should have broken through to me. Yes, that had to be the truth. Despicable. How could they be so vile? I had no idea about her malicious theory, and even if I had, I wouldn't have given it a second thought. Targeting her on purpose? As if she rated. The Batcave's danger was that single wave. With all the poison dung bats cleared, light began to appear ahead, unknown minerals embedded in the cave's upper wall, giving off a faint glow. The footing was much better too, no longer a quagmire. That so-called mud had actually been years of accumulated poison dung bat droppings. Good thing I'd been on guard the whole time and kept it off my skin, or I'd have ended up as wretched as Zhao Rui. 3 minutes later, we reached the end of the cave. It opened out wide here, several treasure chests piled up dead ahead, glinting faintly. Just as I'd guessed, the station was still green, and precisely because the mechanic was different, the chests could respawn. Chests. Brother Liu, there are chests. Joy lit by Zhao's face. I see them. I nodded, but my gaze slid off the chests and swept around. Soon I spotted a figure hidden in the darkness, about the size of an adult, lounging lazily, paying our arrival no mind at all. This had to be the kobold Gu Wanqing mentioned. Split the chests first, then go to it. I figured there was still time. I'd installed a delayed departure modification, giving me an hour more than everyone else, more than enough. Still, relying purely on guesswork is asking for trouble. If I missed the departure and the train pulled out, wouldn't I be stuck at this station forever? I needed a timekeeping tool. Once this station wrapped, I checked the trade channel. Zhao Rui caught up just then, and the moment she heard the word chests, her pace quickened, summoning her chain on reflex. Now I saw it clearly. The chain appeared out of thin air, so it had to be a talent rather than an item. Otherwise, how could a woman wield a chain so deftly? 4 chests in all, every one tier 1, Bai Xiao reported after scoping them out. Hearing that, Zhao Rui's hostility dropped a notch. 4 tier 1 chests, 1 each for us, Bai Xiao decided after a brief pause. The last one goes to Brother Liu. Zhao Rui balked instantly. Why him? Bai Xiao explained flatly. Because he killed the most poison dung bats and pulled the most weight. During the cleanup, he hadn't held back, giving it everything. But his efficiency was still nowhere near mine, so what was wrong with the extra chest going to me? Perfectly fair. And honestly, even if anyone had a complaint, it wasn't Zhao Rui's place to make it. She'd been scheming from start to finish. As a delicate woman, shouldn't I be given preferential treatment? Zhao Rui said, self-righteous. It's not easy being a woman, and in a world this dangerous we're already at a disadvantage. What's wrong with you two looking after me a little? It's just 1 tier, 1 chest. Do you really have to be this petty? Bai Xiao, unbelievable. In the end, the tier 1 chest landed in my hands anyway. Bai Xiao wasn't a man who indulged women, and I was even less so. I just couldn't help marveling inwardly. It really comes down to how great my Qingjia is. Both women, yet how could there be such a difference? Sister Qing, loyal to the core. Zhao Rui was furious but helpless. She knew full well the gap between herself and the two of us. Either one of us was more than she could handle, never mind both as enemies at once. She could only silently file the grudge away. I get first pick of the chests, no objections? Bai Xiao couldn't be bothered arguing and let her go first. But after picking, she set her sights on the chest in my hands, deciding hers wasn't as good as mine. I was in no mood to humor her. You picked it yourself, so who's to blame? Zhao Rui was so angry her teeth itched. And right then, a glance caught the figure lurking in the dark, and it gave her a start. A monster. On instinct, she summoned her chain, fully on the offensive. My eyelid twitched. Gu Wanqing had said this kobold was at least tier 5. Zhao Rui had better not get herself killed. Bai Xiao noticed too and was about to say something, when he saw me raise a hand to stop him. Relax. It's a neutral creature. It won't attack on its own. A neutral creature? Bai Xiao was surprised and curious. How did I know all this? But he believed me anyway. I wasn't one to gamble with my life. Nervous? Sure I was. This was a terrifying being above tier 5, and if it happened to be in a bad mood, I couldn't have run even if I'd wanted to. But I still chose to trust Gu Wanqing. Don't ask. If you ask, the answer's loyalty. I approached carefully and finally got a clear look. A humanoid creature topped with a huge dog's head. its whole body covered in thick, dense fur, the head a bit like a Labrador's, its eyes deep and somehow tinged with sorrow. "Oh, another conductor's come along." The kobold spoke, raising its eyes to glance at me, and yawned. It really didn't attack first. Great General Kobold. I cleared my throat, going for as much sincerity as I could. "Oh, you've heard the tale of me too." The kobold perked up a little. "Of course I've heard of you." After a few quick compliments, I got down to business, pulling out the sautéed mushrooms I'd prepared in advance from my spatial bracelet. A thick, pungent waft of mushroom aroma instantly spread out, savage and unstoppable, worming its way into everyone's nostrils. Both Bai Xiao and Zhao Rui swallowed involuntarily. Never mind the kobold, who was a born glutton. It jolted to its feet and rushed over to me like a madman. Dog eyes locked wide on that plate of mushrooms without blinking for ages, tears pouring down from the corners of its mouth like a waterfall. "General Kobold," I said, doing my best not to laugh. "This is a humble offering from your little brother here. I've heard you love fine food, so I went out of my way to whip up a plate of these super delicious sautéed mushrooms. Please accept them." "Accept them? Of course I'll accept them. Then what are you waiting for?" I held out the plate. The kobold couldn't keep up the dignified act any longer. It snatched the plate and dumped the mushrooms straight into its mouth, chewing and chewing, instinctively wanting to swallow but forcing itself to hold back. How could something this good go down so carelessly? It had to be savored. It chewed another 5 or 6 times before reluctantly swallowing. This is heaven on earth. It closed its eyes, the picture of bliss. A prompt that only I could see popped up in front of me. The kobold's favorability toward you plus 60. Current favorability, 65. 60 favorability points in one shot? Thank you, little brother. This gift is exactly what I wanted. I haven't tasted anything this delicious in a long, long time. Even better than what that little girl brought me last time. A furry hand draped over my shoulder. It had completely taken me as one of its own. I was a little flattered. This was a being of at least level 5. With a big shot like this as my sworn brother, I'd be untouchable from here on out, though more than likely it was confined to operating at this one station. Now that we're family, it wouldn't sit right with me not to show some gratitude. The kobold's words sent a thrill through me. Here it came, the moment I'd been waiting for. I've got treasures in my doghouse that I've collected over the years. Pick whichever one you like and take it as my gift in return. I really couldn't. I just admire you. That's all. I'm not here for your treasures. Got to keep up appearances, after all. The kobold's favorability toward you plus 5. Current, 70 da. See, a little modesty really does pay off. Turn me down, and you're looking down on me. Then I definitely can't look down on you. It pointed at a dog hole carved into the stone wall and told me to crawl through. I obediently did as told. Who hasn't crawled through a dog hole as a kid? Call it reliving my childhood. A whole different world inside. The doghouse was far cleaner and tidier than I'd imagined, with no foul smell at all. It was oval-shaped, split into 3 levels, top, middle, and bottom. The first level was packed with all sorts of profound, weighty tomes. The second was the sleeping quarters, a bed with its own private bathroom. The third was a laboratory that doubled as a treasure vault. These books. I was honestly curious about what the train world really was. But when I opened one, damn it, it was all photos of female dogs. Ahem. The kobold hadn't expected me to be so nosy. It cleared its throat twice, relieved I hadn't flipped open the other one. That one's contents were even more explosive. I totally get it. I look at this stuff all the time too, I said quickly. It's only human well, only canine nature. The kobold's favorability toward you plus 10. Current, 80 da. Sure enough, the best way for one man to bond with another is to talk about something a little indecent. Only, your collection's way too one note. It's all Western. Next time I get the chance, I'll hook you up with some Japanese and Korean stuff. The kobold was moved to pieces. Good brother. A true good brother. Up on the 3rd level, the laboratory, turned out it was for researching fine cuisine. And here I thought it'd be something profound. Come on, let me open up my treasury. The kobold pushed open a heavy iron door, revealing a wooden rack lined neatly with all kinds of extraordinary creations, its entire prized collection. But even prized items came in tiers. The worst were at the bottom, and the higher up, the better. I remembered Gu Wanqing saying she'd only been allowed to pick from the bottom 3 rows. So right now I was, pick whatever you want. The top ones are fair game too. Take whatever you like. Impressive. If Gu Wanqing found out about this, she'd be drooling with envy. I stroked my chin and looked them over carefully. Rusted iron knuckles level. 1 description, rusted from end to end, yet never wears down or breaks. Grip tight. Your punches carry a faint corrosive force. Striking metal accelerates its rusting and aging, while striking living things only causes the wound to fester slightly before healing on its own within half an hour. Effect doubles against targets in metal armor, near negligible against flesh and blood. Sense-seeking snuff bottle level. 1 description. The bottle always holds half a bottle of grassy, fragrant snuff that never runs out. 3 times daily. After 1 inhale, you can precisely pinpoint the source of any one scent you designate within a 50-meter radius for 10 minutes. Cannot penetrate solid walls thicker than 10 centimeters. Dust-repelling cloak level. 2 description. Fabric as thin and light as a cicada's wing, never staining with dust, water, or grime. When activated, it raises a semi-transparent barrier around the wearer, granting full immunity to all non-extraordinary range projectile attacks. Up to 3 minutes per use, 3 times daily. No effect against extraordinary ranged attacks or any melee attack. Looking over the whole lot, I wanted every single one, but remembering how hard it must have been to collect them, I held back. I couldn't go wild just because I had 80 favorability. A man's got to have some restraint. After some thought, I finally settled on a survival item. Dust scattering smoke pouch level. 2 description. Crush to trigger. Instantly bursting into a dense cloud of dust and smoke in an 8-meter radius centered on you, blocking ordinary sight and thermal imaging. Within the cloud, you become fully invisible, leaving no footprints or scent. Lasts up to 20 seconds, 3 times daily at most. Strong wind disperses it instantly. High-tier extraordinary senses can still detect you. Cannot block extraordinary area attacks. I wasn't short on anything else. What I lacked was a way to save my own skin. You have to be alive to deal damage. Big bro, I've made my pick. I pointed at the dust-scattering smoke pouch. You've got a good eye, kid. This one ranks high among all my collection. The kobold said as much, yet without the slightest hesitation it took it down and pressed it into my hand. Your big bro's a man of his word. If I say it's yours, it's yours. You're a stand-up guy, big bro. I gave it a thumbs up. All right, hurry along. You'll miss your train at this rate. The kobold knew the train rules surprisingly well. I was about to head back down when I suddenly noticed a staircase on the 3rd level leading upward. Huh, weren't there only 3 levels? Where'd this 4th level come from? The kobold noticed my pause too. Its expression shifted, and finally, as if reaching some major decision, it took a silver metal doghead pendant from around its neck and handed it to me. This is the key to the 4th level. Huh. The 4th level? After I crawled back through the dog hole, Bai Xiao and Zhao Rui hadn't left. They'd waited where they were. If anyone had patience, it was probably just Bai Xiao. Zhao Rui was clearly anxious. Why isn't this guy back yet? What exactly is the kobold's treasure? Luckily, I didn't keep her waiting long. I crawled out soon after. Zhao Rui swept her eyes over me and didn't spot any treasure. She knew it had to be hidden away. What did you get? She stepped up and asked. Any of your business? You, don't push it. Her face flickered between pale and livid. Then she started analyzing. This kobold is the hidden Easter egg of this station, right? Feed it food and you raise its favorability. And then it gives you a gift, right? The corners of her mouth climbed higher and higher. You can't fool me. I'm the best at piecing together the truth from the tiniest clues. I gave her a blank look. And so, thank you for revealing this Easter egg to me. I'll just follow your path and get an equally precious gift. You not telling me is fine. I'll go find out myself. She produced a piece of bread coated in pork floss from somewhere, looking pretty appetizing, a solid premium item on the trade channel. This is something I couldn't even bear to eat myself. Zhao Rui drew a deep breath, forcing down her excitement, and walked slowly toward the kobold. Beside me, Bai Zhao's expression changed slightly. Looked like he'd need to get into the habit of carrying food on him. Kobold, this is for you. Once you've finished it, take me to your vault to pick a treasure. Zhao Rui hadn't modified her train for delayed departure. Her stay was only an hour, And all this back and forth had probably eaten up 40 minutes, leaving her with little time. That's why she was rushing. The kobold glanced at the bread, its face full of disdain. You think I'll eat anything? I've raised dogs before. Don't dogs eat anything? Hurry up. I'm about to miss my train. The kobold ignored her entirely, lying back down on the ground and returning to its lazy pose, waving at me. Little brother, hurry along. Any later and you won't make it. Zhao Rui's face darkened, as if she'd hit on something key. It's because of Lu Xingyuan that it won't accept my offering, isn't it? This guy probably badmouthed me behind my back. What a despicable little snake. Climbs ashore himself and then blocks the path for everyone else. Feeling her venomous glare, I'd already guessed the gist of it, but I couldn't be bothered to explain. People with filth in their hearts think everything is filthy, and explaining is pointless. I looked at Bai Xiao. Going. The two of us were about to leave when Zhao Rui suddenly struck, and her target was, of all things, the kobold. Her chain transformed into a silver venomous snake and stabbed straight at it. This sudden development startled both me and Bai Xiao. I hadn't expected her to be this crazy. You won't drink the toast, so you'll drink the forfeit. I've been way too easy on you. Zhao Rui's face was full of resentment. She'd just witnessed my strength. That revolver's power was terrifying, so on some instinct she hadn't attacked me. People bully the meek and fear the strong. She was narrow-minded, but she wasn't stupid. On the contrary, she was very sharp. The one thing she hadn't counted on was that this harmless-looking kobold could be so terrifying. The chain shot forward, swift and fierce, but the kobold's face stayed expressionless, brimming with utter contempt. The next second, its body swelled dozens of times over without warning, transforming into a monstrous fiend-hound, fangs and claws bared, wreathed in towering demonic flames, like a hellhound clawing its way up from the underworld. One bite, it swallowed the bread along with everything else. So Zhao Rui finally got her wish. She'd successfully fed her bread to the kobold. It all happened in the blink of an eye. By the time we came to our senses, the kobold had already returned to its lazy pose on the ground, smacking its lips and savoring the taste. Then, without warning, it dry-heaved twice. That was the taste of poisoned dungbad droppings. Don't ask me how I know. Bai Xiao and I stood frozen stiff. It started fast and ended even faster, as if nothing had happened at all. Yet that soul-deep shudder was crystal clear. Going. Bai Xiao's voice trembled. Going. I drew a deep breath and quickly composed myself. After all, that was my big bro. With a big bro that badass, as the little brother, I ought to be glad. Scared? No need for that. Wait, take this. The kobold spat out the level 1 treasure chest that should have been Zhao Rui's and tossed it over. Thanks, big bro. See, told you there was nothing to be afraid of. That's my own big bro right there. The two of us waded through the mud full of droppings to the cave mouth. It was still raining outside, a steady drizzle that wouldn't quit. By the time we reached the platform, Zhao Rui's train was long gone, which meant it was already past the 11 o'clock departure time. But Bai Zhao's train was still parked where it was. Clearly he'd switched to delayed departure too. As for Zhao Rui, Bai Xiao shook his head with a complicated expression, honestly at a loss for what to say. Ending up like that? All you could say was, serves her right. Shame we came out a bit late. Otherwise we could have broken down her train for parts. I sighed with regret. Bai Xiao found that funny. Haven't you gained enough this trip already? 3 level 1 treasure chests, plus the kobold's precious gift. Me? I want to hit level 4 sooner, you know. Bai Xiao. Who doesn't? Mind if I ask you something forward? Bai Xiao thought about it and decided to speak up anyway. Since you already know it's forward, maybe just don't. Bai Xiao. Fair point. Then I'll send you a friend request in a bit. Accept it. I flashed an OK sign and boarded my train. Departure. The train started moving, splashing the standing water on the tracks far and wide. Bai Xiao watched the receding train for a few seconds before finally boarding his own. The two trains headed off down different tracks in different directions. Ding ding. You back yet? Why aren't you back? Are the treasure chests in the cave respawning? Did you feed the kobold? The moment I reached the control panel, Gu Wanqing's messages came gushing out like a flood. I found it funny, and at the same time, a warmth rose in my chest. Being missed like this was actually pretty nice. I answered each question one by one. When she learned the kobold's favorability toward me had hit 80 points, she instantly lost it. How is it that high? I only got 50. Looked like favorability wasn't so easy to raise. Probably because I'm handsome. I forwarded her the dust-scattering smoke pouches stats too. Not bad. A great survival item. But why didn't you take one of its level 3 extraordinary creations? I'll always prioritize the right one over the expensive one. There weren't many level 3 creations, and most were offensive. My damage output was plenty already. I wasn't short on attack-type items. Plus, I had the transformation recombiner. Worst case, I'd just toss the blazing revolver in to recombine it again. Through experimentation, I'd also figured out this hex's quirks. Transformation recombination was random, but not entirely without pattern. Toss in an attack-type weapon, and it recombines into another attack type, retaining the range property, which was very nice. Huh. What's this? The item, Blazing Revolver, temporarily cannot be transformed recombined. Please try again later. The prompt left me a little stumped. Did it just enter a cooldown after the last recombination? Then at the next station, I'd only be able to recombine the Whisper Dagger, or, if I wanted to push my luck, just go with the dust-scattering smoke pouch. They were both level 2 extraordinary creations, with room to improve. Oh right, there was also the nimble canine fawn. Counting them all up, I actually had quite a few things I could recombine. And I also wanted to try tossing ordinary metal in to see what it'd turn into. I've still got several level 1 treasure chests here. I'll give you one. Zhao Rui's was pure unexpected bonus. This girl just had to court death. There was no stopping her. When Gu Wanqing learned where the chest came from, she sent a string of 666. Counting it all up, of the major factions in our District 11, you've now offended every single one except the Pure Thought Brotherhood. Don't go around telling people you're my little brother. I'm afraid I'll get beaten to death. I rolled my eyes, exasperated. Was Zhao Rui's death getting pinned on me too? I didn't do a thing. Then again, the Crimson Legion's people might not see it that way. I didn't have high hopes for the 3 level 1 chests. Train coins times 3, Wuchang rice times 10 kg, Sichuan-style sausage times 2 kg, mineral water times 12L, wood times 20, metal times 10, glass times 10. Putting it like that, it wasn't half bad. Mainly, that pearly white, plump, distinct rice put me in a great mood. I hadn't eaten rice in ages, and as a southerner, my stomach had been suffering big time. Gu Wanqing's chest, meanwhile, yielded a pile of basic upgrade materials, right up her alley, since she was also scrambling to gather materials for her push to level 3. Is it still raining on your end? I glanced out the window. The whole world was a hazy gray, the endless drizzle showing no sign of stopping. This was the plum rain season, damp, sticky, clingy. Don't you feel like the train car's getting more and more humid? The clothes I washed last night were half dry this morning, and just now I touched them and they're damp again. Compared to me, who hadn't even washed up properly this whole time, the clean freak Gu Wanqing had already showered several times. There's a reason they call us stinky men. Now that she'd brought it up, I figured I should pay some attention to personal hygiene too. If conditions allowed, better to wash up. A good wash keeps you healthy. I'd noticed the humidity problem too. The moisture had to be at least 90%. The inner walls were already beaded with condensation, fogged over with a film of water, and in some spots it had pooled straight into running streams. At this rate, people are going to start molding, I frowned. That said, in this high humidity environment, the delicious mushrooms were growing like crazy. Maybe the leftover compound fertilizer was still doing its thing, but the ultra-high humidity definitely provided favorable conditions. Once I harvest this batch of mushrooms, I can switch to hot spring corn. The delicious mushrooms could be harvested 3 times total. After that, they were pointless. Only, the hot spring corn had a fairly long growth cycle, 7 days to mature. I'd see if I could swap for more compound fertilizer on the trade channel. Turns out if you want a bumper crop, you really do need a little science and a little ruthlessness. That got me thinking of Kai Kai again. Honestly, if she hadn't sautéed those mushrooms so deliciously, I might not have earned so much favorability from the kobold. The key to the 4th level. I toyed with that silver metal doghead pendant. To use the kobold's own words, that bat cave was far from as simple as it looked on the surface. The kobold was just the keeper. When you can one-shot me, come back here. By then you'll be able to claim the world-shaking treasure buried in this place. But remember, you absolutely have to come back before level 5. Once you hit level 5, this key becomes meaningless. Kobold's key level 5 description a key, a one-way ticket, and a trial space all in one. That's right. This was a level 5 extraordinary creation. When I first got my hands on it, I was stunned, convinced for a moment that my eyes were playing tricks on me. Only after digging into it did I understand why it was level 5. It served 3 functions at once. First, it was the key to the dungeon at the deepest part of the Bat Cave. Second, once activated, it was a one-way ticket that let me return to the Bat Cave anytime, ignoring the train rules. Third, it was an ultra-realistic trial space for a one-on-one death match with the kobold. At first I'd wondered, how was I supposed to know whether I had the power to one-shot it, when we'd never even crossed blades? Reading the description made it clear, my kobold big bro had already arranged everything. A trial space, huh? Press the switch and it pulls me in. But with my current strength, I'd be no match for it. No point going to ask for a beating. A bizarre spatial ripple welled up in the train car, my form gradually going translucent before solidifying again 3 seconds later, my whole face deathly pale. Why the hell can't I keep my hands to myself? The moment I stepped into that trial space, everything went black before my eyes. Before I could even make anything out, a bloody maw split open soundlessly from the darkness, fangs interlocking as it lunged straight to swallow me. I didn't even have time to scream before I was gulped down in one bite, plunged into endless, suffocating darkness. The kobold in the trial space was nothing like my big bro with 80 favorability. Forget any of that nonsense. One bite and you're dead. Even though it was all fake, the mental shock was real. I made up my mind not to go looking for trouble in there anytime soon. I tucked the key into my spatial bracelet, and Kai Kai's avatar lit up. "Brother Lou, are you still alive?" "What do you mean, still alive?" My mouth twitched. This girl's tongue was as clumsy as ever. No wonder she'd nearly driven Son E up the wall at the farmstay. "I mean, you're not dead, right?" "Stop. I get it. You're just asking if I'm okay, right?" "Yes, yes, yes. That's exactly what I meant." Through the screen, I could practically picture that girl with the thick glasses sitting at her control panel, nodding furiously, her face full of delight. "I'm doing fine. You." If we were talking danger, Kai Kai's situation was the more worrying one. A frail girl, no weapon, and a clumsy tongue to boot. "I'm okay." I went to a single-person station, ran into no danger, and even collected quite a few upgrade materials. "That's good then." I thought it over and sent her a simple supply package, water, food, and some upgrade materials. "This is for you. Those mushrooms you sautéed were a huge help to me." "Really? Brother Lou, you're not pulling my leg?" "My sautéed mushrooms actually helped a lot." Kai Kai's first reaction was to refuse, figuring I was just comforting her out of kindness. She'd only made the food taste good. What crucial role could that play? I shook my head. Without her help, I could still have gotten the kobold's thank you gift, but the key, it would never have given me that. Gu Wanxing didn't get one, precisely because I'd raised the favorability to 80 and triggered the hidden Easter egg. So Kai Kai's help was nothing short of crucial. I don't like lying, and I'm not lying to you. Just like you said yourself, everyone has their yous under heaven. Even I believe in you, so why won't you believe in yourself? I sent the supplies over again, with a note attached. "Refuse again, and you're just being precious." Out on the boundless tracks, that single-car black train rolled steadily along. Looking at the words on the light screen, the girl with the thick glasses suddenly teared up. In that moment, she stopped doubting. If someone as amazing as Big Shot Lou believes in me, what reason do I have not to believe in myself? She read it over and over, her tears overflowing worse than the rain outside the window. "Big Shot, thank you. You really are good at getting people wet." "Me? What kind of provocative wording is that now?" The rice was just about done, its rich, sweet aroma filling the air along with billows of steam. Just to cook this pot of rice, I deliberately opened the window. Burning firewood in a sealed space was basically slow suicide. The price was rain splashing in, and an even heavier dose of moisture pouring into the car, that damp, sticky feeling stronger than ever. At this rate, I'm going to start sprouting mushrooms on me. The glistening rice looked so appetizing. The stunning taste as I put it in my mouth had me throwing up a thumbs up. Good rice tastes great even without any dishes. The only shame was that I'd gotten Sichuan-style sausage instead of Cantonese, otherwise I could have made a pot of clay pot rice. Thankfully, Sichuan sausage was simple to handle. Just wash it, slice it, and steam it. "Brothers, eating a real meal again. Tears of happiness welled at the corners of my eyes. I'd finally gotten back a little of that feeling of being alive. Before long, Kai Kai's sautéed mushrooms arrived too. I want to get Big Shot Lou wet too. One bite of mushroom and all I can say is, Kai Kai, you succeeded. These tears at the corners of my eyes are the best proof of being conquered by your cooking. And I finally understood why the kobold handed over so much favorability at once. These mushrooms were just too delicious. From now on, send me any ingredients you've got, and I'll cook them up nice and pretty. Just thinking about getting to keep Big Shot Lou wet has me a little excited. Your cooking is excellent, but your phrasing is terrible. I was eating happily when a one-way trade suddenly came in from Gu Wanqing. Gu Wanqing has gifted you a tub of aged pickled beef noodles. You haven't eaten, right? Don't go hungry. I opened my mouth, and suddenly the rice in it didn't taste so good anymore. A pang of guilt welled up inside me. She was looking out for me, and here I was only thinking of myself. I thanked her a little sheepishly. Thanks, Sis Ching. Are you eating instant noodles too? Instant noodles aren't very nutritious. That tub was the only one. I'm gnawing on bread. That was your only one, and you gave it to me? My sense of guilt grew even stronger. I really deserved to die. I'd been hesitating before, but now I steeled myself and packed up my leftover rice, sausage, and sautéed mushrooms all together and sent them to her. After a long while, Gu Wanqing finally sent back a question mark. Luckily, she wasn't petty. After cursing you dog a couple of times, she settled in to enjoy it. So good. I let out a breath. Seeing that you dog actually put me more at ease. Being able to curse it out loud meant she really hadn't taken it to heart. Don't worry, Sis Ching. From now on, as long as I've got a bite to eat, you've got a bowl to wash, I'll never shortchange you. I'll flick you on the forehead. Full and content, I slipped into the chat channel to quietly observe how everyone else was doing. Any kind-hearted big shots got some food and water to spare? Little bro here can't hold on much longer. The last station had monsters, and I didn't dare get off the train. Upstairs, if I remember right. You didn't get off at the station before that one either. You're just plain timid, plain begging. Buying bullets, buying in bulk, price is negotiable. I'm buying bullets too. Damn it, my chest dropped a gun, but bullets get used up too fast. I scraped together 100 rounds, and after rationing them across a few stations, I've got under 10 left. I can make bullets, but I've got no materials. Anyone with materials, DM me. I only charge a processing fee. This bullet maker, any interest in joining the Mutual Aid Association? Top-tier treatment. 20 train coins, plus all your materials for hitting level 3 covered. That's the sincerity of my Tianhua society. Don't rush to agree. Decide after you've seen my Crimson Legion's terms. 20 train coins plus all materials for your level 3 push. On top of that, we've got plenty of single young women. If you take a liking to anyone and want her as your spouse, we'll happily play matchmaker. DM me now and get the roster of female conductors immediately. As the major factions scrambled over this bullet-making conductor, the chat channel instantly blew up. 20 coins plus level 3 costs, and they'll line up a wife for you too. What kind of godly treatment is that? I offered the Crimson Legion 5 coins just to let me join a squad and got rejected. This kid's got it made. People are fighting over him. Can't be helped, he's a rare talent. Bullets are scarce goods right now. Having a gun isn't enough, you need bullets to have any real say. I watched the recruiting frenzy with great relish. In the end, this conductor was won over by the Crimson Legion. He was just a young guy after all, no match for the lure of beauty. One look at that roster, and he lost himself completely. So many people for him to pick from. How was he any different from an emperor of old? Lu Xingyuan, I know you're watching. Jealous, aren't you? Gu Wanqing sent me a DM. Clearly she'd been lurking too. His bullet making must be an innate talent. Pretty envious of someone with such an amazing gift, huh? Me? Not really. Was my talent really any worse than his? Gu Wanqing. Oh ho, so you're saying your talent must be amazing? Tell Sis Ching about it. Your sis is famously tight-lipped. I thought about it. You tell me your talent first, as a show of good faith. Gu Wanqing. We agreed to become each other's most reliable partners. If you don't even have this much trust, it really hurts your sis's heart. Me? Then, how about I give you a massage? Gu Wanqing, get lost. It would be a lie to say all this and the chat channel left no ripple in my mind. Once again, I was keenly reminded of just how precious a consumable like bullets really is. Thank God my first hex was infinite firepower, otherwise I'd be like them, paying through the nose to buy and groveling to sellers. That got me curious, so I asked Gu Wanqing, "Sis Qing, your hand crossbow, doesn't it need ammo?" "How could it not? My crossbow needs bolts too. Aren't I haggling with a bolt seller right this second?" That said, compared to universal bullets, the bolt market was smaller, so the prices weren't too outrageous and plenty of people were willing to sell. Earlier, she'd traded 1 coin for 30 bolts. Now the price had gone up, and 1 coin only got her 20. Should have stocked up more back then. Listening to her explain how she rationed every single bolt, I was riveted again. I'd never been through anything like that and had no clue what it meant to conserve, to pull bolts back out and reuse them. I just aimed and pulled the trigger. The hex handled the rest. Infinite firepower was incredibly strong, and what made it even rarer was that the transformation recombiner wouldn't erase its property. Otherwise, universal bullets wouldn't even be compatible with the blazing revolver, and I'd have to use pricier specialty rounds. Looking back at the chat channel, the topic had already turned over. Everyone was discussing the weather. The rain hasn't stopped on my end either. Just as I was about to depart, a level 2 zombie popped up and chewed a hole in my car. Still haven't patched it, and rain keeps pouring in. I have to bail it out with a ladle now and then. It's wearing me out. The left side of my car got attacked and cracked open too. Rainwater keeps flooding in and the whole floor is soaked. Aren't your cars humid? Mine hasn't taken a single hit. The seal is perfect, and it still feels damp and sticky. As a northern guy, I can't stand this environment. Feels like mold's about to grow on me. I used to dream about the misty water towns of the south. Now I don't dream about them one bit. Selling quicklime powder. It absorbs moisture in the car and prevents mold. DM me if you need some. Quicklime powder? Something stirred in me, and I quickly sent a DM, trading the last few rotting bananas for 3 pounds of it. Those fruits were from my first few stations and were already going bad. With the plum rain season this damp on top of that, if I didn't deal with them, they really would end up in the trash. Pack this lime into cloth bags or a wooden box and set it in the corners of your car. It absorbs water efficiently and inhibits mold. Great value for the price. Definitely bag it up and don't touch it with your bare hands. It gets soft after absorbing moisture, so remember to swap it out in time. The seller was a responsible one, carefully explaining how to use it, though I couldn't rule out that he knew my reputation and wanted to make a good impression for a long-term partnership. I followed the method and spread lime in the first car. The second and third would have to wait. Seems to be helping a little. I gave it a feel. The dampness really wasn't as heavy. But before long, the lime clumped up this fast. The lime worked, but the humidity in the car was terrifyingly heavy. To fully dry it out, I'd need at least dozens of pounds. Over on her end, Gu Wanqing was ranting up a storm too. This filthy dampness. It's giving me breakouts on my face. I absolutely have to hit level 3 soon. I hope I can roll an air conditioner modification so I can dehumidify. Turned out Gu Wanqing had seen in the chat channel that someone rolled an air conditioner modification when they hit level 2. This AC didn't use electricity. It used train coins, 1 coin running it for 7 days, and during those 7 days you could blast it however you liked. That conductor had set it straight to dehumidify mode. My car's humidity is only 40% now. It's heavenly. I'm so jealous. The others went green with envy on the spot. Anyone who'd been through it knew how miserable 100% humidity in the car was. I want an AC modification too. Me too. Through the screen, I could practically see Gu Wanqing lying there, kicking her 2 bare little feet in the air. You're a grown woman. Quit playing little girl, okay? Sis just turned 18 this year. All right, so I am a little girl. And you, what's with okay? Don't use repeated letters, please. It's so disgusting sting. You're that sure you'll roll an AC after hitting level 3? I scrolled back through the chat log. That person had said the AC was only a white tier modification. What if Gu Wanqing's luck was as freakish as ever and she started at green tier off the bat? Wouldn't that be a waste? Just like I believed in my own luck, I believe she was exactly that lucky. And why do I feel like you're hinting at something? I stroked my chin, finally catching the undertone. Gu Wanqing. Sis Qing wants to make a run at level 3. As my little brother, can't you pitch in a little? Me. Through fire and water for you, Sis Qing. After accepting Bai Zhao's friend request, I lay down to sleep. Only, I slept terribly that night, constantly feeling like I was sinking into cold river water, soaked and chilled all over. I woke once at 12, again at 2. When I woke at 4, I was shocked to find that the car had been flooded at some point, a full 3 centimeters deep. What the hell? Isn't my car's seal supposed to be great? Could a monster have attacked while it was moving? I checked it over. No, and the durability was at full value too. Once my head cleared, I understood. It was just too humid, flooding the car outright, and that bit of lime had long since soaked through and was useless. Damn it, I cursed and grumbled, feeling like I'd been had. I quickly opened the car door to clear out the standing water, and only then noticed how heavy the rain was outside. The thundering roar was like the yellow river bellowing. No wonder the dampness was this horrific. Next, I checked the second and third cars. The second had standing water too, but nothing was stored there, so no harm done. The third was a different story. I turned it into a warehouse, piled with all kinds of materials. The metal was fine, but the wood was already showing signs of rot. Affected by damp, wood loses 1% per hour. My whole mood crashed. Going from level 3 to level 4 also required wood, and a lot of it. Wood was easy to gather, but it couldn't withstand a 1% loss every hour. Plum rain season, I hate you. For the next few hours I barely slept, having to drain the standing water every 2 hours. Luckily my body had been remodeled by Gene's serum, so I didn't end up listless. At 8 in the morning, I took a look at the hot spring corn seeds enhanced with compound fertilizer. I'd bought this bag of compound fertilizer on the trade platform last night, and it had gone up in price too, with the seller insisting on train coins. No choice. The market had changed by now, and trying to barter with food was no longer realistic. Train coins had returned to their place as the basic universal currency. The hot spring corn grew fairly fast. At this rate, it wouldn't take 7 days, 3 at most, and I could harvest a batch. Unlike the mushrooms, corn could be harvested only twice at most. Grow fast, and let's see if you can fetch a good price. I didn't mind listing it on the trade channel. Corn this tasty that also replenishes water, salt, and calories. 1 ear for 1 coin isn't excessive, right? The chat channel hadn't quieted down since last night. It wasn't just me hit by the damp and the wood losses. Everyone else was the same. At least the game was fair in this regard, mercilessly whipping every single conductor. This is what I chopped down several trees to collect. My hands are blistered, and now it's all molded over. Damn this game. Damn the devs. Whatever you do, don't buy lime from that quicklime guy. It's useless. Looked like I was far from the only victim. That bro clearly hadn't meant to scam anyone. Though, the lime did help somewhat. The situation was just too extreme. Seeing that the top conductors were equally helpless, the other conductors clearly felt a lot better. The elite backbones of all the major organizations were offering hefty bounties for a way to dehumidify. They had a deeper worry. Wood rots. But what about metal? What about the more valuable materials? Once high-tier materials started taking losses, it was no different from slicing flesh with a knife. At least I can put valuables in my spatial bracelet. That was how I consoled myself. 9:30. Next stop, single-person platform Goo Family Village. This station is a white platform dot. Please prepare yourself to. Finally, a single-person platform. I let a rare smile show. Several multi-person platforms in a row had left me drained. The less I had to split my attention guarding against others, the better. A white platform it was. Then, I'd treat it as a chance to catch my breath, since the difficulty of the previous few stations had all been pretty high. Same as usual, I sent the info to Gu Wanqing to see if she'd been there before. Whether the Pila's Magic Castle or the Bat Cave, her intel was always crucial, like having a walkthrough for a game, so you didn't have to fumble around blindly. Gu Family Village? Gu Wanqing seemed stunned. Why the hell does this feel like my home? Your home? My face went blank with surprise. Yeah, my home's in Gu Family Village. Though I can't be sure the one you're at is the one I'm from. There are tons of places called Gu Family Village in the world. She told me her house number. If you can find this house number, it's most likely my home. Got it. I nodded, then placed the nimble canine Fong into the transformation recombiner. At 10, I arrived smoothly. A colored magic orb dropped, and I picked it up. Congratulations, you've obtained Warm Sunstone ×1 a level. 1 a description. Once activated, it continuously releases a gentle, dry stream of warmth, keeping a small area perpetually at a pleasant temperature. I turned this egg-sized rhombic crystal over in my hands, a little amazed. It was transparent through and through, with a flame-like red sealed inside. Held in the palm, you could feel the warmth seep in through your skin, not scalding, just right. Can this thing replace an air conditioner and clear out the dampness? I'd study it once I got back. Next, I turned to the transformation recombiner. The nimble canine Fong had become a palm-sized bronze iron plate. Strength rune level 2 description greatly amplifies the wearer's strength, granting inhuman explosive power. My expression went a bit odd. Why did this feel even worse than the nimble canine Fong? At least the Fong boosted speed. In any game, speed is crucial, far outweighing strength. What good is raw strength if you can't even touch the hem of your enemy's clothes? No matter how high their burst, it's useless if they can't get close to you. By my reckoning, speed, strength. Still, this turn of events was within expectations. I'd realized early on that a random roll might not give me what I wanted. Randomness is uncontrollable. Guess I'll just have to wait and see if I can change it back next time. I put on the strength rune, and my arms instantly felt stronger. A punch could whip up a whistling sound through the air. One punch, and I'd definitely knock the little pearls right out of Gu Wanqing. Not the property I wanted, but I had to admit a level 2 extraordinary creation was on a different level from a level 1. The amplification was no small thing, and paired with the whisper dagger, my damage would jump at least threefold. I looked out the window. The rain was still falling, pattering away, the sky so overcast it looked ready to dump an entire basin of water. The junction between the tracks and the platform was already covered in standing water, nearly up to the car door. Behind the platform was Gu Family Village, looking fairly ordinary, scattered self-built houses, 2 or 3 stories, fairly nicely finished, exterior walls uniformly tiled, with grand front gates. I couldn't confirm whether this was the Gu Family Village Gu Wanqing meant. I'd just have to get off and see for myself. Didn't even bring an umbrella. Someone on the trade channel was selling them, but the price was outrageous and I couldn't bear to buy one. I'd have to get rained on. I shielded my eyes with my hand and dashed to the nearest doorway. Gu Family Village. Number 03. Gu Wanqing had said her house was number 18, I think. I searched around and quickly found number 18. Is this her place? I pushed at the tightly shut courtyard gate. It wouldn't budge, so I just brute forced it open with a kick. A 2-story house with a small garden appeared before me. Compared to the pretty buildings of the other households, this one looked shabby. Bare red brick walls, never plastered, mottled with the marks of years, but the courtyard was tidy, clearly tended with care. My attention fell on a plum tree in the middle of the yard, laden with big, red plums. How do you tell whether it's my home? When you push the gate open, if you can see a plum tree growing in the yard, then 9 times out of 10 it's my home. Gu Wanqing's words echoed clearly in my mind. Seeing this, I couldn't keep the corners of my mouth from lifting. Sis Qing, I'm really at your home. Holy crap. My mood was inexplicably a little stirred. The front door was open. Soaked through, I walked in, and the first thing I saw was 2 memorial portraits hanging in the center of the living room. A young couple, with Gu Wanqing's features visible in their brows and eyes. I found a clean cloth on the sofa and wiped the water from my face and hair, then went up to the portraits, pressed my palms together, and bowed 3 times, before heading straight upstairs. This pink room had to be Gu Wanqing's. Walking in, I could even catch a faint fragrance. Could this be the legendary maiden's scent? Just count yourself lucky I'm not a pervert. I reached out to touch the light switch on the wall, and the light came on. There was even electricity? My gaze quickly landed on the laptop by the bed. Sis Qing, I've decided to conduct a thorough, deep investigation of you. You wouldn't mind, right? The computer booted normally, the desktop very clean. A browser, music software, messaging apps, and a few games. No random clutter of antivirus programs. On that point alone, she beat 95% of girls. The Penguin app was set to auto-login on startup, but it failed, showing no network, as expected. I quickly found a folder named Album on the desktop. Clicking in, there were over 1,000 photos. Do girls really love taking photos this much? Skipping past the landscape shots that were photographed like garbage, I went straight to the people photos. The girl in the photos had a full, soft, goose-shaped face, fine and translucent skin with a natural blush, looking thoroughly youthful. A pair of large, bright black almond eyes, clear and lively, the gaze smiling, paired with fluffy, wild wispy bangs, her features open and bursting with vitality. The corners of her mouth turned up to show her teeth, the smile bright and healing, brimming with vivid, girlish energy. The most distinctive feature was that double bun, every strand of hair crisp and defined. I looked at the face in the photos, and it gradually overlapped with the Gu Wanqing avatar in my memory. Photoshopped, right? I couldn't stop laughing. I could totally imagine that if Gu Wanqing were beside me right now and heard that comment, she'd absolutely pound me with her little fists. Your sis Qing is a natural beauty. As if I need to Photoshop my photos? I kept flipping through the later photos. Lots of solo shots. Plenty of group shots with classmates and best friends too. Every one of them youthful and full of life. The vitality practically spilling off the screen. The corners of my mouth never came down. I wore an auntie's doting smile the whole time. Good thing Gu Wanqing wasn't around, or she'd have wrinkled her nose and said with disdain, "Quit being such a creep, would you?" Done browsing the album, I went through her hard drive. Study materials? I raised an eyebrow, clicked in with anticipation, then backed out disappointed. They really were study materials. Our sis Qing is a studious good student after all. But I still caught her with something. Didn't clean out your browsing history. A string of strange domain names and forbidden terms. Though it was all anime, did she really dislike live action that much? Nothing to criticize there, just human nature. I cleared the history clean and snapped my fingers in satisfaction. Now no one will find out the fact that sis Qing is an egg. White and clean on the outside. Slice it open and it's all yellow inside. After shutting it down, I quickly searched the room. The drawers had plenty of snacks, cookies, chips, spicy strips, chicken feet, dried tofu, all taken. I pulled open the wardrobe. All kinds of sweet little dresses hung neatly. After a moment's thought, I took those all too. The drawer beside it was full of Gu Wanqing's clothes. Very plain styles. A little girl is a little girl. The second drawer was just as plain in style, even a bit cute. All cartoon prints, only a dozen or so of them. I didn't spare a single one and took them all. The third drawer was socks, mostly white, with some pink and teal too. Her taste really is consistent. I packed those all up too. Then I rushed into the bathroom, which was crammed with bottles and jars that made my head spin. As a guy, I conquer the world with one bar of soap, and miraculously my skin still stays in pretty good shape. Forget the whats and whys, just pack it all up first. I soon found my spatial bracelet wasn't enough. Luckily, I discovered a good thing. Gu Wanqing's extra-large suitcase, a black one plastered all over with cartoon stickers. A suitcase should be waterproof, right? I stuffed everything into it, even the little blanket and the hugging pillow. Something occurred to me, and I peeked under the bed. Empty, nothing there. And here I thought I might find something that couldn't see the light of day. The room was soon picked nearly clean. I was about to head downstairs when I suddenly spotted a photo on the wall. Gu Wanqing is a child, a 5 or 6-year-old little girl with 2 little pigtails, round-faced and rosy, her smile more radiant than the sun. Sis Qing was way too cute as a kid. Once again, an uncontrollable doting smile spread across my face. And without a second thought, I tucked the photo into my shirt, then went back down to the first floor and made straight for the kitchen. The kitchen had all sorts of rice, flour, grain, and oil. An unopened 50-pound bag of rice, several packs of dried noodles, half a bottle of peanut oil, a few bags of salt, a box of 13 spice, a bottle of oyster sauce. I didn't pass up any of the odds and ends. All of it could greatly improve quality of life. The kitchen was soon swept clean too. Back in the living room, I finally noticed the walls were plastered with award certificates. Outstanding kindergartner, model student, 3 good student, outstanding class officer, first prize in the mathematical Olympiad, a dense pile of them. The whole wall nearly out of space, and the gold content was pretty high too, with plenty from middle and high school. For some reason, I found it riveting to look at. From kindergarten to high school, gazing at these certificates, it was as if I'd lived through Gu Wanqing's entire growing up. Just like my sis Qing, badass as expected. In the end, I couldn't help planting my hands on my hips, my face full of vicarious pride. Even though this had nothing to do with me whatsoever, I was just proud. I'd leave these certificates here, I didn't touch them, and once again came before the memorial portraits of Gu Wanqing's parents and bowed 3 times. Uncle, Auntie, please watch over my sis Qing. Keep her safe and smooth sailing the whole way. I'm counting on you. The rain outside was still coming down in sheets. The plum tree in the yard looked a bit bedraggled from the beating, plums scattered all over the ground, some already rotting. Such a waste. I narrowed my eyes at the tall plum tree before me. Sis Ching, oh Sis Ching, here's hoping these plums are really as sweet as you said. Taking a deep breath, I scrambled up the tree like a monkey. The rain soaked my barely dried hair through again, but I didn't care in the slightest, patiently and carefully picking the plums one by one. A whole burlap sack full, roughly 15 or 16 pounds. Only after confirming there wasn't a single plum left on the tree did I jump down and hurry all the supplies back to the car. I checked the time. Only 11:20, still 40 minutes until departure, plenty of time to go raid another household. A no-danger platform was rare, so of course I had to make the most of it. At 12, the train departed right on schedule. I lay on the floor gasping for breath. Even with no monsters to kill, I was thoroughly worn out. Looking at the supplies piled up like a small mountain, a smile couldn't help breaking across my weary face. Didn't come for nothing, huh? After resting a bit, I pulled out a clean towel to wipe the water off myself. The towel was pink and carried a faint fragrance. This wouldn't happen to be one Gu Wanqing had used, would it? I froze for a moment, then didn't dwell on it. What time was it to be squeamish? Once I dried my hair, I felt a bit cold. Messing around in the rain that long, and the car's still freezing cold when I get back. Keep this up, and I'll catch a cold sooner or later. I was a little worried. Even with my body strengthened by gene serum, I was only a notch above an ordinary person, not Superman. And in this world without medicine, a cold and fever could be deadly. I quickly stripped off my wet clothes and wiped my whole body down with the towel bare. My body was dry, but the car was wet, the damp air constantly gnawing at my skin and sending waves of cold through me. The windows and door were all sealed shut, but it was no use against a whole world shrouded in cold, dank damp. Wait, that's not right. I suddenly smacked my forehead. Don't I still have the warm sunstone? I quickly took out the warm sunstone and activated it per the instructions. An invisible ripple burst forth, the inside of the crystal churning as if a flame had ignited, waves of warmth instantly filling the entire car. So comfortable. I couldn't help groaning, with a feeling like lying on the grass soaking up the sun. The warm sunstone floated up and hovered in midair, continuously feeding out warmth. The dampness in the car was instantly driven off. No more water beating on the walls. No more of that damp, sticky feeling on my body. I felt like I'd come back to life. The warm sunstone's heat wasn't dry like an air conditioner's. Too much AC and your nose and mouth go parched, and badly enough your nose even gets streaked with blood. The warm sunstone did none of that. I felt as at ease as in a 26-degree spring. The only shame was that it only affected the first car, but even so it was great. I wasn't greedy. I wrung out my wet clothes and hung them by the warm sunstone. It wouldn't take long for them to dry. I was the only one in the car, so I just sat at the control panel bare, not feeling any shame at all. Gu Wanqing sent her usual flood of messages, same as always. How is it? Is it my home? You're still not back? When you see this, reply the second you can. I'm dying of curiosity. Thinking of the secret I discovered on her computer, I couldn't keep the corners of my mouth from lifting. Sis Ching, you really called it. It really is your home. Gu Wanqing replied instantly. You actually made it to my home? Yeah, just that big a coincidence. I went into your room and found a computer, and after I booted it up, guess what I found? Gu Wanqing. Found what? I let out a sigh. Sis Ching. Oh Sis Ching, how am I supposed to put this? You have to use incognito mode. How could you go onto those naughty websites so brazenly and leave traces? And good thing it was me. If someone else found out, wouldn't you have died of embarrassment on the spot? Then I went out of my way to bring up a few keywords that can't be named. These few you watched over and over so many times. That's true love. Gu Wanqing, holy crap. Stop. Say one more thing, and I'll kill you. Then she scrambled to cover for herself. No, wait. That wasn't me watching. The computer got a virus, and it redirected on its own. Nothing to do with me. I've never browsed pages like that. I'm a good kid, an absolutely good kid. Me? Yeah, like I believe that. I brought the computer back for you. Do you want it? There are a lot of old photos in it, too. I figured you wouldn't be able to part with them. They're all precious memories. Gu Wanqing, seriously? Give it to me, quick. I immediately sent the laptop over. Gu Wanqing went quiet, probably flipping through the photos. It was ages before she said, "Huh, where's my browsing history? Deleted it clean for you, of course." "Oh, thanks. But wait, did you go through my photos?" "Me. If you really must have me critique your photography skills, the summary is 4 words: photograph like utter garbage. The landscape shots are unbearable to look at, and the people shots only get by on the model being decent." Gu Wanqing. Why do I feel like you're complimenting me and insulting me at the same time? Gu Wanqing. You didn't clean out everything from my house, did you? Me. It's not that simple. As I said it, I opened the trade window and sent all her clothes over. Her reaction was exactly as I predicted. Wow. Holy crap. You are too amazing. The emotional value was definitely delivered. My mood soared. I felt like everything I'd done was no longer meaningless. There's even my favorite strawberry panties. Boo-hoo. I'm so touched. I thought I'd never see them again. Gu Wanqing launched into the whole story behind it. These are the most comfortable to wear out of all of them. Really well made. When you touched them, didn't they feel soft? Did they? I stroked my chin. Then my face abruptly changed. Close call. This girl was testing me. Sorry, I didn't touch them. Really didn't touch them? Really didn't do anything you shouldn't with my stuff. I'm upright and above board. All right then, I'll believe you. But that one really is my favorite, no lie. Me. A kid is a kid. So what type do you like? Without a second thought. Black lace, obviously. Then next time I'll get you a pair of black lace boxers. Remember to wear them. I flipped her off across the airwaves. I'm a pure-blooded man. Who'd wear something like that? You brought my sailor suit miniskirt over too, great. The sailor suit miniskirt, I had some impression of classic black and white color scheme. A big red bow at the collar, the hem very short, under 40 centimeters. But knowing Gu Wanqing's habits, safety shorts were a must. These days, even if you're a gentleman, you've got to guard against it. A top student who makes the honor roll every year wearing a skirt this short. Does your homeroom teacher know? Can't help it. Every girl has the heart of a hot girl inside. Besides, I bought this skirt and never even wore it. I was feeling bad about it, so you bringing it over means it won't go to waste. Hey, do you want to see me wear it? Me. My gaze seemed to pierce through time and space, seeing a sweet-faced girl sitting in the duck-sit pose at her control panel, typing while the corners of her mouth tilted up in a sly, mischievous little smirk, full of obvious teasing. Good thing I play by the rules, or I'd have really fallen for your trap. I'm not that kind of person. I added another line. Besides, you don't even own a single decent pair of stockings. What the heck are you wearing a sailor suit for? That whole drawer of socks was uniformly pure cotton, not a single pair of stockings, and I concluded on the spot that Gu Wanqing's legs had to be thick. Otherwise, why wouldn't she own even one pair of stockings? What do you know? Bare legs are the top tier. Only people who aren't confident about their leg shape need stockings to fix it. Me. Oh, really? I don't believe it. Gu Wanqing quickly sent over a photo. A pair of long, straight legs, evenly proportioned, the skin fair and fine, giving off a soft glow under the light and shadow. Gulp. My throat bobbed involuntarily. Come to think of it, I really hadn't had milk in a long time. Milk's good stuff, plenty of protein. Well, what do you say? Me, SOSO. You didn't just pull your pants back up, did you? She caught on again. Oh, you sneaky little underclassman. Deliberately tricked me into sending a photo, didn't you? Gu Wanqing didn't put on the sailor suit. In her words, you don't even want to see it anyway, so why the heck would I wear it? A trap. A trap through and through. I held back and didn't leap in. I had no intention of returning the supplies I'd raided from her place. I'd worked hard to collect all this, and it had nothing to do with her. That wasn't her home, just a platform. Besides, giving her back every last piece of clothing without holding anything back was already more than generous of me. Let me just taste how sweet these plums are. I noticed the plums in the burlap sack, each half a fist big, bright red, giving off a sweet, fresh, fruity scent. These were the ones Gu Wanqing had so insistently demanded I pick. I found a cloth, wiped off the white bloom, and bit down hard. As my teeth cut in, there was a crisp, crunchy snap. Then they sank into soft, tender flesh, sweetness instantly welling up. Thick as honey yet not cloying, spreading from the root of my tongue through my whole body. leaving nothing but a mouthful of fruit fragrance. Holy crap, this sweet. I goggled in amazement. It was the first time I'd ever eaten a plum this sweet, and my earlier gripes about gu wanqing dissolved into nothing. Well, aren't they sweet? Sweet. Sweet is right. Gu wanqing sent a voice message, a little childish and a touch smugly proud. I planted that tree with my own hands when I was little. How could it not be sweet? I felt my soul struck in that instant. An image automatically surfaced in my mind. A little girl with pigtails laboriously digging into the courtyard soil, carefully planting the little sapling, then crouching beside it, cupping her little face, that gaze piercing through time and space to meet mine in the present. My throat went dry, like there were 1,000 words rushing to pour out, but in the end, Sis Ching, you're awesome. Obviously. Kai, you there? Wrapping up my conversation with Gu Wanqing, I wasted no time contacting the other girl. I stroked my chin. Why did I inexplicably get the distinct sense of being a player? I'm here. What can I do for you, Big Shot Lu? I've got a gas canister here, want it? Lifted from Gu Wanqing's place too, of course. It was pretty heavy, so it had to be full. With it, Kai's cooking would be a lot more convenient. That's great. I was just fretting over the firewood being too damp to light. I sent the rice and sausage over together in the trade. Kai said she'd make me a delicious sausage fried rice. Naturally, I didn't forget gu wanqing. 2 servings, both with scallions, 1 mildly spicy and 1 medium spicy. What I sent over was a full 3 servings worth. Couldn't have Kai working for nothing. 2 servings. Yeah, I've got another friend. A girl, I take it. Mind your own business about grown-up affairs. Oh, Kai soon had the sausage fried rice done. Rice grains distinct and separate, sausage glossy and ruddy, emerald scallion bits scattered like little stars. Appetizing just to look at. Nice. I sincerely admired anyone who could cook this well. How was it that the same ingredients in my hands turned into culinary horrors? I sent the medium spicy serving to Gu Wanqing. So good, she replied after a while, probably busy eating. Did you make this? I lied without batting an eye. What? I can't have a skill like this. Gu Wanqing. Liars have to swallow 1,000 ding-dings, you know. Me. A friend. Haha, I knew it. Were women's instincts always this sharp? After eating, I slipped into the chat channel out of habit to quietly observe. The head count had already dropped to just over 87,000. Since the plum rain season set in, the number being eliminated had spiked, and not a single conductor was spared. I also thought of my own third car, the one I'd turned into a warehouse. The wood there was probably rotting away badly by now. Too bad I only had the one warm sunstone. It could only protect the first car, and I could do nothing but watch the wood degrade. My AC's gone on strike. Just then I saw the conductor who'd luckily rolled the AC modification wailing in the channel. I'd been running dehumidify the whole time, and the AC vent actually grew mushrooms. It straight up made me laugh out of sheer fury. I quickly forwarded the log to Gu Wanqing. She'd been harping on hitting level 3 to roll an AC for dehumidifying. Well, look now, the AC was no use at all. Then what do? Gu Wanqing was clearly losing it. Right now there's water everywhere. On the walls, on the floor, all over. I looked at my own dry, pleasant car and felt a pang of sympathy. I'd been through it, so I understood how good having it like this now really was. With that in mind, I snapped a photo of the warm sunstone and sent it to her. You actually have something this good. So jealous. A shame that once the warm sunstone is activated it auto-fixes itself to the top of the car and can't be moved, or I really would have sent it over to let her dry out, and then send it back, getting the most use out of it. Just as I was lamenting that, the trade window popped up. Gu Wanqing had listed 3 pieces of clothing. My pupils contracted. What's this supposed to mean? I told you I play by the rules. Get your mind out of the gutter. I washed these the day before yesterday, and they're not dry yet. I'm scared they'll mold, so I'm hanging them at your place to dry. Oh, so that was it. I gave a slight cough and accepted the trade. Once they were in hand, I helpfully wrung them out, and a whole puddle of water actually came out. Forget molding, they could probably grow mushrooms. I found a pole and hung them by the warm sunstone. They'd be dry in under half a day. Only, a grown man hanging a woman's clothes up in his car. I couldn't shake the feeling I'd be taken for a pervert. Did you get a prompt saying you'd entered a damp state? Gu Wanqing sent in a fluster. Damp? Yeah. A game prompt just popped up saying I'd entered a damp state due to the environment. Damp 1. Movement speed reduced, stamina cost for running and climbing greatly increased. What's the 1 for? This state can stack? Right. Those who'd entered the state could clearly see more detailed info. Damp 2. Healing and recovery effects of potions and food greatly diminished. Damp 3. Continuous heat loss draining life. Stamina cannot recover naturally. My heart sank. Once it stacked to 3 layers, wasn't that practically a death sentence? Turned out the damp cars and the endless drizzle were just the tip of the iceberg of plum rain season. The real killing move was hidden behind it. And I was completely unaffected because the warm sunstone had driven the dampness off my body. How are you feeling right now? I asked at once. Just feel kind of heavy all over, worn out, no energy, and don't want to move, like my periods here. Only damp 1, so the effect wasn't too bad yet. At the same time, the chat channel had blown up over the damp state too. Folks, who gets it? I was fine a second ago, and one careless moment later I've got a damp state on me. So I'm not the only one? Then I'm relieved. What's going on? Why don't I have it? Am I really the only one who stacked 2 layers? This game's way too hard. It's straight up hell mode. It really was hell mode. If not for the warm sunstone, I probably wouldn't be much better off. It scared me enough that I cracked open a can of cola to calm my nerves, with some ice cubes added too. So hot, so parched. Gu Wanqing wished she could reach through the chat window and strangle me. I'm begging you, have a heart. It wasn't hard to deduce from the channel that over 80% of conductors had entered the damp state, with the remaining 20% on their way there. And within that 80%, another 20% had stacked double, and even a scattered few had triple. They could clearly sense their life draining away bit by bit, left to beg in the channel for someone to come to their aid. Driving off the dampness wasn't hard, just stay in a dry environment long term. But the catch was that the unrelenting plum rain season had soaked the whole world, and shutting the windows tight was no help either. The moisture still seeped in through the cracks. I observed for a while and had a sense of it. Those who'd stacked double were basically all suffering from excessive hunger and cold, underfed and underdressed, already in poor shape, so adding dampness on top was a super multiplier. I quickly sent high-calorie food over to Gu Wanqing. Eat plenty, try to fill up and stay warm. Don't worry about gaining weight. You're not the least bit fat. Gu Wanqing, thanks a lot. I wasn't fat to begin with. Next I contacted the lime-selling conductor, planning to win by volume. Lime couldn't be decisive, but reducing the dampness a little was better than nothing. Unfortunately, I wasn't the only one to think of it. Someone had long since bought up all his lime. Sorry, big shot, you're too late. I made another round of the trade channel, found nothing useful, and could only sigh. After that I had Gu Wanqing send over her damp quilt to dry and send back, over and over. Her condition didn't worsen, at least. I've decided not to go out at the next station. I'll just stay in the car, scared the rain will make it worse. That was a sound choice. Going out the station means opening the car door, which lets a fiercer surge of moisture pour in. Of course, if the next station's rich in resources and has no danger, I'm still willing to go out. Gathering resources came first, after all. Are you secretly cursing me behind my back? Why else would I sneeze several times in a row? My heart jumped. Sneezing was the most obvious sign before a cold. Plenty of grown men in the channel couldn't hold up against the damp and were developing cold symptoms. Never mind a delicate little girl like Gu Wanqing. I hurried to soothe her. Yep, I'm secretly cursing you behind your back. Gu Wanqing. Oh, I knew it was you. But what did you curse me as? I cursed you as. I thought about it. Big-chested and brainless. Gu Wanqing. You touched my clothes? I didn't. Anyway, given the state I'm in, can I ask you about some grown-up affairs? Me? She's just a perfectly ordinary friend. That's all. Gu Wanqing. LOL. 10 p.m. Gu Wanqing. My nose is stuffed up. 11 p.m. Gu Wanqing. My throat's a little uncomfortable. Midnight. Gu Wanqing. My head hurts a bit. I pressed my face against the dried quilt, confirmed there wasn't a trace of dampness, and sent it over. Didn't you take that basic gene enhancement serum I gave you? Why's your constitution this week? Gu Wanqing. Sorry. Actually, there's something else I've been hiding from you. A strong sense of unease suddenly welled up in me. I entered damp too. I drew a deep breath. When did this happen? Just now. Probably even typing was a struggle. After that, she mostly switched to voice, her voice weak and a little wronged. Go ahead, curse me. I rubbed my throbbing brow. I tried so hard, and still couldn't stop it from worsening. Damn it, can't get it down. I tried to pry the warm sunstone loose, failed, and regretted a little having been so hasty to use it. I was, after all, a tough guy who could bang out 30 squats in one go. This little bit of dampness was nothing to me, whereas Gu Wanqing was a delicate little girl, weak as anything. Any way you cut it, she was the one who needed the warm sunstone more. A miscalculation. In that case, better get her affairs in order. Before you die, remember to transfer all the supplies on your train to me. Don't let them go to waste. Gu Wanqing, 0.0. Me. All right, get some sleep. Maybe you'll be fine tomorrow after a good rest. And the second you feel off, message me. Sigh. To be honest, what help would messaging me even be? Nothing but watching uselessly. I didn't lie down on that big bed. I kept vigil at the control panel, so I'd get her messages the moment they came. Only, all that night, Gu Wanqing never sent a single message. She didn't actually kick the bucket, did she? The next day, half asleep leaning against the wall, I jolted with alarm and hurried to message. Still alive. I waited several minutes before getting a reply. 1. I let out a breath. The damp eased off. No, it didn't get worse and go to 3, did it? Could you wish me a little luck for once? I cooked her some mushroom soup. The delicious mushrooms could quickly restore stamina, far better than ordinary noodles. Drink it right away and keep lying down after. Skip today's station. Gu Wanqing accepted. After a long while she sent. Tastes a so-so, not as good as yesterday's rice. What? You didn't have that ordinary friend cook it for you? Me. LOL, still cracking jokes at a time like this. Not going to send a bowl to that ordinary friend? What if she's struggling just like me? This was made specially for you. Oh, besides, her constitution's hardier than yours. She doesn't need it. I hate you. It was only when Kai took the initiative to ask how I was doing that it belatedly dawned on me I probably ought to check in on her too. Learning that she hadn't entered the damp state and her body had no adverse reactions, I felt relieved, and at the same time gave Gu Wanqing a thorough mental scolding. So useless. Chat channel online count, 79, 157/100, 000. Under 80,000 left. I distinctly remembered there'd been over 87,000 just yesterday, which meant that in a single night, over 7,000 people had been brutally eliminated by the damp state. If I didn't find a solution soon, Gu Wanqing would become one of them too. She was already running a high fever, and exploring today's station was out of the question for her. 9:30. Next stop, multi-person platform, Kanyang Elementary, up to 5 trains. This station is a green platform. Please prepare yourself to. I drew a deep breath and pressed my palms together in prayer. At 10, the magic orb dropped right on time. Congratulations, you've obtained Bulletproof Glass ×5, Level 2 description, one of the essential advanced materials for upgrading your train. I sighed. I'd actually have preferred the warm sunstone. Then I could have freed Gu Wanqing from the damp. Too bad luck wasn't on my side. After stowing the glass, I focused my attention on the transformation recombiner, this time choosing the Whisper Dagger. I'd considered putting in the dust-scattering smoke pouch, but on reflection I decided against it. It could save my life in a pinch, and no one could be sure what came out of the recombination would be more useful. Higher level didn't mean better. What suits you is best. A flash of light, and a long blade appeared before me. Violet lightning level 3 description. When the blade enters the body, a paralytic lightning force surges out, spreading along the bloodstream, leaving the struck target stiff-limbed and slow to react. With multiple hits, the lightning force lingers in the body, continuously causing stinging pain and paralysis. The blade was a dark purple, covered in fine, faint patterns like the cracks of countless miniature lightning bolts splitting into steel. The grip was wrapped in charred black leather, with a faint smell of scorching. I tried a swing, and an urgent whistling sound rang out at once. Great blade, I nodded in satisfaction. The Whisper Dagger was too short, clumsy to wield. This violet lightning was a full 80 centimeters long. An inch longer is an inch stronger. Paired with the strength rune, one slash could easily one-shot a level 2 zombie. After stowing violet lightning, I opened the car door, and the rain came lashing down on me. A damp state quickly appeared on me. Damp 1. Movement speed reduced, stamina cost for running and climbing greatly increased. I gave it a feel. My body really was a bit heavy, but with the gene serum enhancement, this much was completely negligible. Braving the rain, I reached the platform. The other 4 conductors had already arrived, 2 men and 2 women. One of them looked very familiar, and as it happened the other party was staring hard at me too, very surprised and very pleasantly so. I narrowed my eyes and scratched my head, feigning thought. Who's that? Don't know him. Bullshit, like you wouldn't recognize me? The other party flew into a rage, so angry he nearly jumped. I'm Wang Tianhua, president of the Tianhua Society. You're pretending not to recognize me on purpose, aren't you? Another level 3 conductor. Great, this exploration's bound to go smoothly, a young female conductor said excitedly. The other 3-car train was unquestionably Wang Tianhua's. The remaining 3 all had just a single car. That combat trash female conductor immediately wanted to latch onto a strong leg, only to find the other 2 were both Tianhua Society members. President, I'm Lu Wei from the Tianhua Society, number 0132. Do you still remember me? President, my number 0044, one of the earliest founding members of the Tianhua Society. The other female conductor hurried to speak up too. Wang Tianhua nodded. I remember you too. You're Lu Wei, and you're Huang Hui, right? The 2 nodded eagerly, thrilled. We never imagined the president would still remember us. We're so touched. Wang Tianhua smiled. Not only do I remember your names, I remember your talents too. Lu Wei, your talent is sonic probing. You can actively send sound waves toward an area to survey the terrain, and any monsters will be sensed by you, right? Lu Wei exclaimed. President, you even remember that. My talent really is sonic probing. Huang Hui, your talent is climbing mastery. You can easily scale near vertical cliffs, rock faces, and trees, and move nimbly at heights as if walking on flat ground, right? Huang Hui scratched her head sheepishly. President, my talent doesn't seem like much. Really, I never thought you'd let me join back then. I'm so touched. Wang Tianhua patted her shoulder. My Tianhua Society would never discriminate against any of our family. No matter how strong or weak the talent, I treat everyone equally and do my utmost to cultivate you, so you can level up soon. I snorted. He sure had a whole spiel of pretty words to fool people. Huang Hui was among the first few batches to join, yet her train was still level 1 even now. Wasn't that proof enough? All 3 of them are actually Tianhua Society members. The other young girl instinctively edged closer to me. Hello, my name's Fong Ling. I haven't joined any faction yet. You're big shot Lu Xingyuan, right? Could I team up with you in a bit? I'm afraid they'll freeze me out. Before I could speak, Wang Tianhua's gaze landed on the girl. What's your name? What's your talent? Introduce yourself, so it's easier for us to cooperate. Fong Ling flushed and confessed honestly. My talent is landlubber constitution. I can't swim at all. I sink the moment I touch water. I'll even drown in shallow water. And once I'm wet, my movement speed and agility plummet by 70%. Wang Tianhua. Lu Wei. Huang Hui. Even I was struck silent by her. What the hell kind of talent was that? Way too useless. Fong Ling seemed to know her talent was garbage too. Her shame deepened, and she hurried to add. But on land my movement speed and stamina double. My adaptation to land terrain is maxed out, and running, climbing, and jumping all get a huge boost. Everyone stayed silent. No help for it. It was plum rain season now. The rain hadn't stopped once since the season began, and saying you wouldn't get wet was impossible. So this talent was still trash among trash. Boo-hoo. Fong Ling couldn't help sobbing quietly. Wang Tianhua forced out a faint smile. It's all right. Your talent would still have great potential on a clear sunny day. It's just the overall environment that's bad right now. Once plum rain season passes, it'll be your world. Was the overall environment bad? Well, that did seem to be the case. But was Wang Tianhua this gentle a person? It completely clashed with his style. At least as far as I knew, he was extremely cruel and arrogant, and there was no way he was this warm-hearted. Ahem. Wang Tianhua's gaze shifted to me. Lu Xingyuan, I admit there was no small misunderstanding between us before, but you've seen the situation now. He pointed at Lu Wei beside him. Just earlier, to show off in front of Wang Tianhua, Lu Wei had already activated his talent. Right now his face was pale, looking utterly drained. But there was a payoff too. Through sonic probing, he discovered a large number of zombies in this elementary school. Not only are there level 2 zombies, there are even 2 level 3 zombies. Lu Wei said excitedly. President, I've probed out crucial intel. You must be careful, especially those 2 level 3 zombies. They're extremely dangerous. Lu Wei, well done. Once we finish exploring this station, I'll arrange for you to level up to 2. Wang Tianhua gave him ample feedback right on cue, and Lu Wei perked up, color actually flooding back into his ashen face. Thank you for cultivating me, President. This had the nearby Huang Hui grin with envy. There are 2 level 3 zombies in the elementary school. We have to fully cooperate to have any chance of winning, or the zombies will track us down by scent. And then forget gathering resources, even the trains could get wrecked, Wang Tianhua said. Lu Wei, having just earned recognition, got a bit full of himself and actually dared to order me, a level 3 conductor, around. The president's made it perfectly clear. Hurry up and lay out your talent in full, so we can better arrange how you make yourself useful. I looked at Wang Tianhua without changing expression. Why don't you tell me your talent first? Me? Wang Tianhua smiled. Well, nothing to hide from you. Really, my talent is the power of space. With that, he gave a demonstration. Spatial slice. Boom. The wooden crate in the distance instantly burst apart. Spatial blink. The next second, his figure silently appeared 3 meters away. Hiss. Several of them sucked in cold breaths nonstop. Even Lu Wei and Huang Hui were dumbstruck. President, you're too badass. The president's invincible. Fong Ling raised her hand and spoke up timidly. I'd like to join the Tianhua Society. Could you give me a chance? I've got 2 train coins here too. She fished them out and held them toward Wang Tianhua. Wang Tianhua naturally didn't refuse. He took them with a nod. Sure. Contact me after this station ends and I'll grant you a special approval. Wonderful. Fong Ling jumped up in excitement. It's good to shelter under a big tree. Joining the Tianhua Society is bound to make life a lot easier. Then she looked up at me, a trace of coercion in her words. Hurry up and say what your talent is. The words had barely left her mouth when my sandbag-sized fist went straight at her face. Bam! That face instantly contorted and warped. I really didn't cut her the slightest slack. My punch held nothing back. Fong Ling reeled, dizzy and seeing stars, nearly passing out cold on the spot. My utterly indifferent voice sounded by her ear. You tell me to talk and I just talk? Who do you think you are? The corners of my mouth tilted up, sarcasm maxed out. You. Fong Ling, shocked and furious, was about to say something when she saw me leisurely draw out that dark red revolver, and her pupils abruptly contracted. No, don't. A gunshot rang out. Fong Ling instinctively shut her eyes in fright. But the expected pain never came. She tentatively opened her eyes, only to see a zombie behind me crash to the ground. At the same moment, Wang Tianhua had made his move too. Splat! A zombie appeared in his direction as well. The space suddenly sliced apart. The zombie instantly hacked into 8 pieces, both of them one-shotting a zombie. Yet Fong Ling felt Wang Tianhua was still the more impressive one. The zombies, sensing human presence, streamed endlessly toward this area. Wang Tianhua made a snap decision. Head into the school. The platform's too small for fighting, and getting rained on will worsen the damp state. Even he hadn't been spared, having had damp attached to him. Fong Ling and the others obeyed and followed behind him. I, meanwhile, had long since moved out, ducking into the elementary school. I'd come here to gather resources and find treasure chests. Drowned in the curtain of rain, the elementary school looked all the more dilapidated. The wall plaster was peeling, white in patches, gray in others, rainwater trickling down to leave black streaks over characters carved into the wall who knows what year. The iron railing gate hung crooked, half open and half shut. Past the gate was a cement playground, pitted all over with pooling puddles, the ping-pong table's cement surface cracked, a few scrawny weeds sprouting from the cracks. The rain was loud, yet the zombies' snarls still pierced through. Through the rain curtain, I could faintly make out 3 to 5 figures lurching this way, the rain making them glisten, rotten clothes plastered to their bodies. One with its head lolling, as if snapped, letting out a roar with every step. Spotting me, their feet visibly quickened, rushing forward, unable to wait. I didn't give them a chance to get close, pulling the trigger again and again to blast them into corpse chunks. I kicked open the first classroom door, and a zombie that had been lying in wait pounced, gnashing and clawing. Bam! Expressionless, I squeezed the trigger and blasted it apart. This scene was witnessed by Fong Ling and the others close behind, all of them alarmed. Fong Ling and Lu Wei especially full of regret. This Lu Xingyuan was so ruthless. Had they known, they wouldn't have flaunted themselves in front of him earlier. Luckily, they still had Wang Tianhua. The president surely wouldn't stand by and do nothing. Forcing his gaze away from me, Wang Tianhua drew a deep breath, an inscrutable light flickering in his eyes. Find the treasure chests. Find supplies. Hurry up, don't waste time. Lu Wei and the others scrambled into action, and I, ever on guard against him, kept my grip on the dust-scattering smoke pouch since he'd made no move. How could I dare not take him seriously when he commanded the power of space? He was hardly an easy opponent. Besides, this guy was strange, always seeming like he was putting on an act. He definitely had some scheme in mind. The classroom was full of a rotten, moldy stench, filthy and chaotic, desks and chairs piled together in a jumble. I scanned the room and found no treasure chest. Just as I was about to leave, that pile of desks and chairs suddenly came crashing down, and a short zombie lunged at me with blinding speed. It had transformed from a little girl, wearing a school uniform, looking 12 or 13, that face long since festered beyond recognition. I pulled the trigger, expressionless, and blew its head to pieces, not lingering, hurrying to the next classroom. I had to find the chests before Wang Tianhua. Every classroom had zombies to some degree, mostly formed from infected students. One of them, a 6th grade sports monitor, stood 6 feet tall with a powerful, burly build, and had actually evolved into a level 2 strength type. Our elementary schoolers these days all developing this well. I finished it with one shot. Back when I was in 6th grade, I was still a bean sprout. Hold it. A figure flashed past. I grabbed hold of her. Found a chest yet? Fong Ling flushed and struggled, but I was far too strong, like a hydraulic clamp. Not yet. None of you 3 found one. Too useless. Fong Ling reddened further. It's mainly that Lu Wei's damp state doubled. He's weak and feeble and dragged us down. I snorted. Let him put on his act. Activating a talent-drained spirit and energy enormously. He'd badly overdrawn his body earlier to grab the spotlight, then got rained on. Of course, it had upgraded to damp too. But that said, you and Huang Hui are useless things too. The 3 of you perfectly illustrate what it means to be unable to accomplish anything while being plenty capable of ruining it. If I were Wang Tianhua, I'd have kicked all 3 of you to the curb long ago. Fong Ling clenched her fists in anger, then, recalling my combat power, immediately cooled down. Thinking that way, you've really underestimated the president. He's a great person, someone like you could never understand. I held back a laugh. Wang Tianhua, a good person? Don't make your big bro laugh. Do you want to join our Tianhua society or not? Fong Ling actually wanted to recruit me. That way she'd count as having contributed to the team. Wang Tianhua would surely reward her handsomely, and she could level up to 2 or even 3. The president said that as long as you're willing, he can give you the number 0002. 0001 was Wang Tianhua himself. 0002 was the being second only to him, above 10,000, below only 1. You haven't even formally joined the Tianhua Society yourself, I said, sarcasm thickening at the corners of my mouth. Barely a reservist. Have a little shame, would you? Fong Ling wrenched free of my hand. If you really want to join, contact me. Let me earn a referral fee. Please, I'm begging you. I sighed. Wang Tianhua isn't any kind of good person. Fong Ling started to say something, then held back. Out with it, whatever it is. I'm a great listener when it comes to opinions. Fong Ling worked up her courage. You're even less of a good person. Smack. A slap landed across her face. You. Fong Ling, shocked and frightened, trembled like a sieve. Now I get it. You're just a glutton for punishment. Fong Ling. This guy was such a turnoff. Confirming they still hadn't found a chest, I relaxed and headed straight for the 2nd floor. On the 2nd floor, Wang Tianhua was already there, locked in fierce combat with a level 2 zombie. Except it wasn't really fierce, it was a completely one-sided slaughter. His talent was too strong, and the level 2 zombie couldn't do a thing to him. Behind him, Huang Hui kept cheering him on, while the damp, Tu Lu Wei lay listlessly in a corner. Damn it, a pack of useless wretches. I couldn't bear to watch, and went straight into the classroom that the level 2 zombie had been holed up in. Wang Tianhua's eyes went red in an instant. You snatched the monster I killed and the spoils too? Where's the justice in that? He suddenly burst out, and the level 2 zombie's head was instantly sliced into several pieces. But by the time he rushed into the classroom, it was too late. Relax, there's nothing in here. I spread my hands. Wang Tianhua eyed me suspiciously. You sure? Why do I feel like something's off? It must be your gut steering you wrong. I shrugged. He looked around the classroom, then looked me over too. Seemed like there really was nothing wrong. The principal's office is just ahead. Wang Tianhua looked grimly at that dark brown door. There are 2 level 3 zombies inside. Are you ready? The door burst open from within with a crash. The first to emerge was a female zombie in a black business suit with stockings on, probably the school's English teacher. It had absorbed the principal's essence to advance to level 3. Wang Tianhua went straight on the offensive, unleashing burst after burst of spatial power, but to little effect. This was a fusion-type zombie, possessing both a strength-type's power and a speed-type speed, with an extraordinarily powerful physique. Next, the pot-bellied principal walked out, each step so heavy the whole building trembled. Roar! A howl came wrapped in a bloody gust, its oppressive presence far stronger than that female zombie's. Cheering from behind, Huang Hui went instantly pale. President, maybe we should run. Too late. The principal zombie had already charged over and sent Wang Tianhua flying with one swat. He slammed hard into the ground, vomiting blood like crazy. Don't panic. I've got another trick. The situation is what it is. These 2 level 3 zombies are so vicious. We have to unite and cooperate to break out. Wang Tianhua narrated at lightning speed while coughing up blood. By this point, they were enveloped in a faint golden membrane. The level 3 zombies evolved from the principal, and the English teacher blocked outside, snarling endlessly. This extraordinary creation had naturally come from Wang Tianhua. None of Lu Wei, Huang Hui, or Fong Ling present had ever encountered an extraordinary creation. Seeing the level 3 zombies blocked by this membrane and unable to do anything about it, every one of them marveled in astonishment. The president's badass. At first, watching Wang Tianhua get hammered away, their hearts had sunk. They never imagined he'd pull out such a miraculous item in return. As expected, a big shot is a big shot. Only, they couldn't make sense of one thing. Why was Wang Tianhua protecting Lu Xingyuan inside it too? Weren't their relations pretty strained? The president really was too magnanimous. Save the badass for after we've fully gotten through this crisis. Wang Tianhua cut off the flattery, stating bluntly that this membrane wasn't invincible. Once the energy ran out, it would tear like paper at a single poke. Lu Wei and the others went pale and hurriedly asked how to break the deadlock. The way to break it is simple. It lies with this demon box. Wang Tianhua took a deep breath and slowly drew a 6-sided box from his bosom, a flicker of hard-to-catch feverishness crossing the depths of his eyes. This is a treasure I obtained in the early days of the game, called the Void Demon Box. Once activated, never mind level 3 zombies. Even tier 4 or tier 5 get one shot all the same. Lu Wei and the others regarded him as a god among men. The demon box was a dark purple all over, eerie runes carved in relief across its body, an extraordinary, mysterious aura wafting off it. Lu Wei instinctively went to touch it, but was blocked off by Wang Tianhua. Though he quickly realized he'd overreacted and held the box out before Lu Wei again to let him examine it. President, what are we waiting for? Hurry up and use it to kill these 2 level 3 zombies. Fong Ling cut in ahead of Huang Hui. Huang Hui elbowed Fong Ling aside, her gaze contemptuous. Idiot, if the president isn't activating it right away, it must be that it's not easy to activate. You think the president would just watch us throw our lives away for nothing? A flash of approval crossed Wang Tianhua's eyes. Huang Hui's right. This demon box needs all our strength gathered together. Huang Hui shot Fong Ling a smug glance. Just tell us, President, how do we activate it? Whatever the cost, we're willing. She raised her hand to volunteer as the first. A sinister glint flickered through the depths of Wang Tianhua's eyes and vanished in an instant. There's no cost to pay. actually. You only need to place your hands on the demon box one by one, hearts full of sincerity, not resisting the power it gives off, and it will activate. I said I'd go first. The freshly praised Huang Hui, eager to perform more, laid her hand down ahead of Fong Ling, throwing her a smug look. The runes on the demon box immediately blazed with light, steaming up black smoke that, as if alive, spread along Huang Hui's hand to her arm and her whole body. This made Lu Wei and Fong Ling shudder. Was this right? Huang Hui sensed something was off too, and tried to open her eyes. President. Wang Tianhua reminded her solemnly. Deep breaths. Dizziness is normal. Did you forget what I said? Don't resist this power. Stay devout and actively welcome it. Huang Hui opened her mouth to say something. Then, feeling Fong Ling's gaze, closed it again. Before long the runes withdrew, and Huang Hui went limp and slammed heavily to the ground, motionless, as if all sound had left her. Lu Wei swallowed. President, is she okay? She's fine, just too exhausted and dozed off. Wang Tianhua kept as calm as he could. I'll send her back to her train in a bit and prepare upgrade materials for her. Aim to get her to level 3 before the next station. After all, she saved us all, didn't she? Level 3. Lu Wei's breathing quickened, and he hurried to copy Huang Hui's motion, laying his hand on the demon box. With Huang Hui's example, he made no sound, going along with that power to accept it, embrace it, putting up no resistance. Thud. Soon he too went limp and crashed to the ground. Wang Tianhua looked at Fong Ling. Your turn. Fong Ling felt inexplicably uneasy and glanced back at me. Big shot Lu should I? Give me some advice here. Watching all this in silence, I met her gaze and spat out 4 expressionless words. Not my damn problem. Fong Ling felt a little hurt. They were both big shot level. Was there really any need to hold a grudge like this? Fine, then I'll go against you. In a fit of pique, she stretched out her hand. Thud. One more body added to those lying on the ground. Wang Tianhua drew a breath and looked at me cautiously, holding out the demon box, saying in an extremely low voice, repressed yet laced with enticement, Come on, your turn. Wang Tianhua had prepared a whole bellyful of script for how to persuade me, and never imagined I'd be this cooperative, holding my hand straight out. He did his best to control his emotions, but the excitement still surged up his face. He knew this might tip me off that something was wrong, but he really couldn't help it. Except, in the very instant that hand was about to land on the demon box, I suddenly switched moves, grabbing his palm and slamming it down hard onto the box. Wang Tianhua paled in shock and instinctively tried to pull his hand back, but it was already too late. The demon box was like a massive vacuum, clamping down on his palm and not letting it wrench free. I thought to myself, the strength rune wasn't quite as trashy as I'd imagined. If not for the powerful burst of force it granted me, there's no way I could have pulled all this off in a flash. A man's got to be both fast and forceful to make miracles happen. Only, I hadn't expected Wang Tianhua's methods to be even more ruthless than I'd imagined. I saw him whip a dagger from the side of his thigh and, without the slightest hesitation, chop off his own palm. Splat. Blood sprayed. Wang Tianhua's face contorted, veins bulging wildly at his temples. The runes that had been about to spread toward him instantly lost their target and had to retract. You wretch. Just obediently become fuel for the demon box. Why insist on putting up a desperate fight? My gaze swept over the 3 of Lu Wei. More precisely, 3 corpses. They held such great hopes in you. Their president, thinking loyalty would earn them an important role. And what came of it? You actually tricked them into paying with their lives. Do you have any right to face them? They're nothing but sacrifices on my road to becoming strong. When I one day ascend to the summit, I'll erect a monument for them. Wang Tianhua had already taken a healing potion. The wound had stopped bleeding and eased somewhat, though reattaching the severed palm wouldn't be easy. Your goal from the very start was this demon box, wasn't it? You put on that harmless, warm-hearted act precisely to get them to offer themselves up willingly, to become the box's fuel, right? Is my acting really that clumsy, that you sensed something off from the very beginning and stayed on guard against me the whole time? Your acting was pretty good. The only pity is that we dealt with each other before, so I know exactly what kind of character you are. The you in the chat channel and the you in front of me were too jarringly out of sync. Wang Tianhua nodded thoughtfully. Looks like I should have put on the nice guy act in the channel too, to fool more conductors. Then he abruptly changed the subject. Enough of all this. Join my Tianhua society. I'll make you number 0002, your status second only to mine. Join forces with me, and we're sure to conquer this entire train world. I nodded, sure. But before that, you have to tell me what exactly this demon box is for. Wang Tianhua fell silent. You don't believe what I just said? I sighed with regret. You keep going on about joining forces with me, yet you don't trust me one bit, guarding against me at every turn. Forget it. Wang Tianhua shook his head, his gaze sinister. I've changed my mind. One great conductor, just me, is enough. No need for another one of you. The two of us, as if of one mind, moved at the same time. I drew my gun and fired. Bam! Wang Tianhua loosely clenched his palm. Whoosh! The bullet missed. At that hair's breadth moment, the space rippled, the bullet's angle changed, veering wildly off from him. So the power of space is this terrifying. I sighed with regret. Right after, a bloody gust surged up behind me. It was the English teacher, ready to come teach me English, 10 long, sharp fingers glinting cold. My brow arched slightly. Wang Tianhua's methods really were too protean. He'd actually teleported me out of the protective membrane without a sound, naturally making me the prime target of the two level 3 zombies. Luckily, though, activating spatial teleportation was a massive drain on him too. Right now his face was pale, his chest heaving violently. Clearly he'd overdrawn himself. He bared his teeth at me in a chilling grin. Enjoy yourself. With that he focused intently on fiddling with the demon box. 10 souls are gathered. I can finally open it. One more or one less didn't matter to him. He just tried to get rid of me while he was at it. Too bad I didn't take the bait and stayed cool as an old dog, so he had no choice but to drop it. Pity that only souls offered willingly count, or there'd have been no need for all this trouble. This whole way he'd been deceiving and acting non-stop, honing his acting to perfection, but at least the time to reap the harvest had finally come. With an excited heart, he pressed the 6 faces of the demon box one by one in order. Then a crisp click sounded, and the demon box slowly opened, dense black smoke surging out to form a bottomless black hole. Wang Tianhua felt an inexplicable wave of dread and instinctively backed off a little. Gradually, something seemed about to be spat out from the black hole. Wang Tianhua saw it clearly, a fist-sized black statue, looking utterly unremarkable. But he knew it was anything but ordinary. How could something that took so much of his effort to open be unremarkable? At last he saw the statue's true form. A little figure sitting at a computer desk, the picture of listlessness, its face indistinct as to whether it was male or female, yet radiating an endless aura of resentment. What the hell? Wang Tianhua froze for a moment. But in that brief moment of distraction, the little figurine statue had actually vanished without a trace.